live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! Instant taken! Crawley's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Stephen Smith, it's a screamer.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. England versus Australia, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket live from Lords for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And what a day this promises to be. To Australia, as they did from a similar position on the final morning of the World Test Championship decider, strike early and earn the quick kill to go 2-0 up by lunchtime. Or does Ben Stokes do something? Well, Stokesian. Given England's lower order we saw a couple of days ago, England chasing down 371 would take something extraordinary. But from the host's perspective, quite understandably, where Stokes goes, hope follows. That he still has Ben Duckett for company, resuming on 50 in their stand of 69, is just as controversial this morning as it was last night. And of course, the debate has run down partisan lines in the usual way. But was it out? According to the law as written, it's a tough case to mount in terms of whether Stark was in control of his body or not. That being the key point here. Not controlling the ball like an Australian rules mark, but his body per the laws of the game. But what about the Dennis Denudo test, the vibe? On that basis, it looked a fair catch. The debate will bubble away and it's worthy of greater scrutiny. What the Australian bowlers know with Duckett is that he'll keep taking on the short ball even with the bouncer trap in place. So just as it has been consistently throughout this test match, it'll be the top edge targeted just as much, if not more, than the outside part of the bat. A factor too is that Australia won't be able to call upon their banker, Nathan Lyon, but how he played his role yesterday, a 15-run partnership on one leg that will be spoken of for decades. So here we are, the home of cricket, 6 wickets or 257 runs. One thing feels assured, there will be no draw. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our broadcast, as always, Damien Fleming, 2 times Ashes winner. We've got Bharat Sundaresan from Crick Buzz and Peter Lalor from the Australian. Flem, to start with you, your old mate Glenn McGrath's been out in the middle talking to the umpires this morning, relitigating the case for the catch that wasn't last night. It continues the debate, and so it will.
Yeah, he's a media superstar today, Glenn. So he's gone down to the nets. He wants to go out there and bowl. He wants to get into the bounce-a-thon. I know I love Pidge, very passionate, but for me, you know, having the overnight, reading a few of the articles, I mean, you alluded to it, the third umpire's made the correct decision under the rules, you know, not in control of his body in completing the catch. Well, sorry, he was right in his own interpretation. I think there is so much grey area, though, even in that, okay? Going back, I think it was, he completed the catch. He took control of the ball, okay? He took it before it bounced, okay? The grey area for me is, was he still trying to control his body to complete the catch, or was he trying to control his body to get up quickly to celebrate? That's different. That's a grey area. And the way he reacted, put his finger up, he had no problems or he believed for himself, I just took the catch. So I don't know from his end, is he still trying to control the ball to complete the catch, or he just wants to get up as quickly to celebrate? So if you want to get up and celebrate, you're putting the ball down and getting up as quickly. It looks sloppy, but and it would have been better if he turned that, but you're not thinking that if you've taken the catch.
Well, let's sample the opinion of our resident umpire, Bharat Sundaresan, and then we'll get Pete Lalor in as well, who I'm sure is across all the details. Bharat, where did you land on this after not only the debate, but all that's been written, the MCC statement last night and all the rest?
Look, as we all know, it comes down to interpretation, as Flem says, and you speak to the elite umpires and match referees, and they have their own interpretations and interpretative analysis of catches. You know, there's the law book, there's a Bible that gets shared around umpires around the world, and then there's another Bible that is followed only by the elite panel umpires. And the way it's always explained to me is they look at it in the context of a golf swing. So you go back to that Cameron Green catch at Gully against India at the WTC final. Because his hand was going from down to up, and there was no physical way he could have turned his hand, it's deemed as he had already taken the catch, and the ground played no part in the completion of the catch. And the whole thing about are you in control of your body does not mean it has to come to standstill. That's not what it means. A lot of people just assume, even if the body is moving, that hey, he's not finished the catch, has he? That's not how it works. It's about
that's not written like that. That's getting vibey and grey again.
Exactly, and that's why there is so much confusion. Back in the day when there was not technology, we didn't sit and analyze these catches as much as we do now. And obviously the on-field umpires have no idea, right? Back when there were no third umpires, it wouldn't even have come to this. But going back to the golf analogy, what happened with the Mitchell Starc thing is his hands are still in motion and his hands turn the other way, and the ball is grounded. So now it's up to the third umpire to deem whether the ground played a role in him coming to a stop, like Flem described really well, in the process of completing the catch. Is the catch complete? And it happens so quickly. It's not that he held it for half a second and then his hand turned. It turns in the process of taking the catch. More and more replays you say, and that's why the more and more replays you see of any catch, it tends towards
the more
not
you're
out
speaking, I'm thinking more it's a catch.
This is it. The more you can get a screenshot to prove anything in these situations. Bharat, just to follow up
and
your point.
slow-mos don't help.
Well, Harsha Bogle on our commentary at the WTC final arrived at the view that, I think Pete had a stoush with him on air at the time, possibly. Pete will bring you in a minute. That with Green's catch, that it wasn't about him grasping the ball with the fingers underneath and the grass on the way down. It was the body control when he turned, and whether that turn was part of the catch or not. We believed that it wasn't.
Yeah.
Harsha believed that it was, and obviously the third umpire fell in favour of the
And if
Australians.
we're going to bring in golf, right, is Greg Norman going to be the third umpire or stuff like that? And let's be less PGA and more Liv. Liv's going, that's a catch. No, they want entertainment.
Pete Lalor, please, I want to bring you in as well. Your perspective.
The thing that settled the argument with the Green case was that we were given access to that secret document, which is the umpire's guidebook. We have, and it specifically mentions that if the ball touches with the fingers spread either side of it, it's still a catch. That wasn't a catch, and I'll tell you why. If he's caught that ball and he's moving like he is and he touches the boundary rope, what is it?
It's six.
So he is not in control of his body by that definition. Are we saying by the definition of a catch he's in control of his body, but by the definition of whether it's a six or not, he's not in control of his body. So by that definition, it's definitely not. However, saying that, had he done that and just flicked it up in the air, which he was just as capable of doing, it would have been a catch.
It would have been.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And he was quite capable of doing that. This is a shot across the bow of all fielders now. They know this, and like they pay attention to the boundary rope when they're catching, they must pay attention to the ground. It's a cruel way to learn, and if it does turn this match, it'll be very significant. Look out there now. Nasser Hussain and Michael Atherton are gathered on the grassy knoll. I've seen so much attention on that. There's a skid mark there. Yeah. Some might call it a skid mark on the game's undies.
The Aussies,
yeah, but that is the sort of... That's the centre of the cricket world at the moment, and thank God for that, because otherwise we'd be talking about that boring bouncer fest, which we will be again
and
later.
they're taking outfield catches, and the first one hit to Mitchell Starc. He dropped it. He dropped it, but I'd have no problem, and it might blur it again, if the rules were changed, and for me, that's a catch. That is a catch.
If they put that interpretation in that secret document that nobody's ever seen.
There's only
Has he?
Bharat's seen it, but he had to find some NDA or something. Did you? Yeah.
Because I just still feel like he completed the catch. But then the extra bit is you got to be control. But the way I'm reading that is you showed a bit more grey area. Is it doesn't mean you have to be at a complete stop. For me, that reading is you have to be at a complete stop.
I think where we get to now,
and then that starts to, guess what? Whoa, we're going to start be looking at a lot of different catches.
Well, I was going to say almost the same.
If the ball's on the ground and you've completed, fell over, I'm getting up, not out.
The reality is what you're describing is exactly what's going to happen, because this constitutes a precedent. And we saw that with Carl Jamieson in the one-day international.
And anything when you catch to your side, Colo, I think there's always, because you want to get up. Are you getting, is the ball going on the turf because you're trying to stop your body moment to hurt yourself, or are you trying to stop to get up and celebrate straight away, which, mate, for 120, well, probably didn't go over the top 120 years ago, but 30, 40 years ago, you get it, you get up as quick as possible. Anything to the side, this is going to come into play a lot.
The MCC go through a deliberative process every couple of years with the laws that become more complicated with technology. The running out the non-striker was a great example in 2017. It was getting more and more blurred. They tidied up the laws of the game. I wonder whether when they recut the book later this year, I spoke to Fraser Stewart, who literally writes the laws for the MCC this morning. He's on BBC Radio in a sec, and the first thing he said to me was, mate, it was not out the first second I saw it. Maria Erasmus had no choice. So on that basis, the MCC might be in the gun here, or even indeed the ICC with their playing conditions. If they want to make it more clear, add more words to the law. They've done that with running out the non-striker. It isn't that complicated if they wish to go that way.
Yeah, or add more umpires to the commentary panel, or turn more former umpires or current umpires into broadcasters, because it always gets lost in interpretation. And you're right, Flem. If you just read the book, I have the book on me, you won't be able to make out anything, head or tails, or whatever.
But Pete, before we go to our first break today, I just want to throw forward. This is an opportunity for Australia to go 2-0 up at Lords and have the chance to win the series in straight sets next week at Headingley. This is huge. Your sense of the vibe inside the camp?
I think that they would be quietly confident, but they've been here before. And you know what I didn't like yesterday? Ben Stokes bowling all those overs. I had flashbacks to Headingley where people forget his contribution with the ball. When Australia appeared to have the game nailed down, Stokes did the job with the ball in that game and then did the job with the bat. They'll be quietly confident, the Australians, but they'll be keeping their eyes down. They know they've got a job to do. They'll have a new ball in. How many overs have we bowled?
We have bowled, as I slowly bring up my...
Yeah, okay.
We in the game, the royal we. There have been 31 overs bowled.
31, yes. So if they don't get it done with the old ball, there's that second bite of the cherry, isn't there?
England don't get to the second new ball, regardless. This game will be over before then, either way.
Bold call from Bharat Sundaresan. We better take a break. Our first commitments of the morning on SEN Test Cricket. For Drinkwise, remember, if drinking, Drinkwise, they're with us for our first session and throughout our pre-game.
I'm looking forward to the day too. We'll get back to that later.
I was going to say, now we've done the catch. You did predict this, Flem. You said our first segment will be dominated by the catch, and so it has been. Thanks, Flem. Thanks, Bharat. Thanks, Pete. We'll chat with you all soon. On the other side of the break, Adam White's going to be in conversation with Phil Walker, Phil Long, and the great Jeremy Vernon Coney.
It is our pre-game show thanks to Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, Drinkwise. Adam White with you. Phil Walker jumps into the chair as well. We've got Phil Long, we've got Jeremy Coney. We're just on, 13 minutes until the opening ball. It's just clouded over a little bit, but it has been bright sunshine for most of the morning here in London. Phil, what do you think is going to happen today? Bearing in mind that whatever we think, the opposite tends to happen.
Well, okay, it's a sellout to begin with, so we can guarantee every single chair is going to be taken, every seat is going to be occupied here. I think if England was 6 or 7 down, we might not see that, but it's the hope that destroys you, and seeing them funneling down the road from St John's Wood. The talk is of whether Stokes has one more masterpiece in him, and it all hinges on him. I said last night, I think we shake hands before lunch. That remains my feeling, but you know, just as Headingley 2019 was literally impossible, so is this.
Exactly right. So as it stands, England needs 257. Good morning, Jeremy.
Morning. I think the pragmatic answer is that if Bairstow and Stokes and Duckett can get 200 of them, and they need 250 odd, don't they? And the extras wag.
Yeah.
Then they've got a chance. So you have to put it into that context. I think that Australia are pretty much favourite to win the game.
Yeah, indeed. If we're veering into analysis rather than theatre, and this game has been theatre first and foremost, really, and you know, everything's been thrown out the window, really, assessments and sober analysis and all the rest of it's sort of gone, really. This has been an extraordinary thing to witness as a spectacle. If we are veering in that way, then England's tail is horrifyingly long.
Yeah.
I said last night, actually, Sam Curran, who is lurking in the wings and is happens to be the world's most expensive cricketer, but he can't get in this Test side as it stands. If he was in at 8, or even if Mo Ali might be good for a streaky 35, 40 odd, then perhaps the equation starts to shift a little bit. But it's a very long tail. But Ollie Robinson can bat. He's okay. He's got a relatively solid defensive technique. He'll be bombarded, obviously, not least because he's turned into some kind of, public enemy number 1 in Australia, which is quite amusing. Uniting the generations of both against a 29-year-old from Margate is quite amusing, really. But anyway, 9-10 Jack, there's not much going on there, right? So Australia need what? They need 2 or 3 unplayable deliveries and in 2 champions, and Hazelwood is not far off. It's almost absurd to think that England will pull this one around, but there is a precedent.
Phil Long, is there any numbers that stand out that we should be aware of going into today?
The one number that really stands out to me is, as Phil just mentioned, there's Ben Stokes, the legend, Ben Stokes, the myth, Ben Stokes. There's also Ben Stokes, who's gone 14 Test innings without passing 50.
Yeah.
And that's possibly the real number. But I still think if it wasn't for that Ben Stokes innings back in 2019, I don't think Nathan Lyon comes back out. He's still there in their minds, isn't he? And who knows what that might do to them.
I think one of the interesting things is there's been so many negative comments made about Bazball, particularly from the English press over the last week. But it's because of Bazball, we're all thinking, Australia will win. But, and it's that but, and it's the way England mentally thinks about cricket now, and that is that they've got nothing to lose. That's how they'll see it. Even though there is so much to lose, that's not the way they see it. And I was out in the nets before play, and Johnny Bairstow signing autographs for 10 or 15 minutes, half an hour before play.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't even see Ben Stokes having any sort of warm-up. I mean, it's just...
Yeah.
And it makes them dangerous under those circumstances. I personally think it'll be all over by lunch. But there's always the but.
Yeah. And you're right. Ben Duckett in his ridiculous bucket hat having a chat on the outfield. In the good old days of English cricket, when everyone was buttoned up and neurotic, no one ever spoke to the media during the game, and especially if you were not out overnight, that was just an absolute no-no. They are a more approachable bunch these days. They do have something to lose. But I know what you mean, right? If part of sporting psychology is believing that you're capable of anything, then they've all bought into this cult. They've all drunk the Kool-Aid.
That's right.
And they will be turning up. And so much of it flows from Stokes. Yeah. I remember at Perth. Remember that innings at Perth? His maiden Test 100 against Mitchell Stark 8 or 9 years ago. And I remember talking to him about that. And he said, I just presumed we were going to win. They were chasing 520 at Perth on a cracked minefield. He got 120 of them. One of the most incredible innings you'll ever see. And he was just convinced England were going to chase that down. That sense of immortality that Stokes has, and which the Australians fear, does bleed into this team, but you can't get away from the cold hard gulf in class between Australia's champions and England's chances.
Yeah. We might leave it there. We're going to take an early break and get back and really sort of soak in the build up to the first ball with Colo and the crew, because we are only 8 minutes from the opening ball being bowled here at Lord's. It's a breezy sort of morning again. There was bright sunshine, not a cloud in the sky when I got here around about 9 o'clock local time. It's just clouded over a little bit, but no hint of rain. We are set for an intriguing first 2 hours of play, and you'll hear it on the other side of this break. It's SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Macca's.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's, and our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking the Drinkwise, I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our commentary on the final day at the home of cricket. A gloomy morning. It's been sunny, occasionally cloudy at the moment, and therefore Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Damien, Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan. Got Phil Long with us as well. Flemo, mornings like these feel extra special. Only 25 quid to get in instead of £130, which was the sticker price for the minimum entry the last 4 days.
So it'll be sold out?
It's already sold out.
Okay.
The scalpers are doing a roaring trade out the front. It feels like a lot of people are at Lord's today who ordinarily wouldn't get in, to be blunt.
Yes.
This is special.
Oh, fantastic. And just the series itself, we had an absolute nail-biter at Edgbaston. Tail-end batsman got Australia home, the captain. Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon, who won't be bowling today, and you've done the stats how significant that is for the Australians, but they made early inroads. Mitchell Starc coming from the nursery end, interesting. 31 overs old, this ball, so you can see the Australians really trying to buffer it up. Marnus here, it should still swing, this Duke ball, but early wickets are important, aren't they? Stark's swing, important for the Australians. When he gets it right, there's no batsman in the world that can keep it out. I'm assuming Cummins will come from the members' end and bowl one of the greatest Ashes overs last night to knock over Root with a hostile short ball that reared on the English best batter, and then Brook just wasn't good enough.
I just noticed something. I've seen Travis Head play Test cricket for the last 4 or 5 years, but I've never seen him happier, because you know how the Australian bowlers have their own high fives to each other as they come on. Travis Head was allowed to do that with them, and he was in 7th heaven. He's hopefully it doesn't come down to him to win Australia this Test match. But you're right, there will be something in the air, Flem.
It's not Fields for a swinging delivery, is it? It's back to bouncer ball.
Quite right. We're still about 10 seconds away from Father Time, moving around to 11 o'clock local, which will be when Chris Gaffney calls the players to attention. And there's a fly slip, there's a deep backward point, there's a fine leg, the deep backward square leg. The configuration we saw for 59 overs of England's bouncer barrage yesterday. Umpire Raza at the nursery end says play. Starc away from us, into Duckett. They need 6 wickets to win. Duckett, first ball, tries to pull a ball. It doesn't get up at all. Dives into the gloves of Carey on the bounce.
This is an interesting one, because they're working hard on the ball. If it does swing, I want to see more aggressive Fields. But if you're going to bowl halfway down the pitch, you're not going to be able to see if the ball swings.
I think we might see exactly what we saw 2 days ago, Flem, where they do this to Duckett, and for Stokes it's more conventional.
I'd go conventional to Stokes.
Welcoming in everyone listening in Victoria, South Australia, Tasmania, Northern Territory and WA for the first time today. You're here for the second ball. Mitchell Starc in towards Duckett on 50. Bowls here, nursery, and Duckett pulls again along the carpet out to deep backward square. That's the fielder's set 20 yards inside the rope. So the fine leg all the way back, the square leg all the way back beneath Father Time, and deep backward square in for the top edge. We saw that fielder take a couple of catches in the first innings.
Yeah, exactly. The one in the middle of backward square and fine leg is because he paddles that pull shot. He doesn't try and hit it very hard. And the problem with that is if there's any too-paced bounce or pace in the pitch, that top edge is certainly going to get into play. And also, just like how he got out in he just helped it on its way.
And the deep fine leg, that's where Duckett was caught, but not caught beneath us at our end late last night. We spoke about that in our pre-game. We're seeing some pics of Mitchell Starc on our television screen for tyre power clean bowled savings, taking some boundary catches in practice this morning.
Oh, he dropped the first one also.
So for Stokes, they're going to keep well, they're not going to quite keep it. They've got 2 back for the short ball, but the slips have returned as well. 2 slips, a gully. That's where Cam Green caught Stokes on morning 3. He's waiting there as Starc arrives and bowls, and Stokes, first ball of the day, leaves it alone. And again, that just died a bit, Bharat. 2 of the 3 balls bowled so far have bounced before reaching Alex Carey.
We saw a few from Josh Hazlewood when he was bowling from the nursery end as well. Balls keeping low to Joe Root. And this uneven bounce, you just know it's going to come into play. Especially because the English batters currently are not sure about what length Starc's bowling, especially Ben Stokes. I mean, Duckett, it seems pretty obvious the plan. But here they've set traps everywhere.
So these are the ends they bowled out on morning 3 as well, interestingly, where Starc was able to get Stokes' first ball. Second delivery to him of morning 5 here. Stokes plays off the back foot out towards point where there won't be a single.
Yeah, maybe it's just because of the 2 left-handers in as well. If there were 2 righties, maybe Starkey had come from the members' end. But even last night, Stokes was leaving, relying on consistent bounce from the pitch. There was a couple that shorter balls that were very close to off stump.
Can Stokes get in? That's the big question this morning. With Stokes, there's hope for England. They do have a long tail. Bairstow next in as well. Stark up, left arm over, nursery end. Stokes down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Had he done so, it would have been down towards the fine leg rope. So Stokes 29, Duck at 51. They're 256 away from their victory target. That's 371. They won't have Nathan Lyon today. Bharat, you did a quite touching interview with him last night at the close of play. That's on all of our podcast feeds on SEN Test Cricket social media as well, where he was, well, it sounded down the line like he was almost in tears when talking to you.
Yeah, I felt a little guilty speaking to him. He was in pain, and you could see, and not just physical pain, but shattered that he might not play a role in this series.
Stark to finish the first over of the day. Stokes, big shout for leg before is going to be turned down by umpire Raza. From our angle, it looked like the inside edge might have been the only thing saving him. Stark won't litigate the review, but a good delivery coming back.
Like a bounce collar.
Down the slope. So inconsistent bounce from the nursery end to begin. Talk us through it, Damien Fleming.
Yeah, it's come down the slope. Oh, wow. Inside edge. But Stokes is getting caught on the crease, isn't he? And he's bowling well to the lefties from the nursery end because he can swing it against the slope, but the odd one's going in. A bit like the way that Tung knocked over Khawaja, Warner, Warner twice. Oh, good signs for Mitchell Starc.
Similar trajectory to the ball that knocked Stokes over here in the World Cup back in 2019 from this nursery end. It just hooped, didn't it? And it never saw England give the ball a chance to swing yesterday. They went bounces from ball one.
Well, they didn't take the second Newey either, did they?
Yeah. So that's the point of difference. Mitchell Starc's genuinely swinging it, and Pat Cummins down the slope yesterday from the pavilion end. As you said, Flem, one of the great Ashes overs. He hit Joe Root, then he got him out. Next ball caught in the cord and a brute. Then he had Harry Brook dropped, caught and bowled, second ball, then bowled him with an absolute jaffer from the fifth ball of the over. His first ball of the day here, round the wicket, pavilion end to Duckett, who drives out to cover, gets himself one. 4 for 116 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Beaumont Tail's huge sail on now, Duckett 52.
Yeah, Stokes still doesn't look very comfortable as he finished that single. We know all about his knee, and he bowled, 12 overs on the trot yesterday. It's a very Ben Stokes thing to do. But even last evening, played that ferocious pull shot for 4 and then immediately clutched his leg. He's not 100%.
No. Looked like a hammy yesterday, didn't it? When he was down at backward square at one point, kept reaching for his left leg. I mean,
what's the actual, with his knee, what is it?
Oh, it's tendonitis. It's this ongoing tendonitis. Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you, I had that.
Oh, no good.
It is so painful.
Cummins up in his 9th over, bowls here to Stokes for the first time today, well wide of the off stump. They've got the forward short leg in for him here, so backward square fine leg, which will be a staple all day. They've got rid of the backward point, which they used quite a bit throughout the Edgbaston test in the first innings here. 2 slips of gully.
So with the knee tendonitis, you know how you get rid of it? You retire, and about 3 years later, right, you can start doing things again. That's where it can get. It's like a knife getting stabbed into your knee every step.
And he's 32 now, Stokes. He's not a young cricketer. He's facing Cummins here, who's 30. And Stokes defends into the onside. He gets a single, sorry. Past the man at short leg. Well played. Moves into the 30s. 4 for 117 England. 254 away from their finish line. So, yeah, the Stokes longevity question has been hanging around for a couple of years. He broke the finger in 2021, and he described in his documentary that nearly finished him, even at 30. So he has thought about post-cricket, I suppose, and the knee's part of that conversation too.
Yeah, and I found once you warmed up and ran straight lines, not too bad. As soon as it cooled down and you had to go sideways, it was agonising.
Back to Duckett here. Cummins round the wicket, bowls full. Ooh. So we haven't really seen the short ball to Duckett yet. Defended out to gully, no run, but again, sort of on the angle, up the slope where Cummins was dangerous yesterday.
I don't mind it. I want it to be a surprise weapon because there's no doubt Duckett's thinking about it, and how is he going to play it? Is he going to keep just trying to lap it? For me, that can lead to so many different dismissals.
I wonder whether he can stop. Because, he freely admits that he won't leave the ball, right? That he won't leave it, he'll play everything. I wonder whether he can resist the short balls when they come. We saw last night he couldn't. temperamentally just not suited to it. Cummins bowls, Duckett drives out to mid-on, no run. He is on 52, so he's got a good start here, but the runs he scored have been mostly forward of square along the ground. Not,
dare I say it, it's been a little bit boring.
For his standards, perhaps. Yeah.
But as I said, after looking below par in the first Test match, he has looked very well equipped. I think he's got more to his game than coming in to be a T20 opening batsman in Test match cricket. When he's playing well, he looks like he's got a lot of time.
He's facing Cummins to finish here. Up to the crease, wide of it, bowls, and Duckett drives nicely, checks the shot. It's a wideish bit off, so there'll be at least one. Labuschagne does the fielding, so he keeps the strike. Duckett 53, Stokes 30 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. England 4 for 118.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale.
How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Win your way to the 2023 ICC Men's World Cup, henley.com.au. Got Phil Long with us as well. Wanted to talk about the 5th morning of the World Test Championship final, where Australia started so well and finished it in a session. Stark away from us, his second over of the day to Duckett here. Short ball, takes it on out the deep backward square where there's one. The man who's further inside the rope, Steve Smith. Duckett 54. England 4 for 119.
Hey, just quickly, he just hasn't bowled a high bouncer yet, hasn't it? It's been below shoulder height. He's been able to ride it. Let's get one a little bit higher.
Yeah, World Test Championship. We came back on that final day. The target was 444, so it was a bit more than we are here. And India required 280 on that last day. So, you know, we're sort of talking similar things. But as you mentioned, it was all wrapped up by lunch, which is what a lot of people think will happen here today.
How many wickets did they require on that last day?
They needed 7. India 164 for 3. Kohli 44, Rahane 20. That partnership at the time worth 71.
Stark bowls, Fuller, and Stokes clips it down towards deep square leg for 4. Down the slope to the tavern stand. There's a gap there when he's on strike, so that would have gone to the fielder had Duckett been down the business end. But Stokes up to 34, 4 for 123. Nicely clipped away. Good timing.
Well, this is the tough thing for Mitchell Stark. We know he's not the most accurate, unrelenting bowler. He's having to bowl 2 lengths to the batsman. I think he might be better just having a couple of slips into both of these batsmen so he can get into a rhythm of his line and his length. You know, that's just a half volley on leg stump. That's going.
How hard is it to shift mid-over?
It's not easy.
Yeah. So 2 plans running concurrently for Stark. Up to Stokes, 2 slips to the gully. Full and driven down the ground. That'll be 4 more. On the front foot, classical off drive. Hits the rope in front of our commentary position. Marnus Labuschagne thought he was a chance at cutting it off, but it was in vain. Stokes up to 38. The crowd involved as well. 4 for 127. England enjoying a good start.
It's a length again. It was there to be driven. Better shot from Ben Stokes though.
So Bharat, Phil ran through those stats a moment ago about what happened on morning 5 at the World Test Championship final. What defined the first half an hour? They could not score a run. Boland and Cummins were all over them.
Well, that spell from Boland to Virat Kohli, incredible spell. He set him up beautifully, bowled 2.5 overs and had his man.
Then they got 2 wickets in an over, and then the cards came tumbling down. And Stark bowls again to Stokes, who takes him into the onside off the front foot for more runs. Only one of them, but past the man at mid-wicket in close-ish. Stokes to 39. He's added 10 runs this morning, 4 for 128. So I just note that on the way through, that it was sustained pressure where they couldn't score, and then it was Boland and Cummins and Stark and Lyon who all squeezed India in the space of 2 hours. Much harder without Nathan Lyon, as we were talking about before.
Yeah, and the similarities are you had a fired-up Virat Kohli that evening, batting really, really well. Here you have Ben Stokes, who has pulled off miracles before. Not looking that as inspired as usual, but
Slip's gone. Short man back. Stark bowls, bounce up, but Duckett takes it on and gets it out to deep backward square. Really good bit of fielding by Steve Smith. They'll get a couple, but Smith saved 2 there as well. He's the man who's further up.
I'm just worried about this over. So he's the short barrage to Duckett's not working because he's not bowling them high enough, above eye level, so it's hard to keep down. And then when Stokes gets on strike, he's bowling half volleys on leg stump and outside off stump. So I don't think the plans are actually helping Mitchell Starc.
Just Flem quickly before the ball's bowled. It looks like he's bowling it short enough. The track's just giving him nothing.
Yeah, but you put more shoulder into it, don't you?
No, sure. I'm just observing that he's not. Yeah. It's not through a lack of trying. Bowls again here. It's short, but not high again. And Duckett gets inside the line and helps it down to fine leg where Warner's doing the fielding.
Maybe a change, I think, from this end.
So a big over for England. 13 runs coming from it. 4 for 131. That's on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Beaumont Tail's huge sail on now. Duckett 57, Stokes 39.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
Our session for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise. And our coverage for Maccas. So McFeast is back at Maccas. England need 240 to win. That's flashed up on the screen as Cummins starts a new over from the pavilion end. Into Duckett. Couple of catches behind the wicket. Short ball. Miscues. Bottom of the bat straight into the turf. Flem.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting frustrated that your bouncer isn't getting high enough, well, for me, I used to go back to going, well, I want to release higher. You know, maybe 12 o'clock, get wrist and fingers behind the ball, maybe even just straighten up your grip a little bit, get your fingers close together, and you just put a lot more shoulder into it. And particularly when you've got a compulsive hooker. It doesn't have to be, you're not encouraging to play it, they're going to play it. And yes, they might be good enough to hit it for 6, but it's going to be in the air and you've got 3 catches out there.
Cummins bowls and Duckett defends on the front foot. So interesting for Cummins, we don't have the 5 fielders back. We've got the more conventional fine leg, deep backward square, and no fly slip, I don't believe, looking beneath us in our blind spot. No fly slip. 2 slips in a gully instead.
Yeah, he's just giving himself more options, isn't he, Pat Cummins? And you're right, Flem, maybe they might go the same way with Mitchell Starc as well. Just give him more options. You still can have 3 men out, so that he can attack with both hands.
He's not bowling his most destructive ball, and that is full and swinging.
So Cummins, can he find something early for Australia? Up to Duckett here, who plays and misses a delivery that just takes off and does as Cummins does so splendidly.
This is what Pat Cummins does consistently, doesn't he? Just bowls big, bouncing stock balls.
Good luck playing this. We're watching it back here for tyre power.
Oh, wow.
Tyre power, clean bowled savings. That's borderline unplayable.
The ball that got Joe Root, who's as good a test batsman in the world at the moment, you know, he felt compelled to try and ride it on a slow pitch, and it got big on him, and it dismissed him.
It makes you make bad decisions, Pat Cummins, doesn't he? In again, bowls to Duckett, full and straight and pushed out to mid-on. It's on 57, Duckett. That's up at 140 clicks from Cummins as well. Got a text in from Sean on a train from Bologna to Venice as a disinterested Kiwi looking for this to be as close as possible, not bothered either way. Well, Sean, that'll be a view shared by many listening in New Zealand. Text in there on 8833 8833.
I'll go the other way. I think the Kiwis want us to win. Sean might be an outlier there.
Okay. Okay. What do you think? Let us know in New Zealand. It's pretty late there at the moment as Cummins gets in and bowls and Duckett drives and doesn't get it beyond mid-off, but not for a lack of trying. That's a nice shot. And Labuschagne does the fielding and cuts it off on the angle.
And there are Kiwis in both camps. Brendan McCullum, Jeetan Patel and the English balcony. Of course, Daniel Vittori, who I'm guessing he spent so much time in Australia.
Brendan McCullum goes the coach as well.
Better over this, you know, now that sort of halfway between backward square and fine leg position, Warner there for the paddle. But you just see this is a great constructed over from Cummins. He's challenged them on the back foot, on the front foot.
Green comes up as well at 4th slip. So a change in field for the final ball. Cummins round the wicket. Duckett does pull in front of square.
Yeah, good.
Gets plenty of that. There'll be a lot of work to do for Usman Khawaja at deep square. Too much work to do. That's a fine shot. It takes Ben Duckett into the 60s. 61 for him. 4 for 135 for England. With Stokes 39, they need 3-7-1 to win on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge shale on now.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
We're live at Lords for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. Quick start, Phil Long.
Yeah, quick start. 21 runs in the 4 overs so far, 3 boundaries. Ben Stokes has hit 2 this morning, only hit 1-4 and 1-6 all day yesterday.
Interesting. Little bit reminiscent of Leeds in 19 where he started slow, Flem. Stark away from us. Bowls to the captain here, down the leg side, and again, it doesn't get anywhere close to reaching Kerry.
The only positive Headingley 2019 is when you come over here and there was a rainy conditions and Australia are winning the test, Botham's Ashes would come on, okay? Now they've got another one famous test match to play.
Yes, I don't mind. That's been on during the pandemic. Flem, Sky played out all of the great England wins on Saturday afternoons.
Yeah. So besides Beefy and Stokes, what other ones do they play?
How's this? At the worst of the pandemic, and I believe it was pretty grim over here, they played on Sky and the BBC, synced it up, and they played the entirety of the Edgbaston 05 Test match.
Oh, sorry, we got 2005 as well.
That was pretty cool, I got to say.
But Australia won some Test matches.
They did. Stark 2 slips a gully, bowls to Stokes, slapping on the up to Cummins that lands about 10 metres in front of him. But again, there's that sign that Stokes wants to be the aggressor early on. He's on 39. Tell us a bit more about Leeds, Phil, just to humour Damien Fleming.
Yeah, that last day at Headingley, England came in. They needed 203 more runs. They achieved it in 53 overs in the end. That man, Ben Stokes, was 2 not out overnight.
Yeah, back to this test match. Mitchell Stark's, the ball's not swinging. He's not getting through the crease. You look at his follow-through. It's only a few steps. If he doesn't break through here or not impressive, I'll be getting Hazelwood on or Green.
Close to the stumps. Bowls to Stokes. Shoutfully before full delivery. Decision for umpire Raza, and he keeps the finger down. So it was very full. Stokes was almost yorked.
I was thinking down leg side. It's just where the Stokes moved across the crease.
Cummins is talking to the keeper, Carey, and the bowler, Stark. 8 seconds left. They're going to stay with the decision.
Carey's the one, isn't it? When you're bowling and you follow through, it's hard to get the line right.
And talking of Headingley, both teams have got 3 reviews left.
Yes, indeed. Good point, Phil Long. So watching it back for tyre power, clean bowled savings. Leg side?
Yep.
Good decision.
His best ball, though, is his attempted Yorker. I just want him to, just bowl a good line and length and then go upstairs, the odd delivery, and then the one where you try and hit the base of the stumps like them.
Stark, nursery into Stokes. A couple of heavyweights. 2 slips to the gully. Bowls here. Stokes defends out to mid-on. No single.
That's fine. He can be patient as well. And the field's set for that line, isn't it? And then, when you go full, if there's a bit of swing, covers open. Stokes has hit some lovely drives already. But if he isn't in the right position, there's Alex Carey. There's 3 slips.
Little win predictor update. They've got England up to 18%. It's fair. 1 in 5 times England win from here. It's a big call.
It hasn't over the history of the game, no. but recently with Bazball, it's probably slightly higher than that.
Might get cone viz after this. Jeremy jumping in. Stark up to Stokes. Bowls here. Beats in outside the off stump, the one that trends up the slope. Lovely change up from Stark. A genuine outswinger. And he's smiling at his adversary.
Well, Stokes is smiling.
Yes.
He cannot believe it.
We need a second look again for tyre power, clean bowled savings. Damien Fleming.
Oh, it has swung. I think that's the first ball that swung. But it's also probably the best line that he's bowled for the whole day. And just saying he needs to get into a groove, but then if there's rotating the stride, he's bowling short to duck it. He's not getting a rhythm for that outswinger against the slope.
So he swung it both ways this over. Stark a much better set. He completes it here. to Stokes, and Stokes plays defensively off the back foot, and Stark collects it in his follow-through. End of the over, 4 for 135 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Stokes on 39, Duckett on 61.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Into the expert chair for the first time today for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. It's the former New Zealand great. It's Jeremy Coney. Hello, Jerry.
Morning, Adam. Morning, everyone. Flem.
Jeremy.
Yeah, good start by England. Nice stroke from Stokes down the ground. A little check drive off Stark. I think Stark particularly.
Cummins now over the wicket for the first time today. Bowls to Duckett, who pulls him in front of square, as he did in the previous over. Khawaja again in pursuit. This time he'll keep it inside the rope with a dive. But well played by Duckett. Twice he's now pulled Cummins in that direction. Not easy to do. He's up to 63, 4 for 137.
Yeah, just starts. I thought he was just starting to tail the ball a bit, actually, the odd one. And if you're going to do that to Stokes seems to me to be pretty important today, because I think England will hang a bit of hope on his hat, if you know what I mean. And I just feel if he needs to go short early in the over, push him back, and then bring that in the LBW.
Cummins bowls and Duckett leaves.
And I think to Duckett, they're not getting the short ball high enough. You know, yesterday, in other words, a left-hander, it's aimed at the right armpit.
I'm sorry, Phil Long's just thrust his arms up in celebration. Why did you do that?
Because you just said Duckett leaves.
Well, yeah, well, he doesn't like to leave. That's the point. And I think yesterday we all focused on the catch, but you go back to the shot that he played. It was to a short ball, and he got the back of the bat. There's been one short ball to him here so far from Cummins this morning.
On that new angle, over the wicket, bowls to Duckett. Plays with the outside part of the bat to backward point where Renshaw, the sub, does the fielding.
And he closed the face of the bat, and it went straight back into the pitch, straight down by his feet. He doesn't like to leave the ball. I think that they should play on that ego a little bit, frankly, and they should get it round about that armpit, that right shoulder, that front area there. But if it's down by the sort of the tummy area, he's finding that very easy to put away.
I'd actually get outside his eye line. I like the length you're talking about, but I'd rather get it over off stump, because he's almost compulsive.
Cummins on the advance and bowling to Duckett. It's on that leg stump line instead. Pushed to mid-wicket, no run.
I think on a pitch like this too, as a batsman, I think you say to yourself, I want to play straight. I want to play straight because of the slight up and down nature of this pitch. Some of them are just keeping a little bit lower than others, and suddenly you're surprised by one. Remember, we've seen a couple, particularly bowling from the nursery end up to the pavilion. It's just been variable bounce, and I think as the day 5, I mean, the pitch itself looks pretty good, especially at the ends. They've only used the middle.
Yes.
There's sort of 470 short balls bowled.
There are a lot of red marks. 11 metres away from the batsman.
Cummins bowls here, and Duckett's beaten. The ball that just dies a little bit into the gloves of Carey, so he's played and missed it a couple this morning from Cummins, but the first time from over the wicket, as you were suggesting, Fleming.
Yeah, I like the angle. You got catches. Your bouncer is easy to, as I said, just get across him and high.
Yeah, and it brings the leg side into play. You've got
Tough
to fetch
to keep
it across.
down.
Yeah.
Because he's done a good job of keeping the ball down, because he hasn't been concerned about the height.
Yet to see a genuine bouncer in the over. 3 back for it as Cummins bowls over the wicket to Duckett. And he's played and missed outside the off stump. He's chased one. He has to be leaving. Carey drops, but not found the bat. End of the over. 37 gone. 4 for 137 the score on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Stokes 39, Duckett 63.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumonts. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
We're here for Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's. Text in. I agree with Flem. I support New Zealand and any team playing England. Greetings from Singapore. Loving the commentary. I was at Lords for the last day of the World Test Championship final, expecting a similar Aussie bowling performance today. Thank you, Tim, for texting in. I assume that's on 8833 from New Zealand.
Important numbers. Important numbers.
Kiwis following Australia. I wonder what you think of that, Jeremy, as Stark starts a new over away from us, bowls to Stokes, who defends down the pitch.
We were independent commentators for the World Cup final here, Colo, for SEN.
Were we ever?
In my regard, was barracking for New Zealand.
I've never seen Jeremy. I mean, I've seen Jeremy grumpy. I've seen him frustrated. I've seen him confused. Never seen him angry. That night, Jeremy, you were furious. World Cup final night. Yes. The boundary countback you weren't best pleased with.
It won't go down as one of the great countback systems in any sport.
Complete shambles, really. Stark up bowling. The Stokes on 39. Leg stump. Down the leg side it goes with a little bit of movement down the slope. Carey appealing. Nobody else. Umpire Raza unmoved.
And I think I was also Stark. I'd be very keen on a Yorker. I've seen him get Stokes out with the Yorker as well.
Well,
and if it's
I think that was an attempted Yorker.
Yeah.
He got the LB shout. When he's angling the ball in and full, Stokes just looks like he's falling across a little bit. You could possibly have a catcher at a leg gully and really tighten up your line.
Haven't really found a plan to Stokes yet, have they? They've not quite landed on something they can work to and build a rhythm around. As Stark, he's fourth over today, bowls to the England captain, and he defends from the off-stump line. That's better.
He's bowling better because I think he's bowling more balls at Stokes and not Duckett, where he's just bowling bounces every ball.
I think he's trying to get him LBW bowled, that sort of thing of playing on the offside, but he hasn't really got a field for that, has he? I mean, he really needs another man across. It's a kind of a field. We're covering the slip catches, yes, with 3 men catching there, and we've got the leg side covered for the short ball as well, but not much on the offside.
Like, can I have an extra fielder?
Yeah, come on. Just give us a 12th.
Just a 12th.
Yeah.
So sun hidden behind a cloud as Stark bowls to Stokes. It's hit him on the pad, full again like the previous over. Umpire Raza keeps his finger down. Oh, it's a slow death. It's a slow death for Stokes. Raza stood there and stood there and stood there like Steve Buckner and finally raised the finger, and Stokes immediately sends it upstairs.
He's in pain too.
Don't think he's got an edge on this one.
Our third umpire coming up for Imar Insurance. The tradies mate, call 13 Imar.
They're the tradies mate. That's Imar.
Maria Erasmus upstairs. Flem, tell us all about this.
Oh, this one's not drifting down as much.
Oh, he has got an edge. Oh, no.
He smashed it. Massive deviation onto the front pad. It was a fabulous delivery. Just what you were describing, Jeremy, in the previous over. Just enough tail to get in Stokes' head.
It's a bit of a shocker from the umpire, that one.
It is really. It took a long time to think about it,
I
didn't
thought
he?
if he was given out, he went through the process, the line.
He went past the giving it out straight away, didn't he? Well beyond.
And you just get the feeling that the third umpire is going to play a role today. He certainly did last night, Maria Erasmus.
But that was interesting. The first LB shot was tailing more down to the leg side, whereas that one straightened. That full Yorker or attempted Yorker, it's troubling Stokes.
He's knocked over Stokes with one of those at this ground before, famously. The ball of the tournament in the 2019 World Cup. And he's got it hooping around now. He's improved through his spell, Stark. Stokes thumps the bat down on the turf, looks tiny in his hands. 2 slips a gully, bowls here, leaves lane, the outswinger. There's the change-up, there's the tempter.
He's bowled 2 of those, and that's why the slips are still in place. So it looks like most of his attack will be middle and leg, trying to get the bold and LBW that Jeremy Coney's looking at. And then the odd wider outswinger.
The other thing to attack him with, I think, is the back pad, because he's just struggling, I think, on that left knee area and getting around and he's squaring himself up. And if it is up high, you can bring that back pad into play. Becomes a very important fielder to the short ball.
Stark to finish. Busy over to Stokes, who defends inside part of the bat. Races through for one next to the square leg umpire. Stokes into the 40s. Duck at 63. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sail on now. England 4 for 138. Daniel Norcross jumping in for me. Flem also jumping out.
Don't compromise on your vitamins when you can get the biggest brands at the lowest prices only at Chemist Warehouse. Like Go Healthy Liver Detox 1-a-day 60 capsules, $15.99. Wagner Professional Probiotics 30 capsules, $18.84. Get essentials like Caruso's Super Magnesium 120 tablets, $21.47. And Ethical Nutrients Immune Defense 60 capsules, $25.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. Daniel Norcross alongside Phil Walker, Jeremy Coney and Phil Long. England have made not exactly serene progress, but they've added 24 runs this morning without a loss of wicket. We had 7 overs. Is that correct, Phil Long?
Yeah, 7 overs.
7 overs as Cummins starts a new over. Stokes on strike. This is pushed it to the offside. A little gap in front of square, and he goes through for a single. 4 for 139. I think this is very generous of England. They're giving Aussie fans a little bit longer with their money, a little bit longer in the day out, so they can savour the inevitable for that much longer.
It'll be all the sweeter.
Yeah, I mean, I think
when the release finally comes,
England will take them to lunch so they can hang around outside, and then perhaps with a bit of luck, and then wrap it up around 2:10 local time, which would give them the opportunity to nip down to the Oval, watch a thrilling game of T20 cricket between the People's Champions, Surrey, and
yeah, all right,
and Essex.
I wouldn't.
As Cummins is into Duckett, who pulls with control into the ground out towards deep square leg. A ball that really did get up quite high, but he got on top of it and moves with that 64, 4 for 140.
It's a better height. So far, it's too many have been kind of, sort of stomach to sort of chest height. They've got to get it under the armpit. That's better. He can't attack that so much.
Sorry, Daniel.
I was just asking how long you keep these two on without a wicket. I mean, a wicket may fall immediately, of course, but as forward short leg is in, 2 slips and a gully. Cummins into Stokes, who clips this into the onside, square of the wicket to the left of that short leg and gets another single. 4 for 141, Stokes to 42.
I'm just going to ask Jeremy, impressions of Duckett as a Test match opener? He's idiosyncratic. No, that's your areas, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, he's plucky.
Yeah.
Plucky.
It's a good word for it.
But he's got areas to work on. Let's put it that way, in my opinion. But he's doing a good job here, and he's got lots of runs. In fact, the England openers are scoring remarkably well, aren't they?
As Sustek's delivery has worked into the onside of a bit of pad, maybe some inside edge.
Well, as McQuarrie said,
because they've scored. What has Crawley got? He's got a 60 in the first.
Yeah.
He's got a 50, hasn't he? Well, they're almost making too many runs. Can't get rid of them. You see?
But of
that's
course,
the problem.
Of course, still averages 30, Crawley, because he will, for eternity, average 30. However he goes, he will always end up averaging 30.
If he gets 240, he'll follow that by 60 runs in the next 9 innings. Yeah.
But it was pretty unforeseen, not least from Usman Khawaja himself, who said in the build-up to the series, go there with low expectations. Openers don't score runs over here.
Cummins over the wicket. Bouncer, which Stokes just nods at and lets go by, something that Duckett cannot do. Yes, I mean, openers tend to struggle, don't they? But actually, we've seen in this series, I think, combination of the pitches, the conditions. It hasn't been quite as testing for openers as it has been in previous years, I would say.
That's why we've seen so many short pitch balls delivered in this. I've never seen so many bounces. No ball.
No ball has been signalled. I mean, one of the things I would point out is that, England frequently play a test match in May and a couple in June, and so that gives the figures a slightly different shine. Now, just of late, this test series is starting in late June. We've had quite a nice summer, and so you're sort of playing with the best of the conditions, which is why we're seeing a lot more short pitch bowling, a lot less pitch up, deviation, move it away type stuff. Round the wicket is Cummins, and down the wicket comes Stokes. It's a thick edge, and it's running down to the deep third boundary. It's being pursued in vain by Travis Head. So 4 more to Stokes, takes him to 46, England to 4 for 147.
What's more, Stokes has asked for flatter tracks.
Yes.
So the old English advantage of a bit of grass, a bit of live grass.
But do you honestly think...
has been eradicated, really.
Do you honestly think that English curators are capable, really, of making pitches to order? I don't, you see. I think these... You get what you get because of the build-up and the conditions, really. They're not like Indian pitches. As Cummins is into Stokes, who stands tall and pushes a short ball into the offside off the back foot. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. England 4 for 147.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Test cricket on SEN with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Stark is going to continue bowling his 5th over of the day. Cummins has bowled 4. I just wonder how much longer
here we go
they've got if they don't get a wicket. If they do get a wicket, obviously the natural adrenaline will keep them going. Stark starts in again, left arm over the wicket to the diminutive Duckett. Duckett waits, no slips, just clips a ball nicely off his hip. It's not getting up at all. It's just around about, well, hip thigh height for a single down to backward square leg. Another run to Duckett takes him to 66. England 4 for 148.
They've not gone fully bumper barrage just yet, but on the odd occasion when they have banged it in, it's felt very docile, right, Jeremy?
It has.
Yeah. That was set there. All the slips had disappeared, hadn't they? They just had the one gully, and you're back to a short-pitched bowling field, and that wasn't the delivery that was required at that time. So a little tuck off the pads, comfortable for Duckett. Slips have come back now for Stokes.
Different plan. Stark, left arm over the wicket to Stokes. Stokes drives firmly, but he won't beat mid-off. A tumbling stop. Prevents the ball going up to the boundary. Marnus Labuschagne, always a live wire in the field. You asked how many runs he opens. Duckett's got 195 in 3 completed innings and 4 knocks. So that's, near as Damien, if he's out now, an average of 50. Crawley?
Well, Ben Duckett, only the 4th England opener in Ashes cricket to hit 2 50s in a match at Lords.
Only the 5th English opener in Ashes history to do that?
At Lords, yeah.
Hobbs?
2 pairs of 50s. No hit. No
Sutcliffe?
Hobbs. No Sutcliffe.
Woof!
Oh, you'll like some of these, Dan.
Oh, yeah. Colin Milburn. Stark into Stokes, who defends into the offside. There's no run. I like this game. Let's have a go.
Okay, so it's the 4 England openers to have hit 2 50s in an Ashes Test match at Lords.
Tim Robinson.
No. In the same game, right? Okay.
Yeah. Graham Gooch.
Atherton. 93.
Yeah.
An 80 and a 99.
Oh. Extra points there, Philip. Extra
points. You see, I was
young.
I was in my straight out of university
exactly,
stage,
and
so I don't remember 93.
I was pre-pubescent, right?
So I was very much post-pubescent.
The brain was strong. Life hadn't taken its toll.
I was in the clubs and jazz bars of Bells Hill then, I tell you. As Stokes pulls at this, it's in the air as it runs down towards the backward square, but a good sprawling stop by Travis Head keeps the score into 1. 4 for 149, Stokes to 47. 100 partnership, I should point out, has come up between these two, Stokes and Duckett. They've got an awful lot more to do. I think they probably need a 300 partnership before Australia are truly worried. 250. Atherton, okay.
Then you have to go a long way back.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Tildesley. Shrewsbury.
Shrewsbury, very
Arthur
good.
Shrewsbury.
Now we're talking very good, Daniel.
Tom Hayward.
No.
Here's Stark into Duckett. Gets a short ball, which he moves right across his crease. Tries to, just lap paddles, pull, if you like, and it just comes off the under half of the bat and travels no more than 3 yards.
Arthur Shrewsbury was 1893.
Yeah.
Oh, the big one.
One of my favourites.
Extraordinary shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Way outside off stump. No one in front at all on the offside. Just get a touch on that, you're going to get a boundary.
JT Hearn.
No, it's good, but it's not great.
It's good. It's good, but it's not great. Andrew Sandham. No, he's most of his runs against West Indies, isn't he? Stark into Duckett, short. He goes across his stumps and then pulls this out towards deep backward square, where Steve Smith, who is a terrific ground fielder, puts his hand down, prevents the fall, but 150 comes up at the end of the over on the Beaumontar scoreboard. After 40 overs of this England innings, they've got all 4 for 150.
Hear the crowd.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas, and I'm delighted to say the McFeast is back at Maccas. What a time to be alive. As Cameron Green comes into the attack. Our first bowling change of the day, so Cummins, 4 overs in that spell, Phil. For what?
Bowled it for 16.
Cameron Green from the pavilion end lollops in, right arm round the wicket, and is pulled first ball down to one of the deep backward squares, which is Steve Smith. He's got a lot of way to travel, hasn't he, Steve Smith? He's going deep backward square to deep backward square. 4 for 151, Duckett to 68, Stokes on strike on 47.
Yeah, it's a good little microcosm of this game that is the most active fielder. That's where you put your best fielder, in this bizarre position that we don't really see. 3/4 of the way from the bat, backward square, not on the one, not on the boundary, there for the catch. And Smith's got the best hands and he's the best ground fielder, so he goes from one side to the other.
Green in round the wicket to Stokes this time. Stokes evades a short ball that goes past his shoulder. And of course, Harry Brook would have attempted to play that by slapping it over extra cover and then been nonplussed when other people questioned his decision.
Very quickly, I'll give you that fourth name in case people are out there.
Can you give us a clue? Who did he play for?
I'll tell you when it was.
Yeah.
1905.
Oh, Wilf Rhodes? No. He's the other time at the top of the order. And neither of the Tildsleys. No. Round the wicket comes Green. Short, pulled. Between Smith and Stark. And they'll get a couple of runs as Stark creates a massive divot in the outfield, sprawling to his right. I mean, that was hit really well. And it's between the two fielders. Still didn't make it to the boundary. This is quite a well set field we got here. 2 more as Stokes takes him to 49 as Stark has to replace a lot of turf.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine, but always nightmarish visions of...
Don't like it, do you?
Simon Jones, yeah.
And look how much mud there is on his left shin knee area now.
Smith's moved back a wee bit further now.
Green into Stokes. And Stokes evades an even bigger bouncer through to the keeper. 4 for 153. Oh, go on then, you'll have to tell us.
It's the Lancashire stalwart Archie McLaren.
Archie McLaren, who famously scored 424 against Somerset, the highest score on English soil until Brian Lara's 501.
Like to drink, did Archie, by all accounts?
Yeah.
Quite a
well, they all did in those days
bloke.
because you couldn't trust the water.
Archie Mac, staring us in the face, Daniel.
I know.
If we don't know that, what do we know?
How soon they are forgotten. Green into Stokes, who pulls this round the corner for his 50. Down to Steve Smith, a 50 from 99 balls. Is this the start of a big captain's knock, or is it a piece of futile defiance? Well, today will tell us. But you can only make a start if you're going to make a captain's knock. But he's batted very sensibly. He's actually batted very sensibly throughout this match. It's his teammates who have been the ones who let him down. And he's keeping England clinging on. England to 4 for 154. Cameron into Duckett. Cameron Green. It's just become Cameron in my mind. And a high bouncer is very well played by Duckett along the ground down to Steve Smith, who's in the action quite a lot here. At the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, England 4 for 155.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. Jeremy Coney, our expert, has left us, but we still have Phil Walker, a fine expert indeed. And our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. I think we've had a text come in from AG, who says Pat Cummins last year against Pakistan took a catch off his own bowling and threw it up before he fell on the ground. Is that catch technically not out too? Well, that's for umpire Bharat Sundaresan to decide. What I can tell you is Mitchell Stark is out of the attack. 5 overs this morning. None for what, Phil? As Josh Hazelwood comes in the attack.
None for 19, but 13 of those came off 1 over.
Right, so the double change, he's enamoured of the double change, is Paceman Pat, as Josh Hazelwood comes in. And this is short down the leg side, and that's... Oh, well, Smith's lost sight of it. I did momentarily as well, and it's gone to the boundary. I think Smith just didn't see that coming out of the crowd and the grandstand. He went through deep backward square leg, and Duckett moves into the 70s with that boundary. He goes to 73. England 4 for 159.
So Hazelwood got Duckett in the first innings, didn't he? Caught, long leg, top-edged hook, or hook paddle. I don't know how you'd want to describe it. So he got him in the first innings, but aside from that, obviously with that slightly lacking in pace, wasn't quite as effective as the others.
Hazelwood in, very short, very high, flies through to Carey down the leg side. A wide is given. That's a spotted test match wide.
Yeah, I think they've made a call halfway through this game, these umpires, to start giving them. And I think as soon as they saw England start pummeling the middle of the pitch, and now Australia as well, playing with the idea, I think the umpires have tightened on these points a little bit more.
I do want to see that on the replay screen with tyre power, clean bowled savings, because the first delivery was banged in really short. Now the second one got up even higher, so how short was that? Hazelwood in to Duckett, short, he goes across his stumps and pulls down the long leg. He's moving right across his stumps here, Duckett, every time, and then for the most part hitting it into the ground. He goes to 74, 4 for 161. Stokes has 50, Duckett 74. And we have got a change in field now, because different tactics to Stokes and to Duckett. Slip in place, 2 slips in place. Gully, long leg, deep square, mid-wicket, mid-on. Deep point. And I think the fly slip's gone, isn't it? Ah, now one of the slips is coming out into the covers. They've decided, have they, that Stokes is not a compulsive puller hooker in the way that Duckett
I think
is.
Exactly that. He's got a degree of control and self-control.
Imagine if they'd all done that.
Let's not, Dan.
I know. Hazelwood in, down the wicket comes Stokes, and then just defends square of the wicket on the offside of the front foot. Moves to 51, 4 for 162. I'm going to let our Australian listeners into a little secret that Phil came in and he looked at me and said, why am I feeling like this? Why is it all? Why have I got this sensation of hope? It's futile. It's pointless because I haven't lost a wicket in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I really am that shallow. Yeah.
So he's got a chimp on his shoulder, and I've taken the chimp off and I've pummeled it in the face, and I've knocked it out for an hour and a half.
Yeah, he's out cold at the back of the box.
Hazelwood in across his stumps, goes Duckett, and he's annoyed with himself because he's just I mean, what do we could call this shot? I need to have the name for it, because it's a paddle pull.
It shows as well how much premeditation is at work here, because that ball is on off stump, slightly short of a length, and he has that full look.
Way outside
off stump. He's got that full expanse outside off stump, no slip, just one gully. You can punch it off the back foot, you can cut it. There's runs there.
People don't like to cut anymore. It's a strange old thing. And as Hazelwood is around the wicket too. And he goes across his stumps again, but defends this time, back to the bowler. And there's no run off the back foot. Weight is always on the back foot with Duckett, you'll find. I mean, even quite full balls, he'll play with his weight on the back foot with an angled bat, a horizontal bat.
Yeah, I think this is why they're more routine with Stokes, 2 slips and a gully, because, you know, he's looking to play that drive. He played an uppish shot up to mid-off, a couple of overs ago.
Hazelwood round the wicket to complete the over, 42nd of this innings. Duckett gets a short ball, which he pulls round the corner again, down to long leg along the ground. He's playing it very well, as long as it doesn't get up too high, and it hasn't so far. End of the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. England are 4 for 163.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
So a gentleman has launched his boat and his winch strap has snapped.
Yes.
And he's lost his boat and it's now on the ramp. So what I recommend to do is you've got the strap on your winch, just cut a bit off if it's starting to get wear and tear and start again. Pull it on and it's going to save you a heap of dramas when your boat falls off at the ramp.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. England 4 for 163. We're in the first session of the last day. Our first session's with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Phil Long.
Dan, you like a nice statistical oddity.
I love a statistical oddity.
Both batsmen have faced exactly 100 balls.
That is a lovely statistical oddity. Green is in, short, that's pulled to short square leg. Actually, Smith has come up to stop that single now. And I mean, given that Duckett opened the innings, Stokes came in after 4 had gone down. He's rather hogged the strike, hasn't he, old Bairstow? I tell you, I found a great statistical oddity this morning. Do you know who the last England bowler was to get 5 of Australia's take 5 wickets from Australia's top 4 in an Ashes match? As Green is in. Oh, big ballooning bounce. That's surely a wide, isn't it? Oh, no, apparently not. Just one over shoulder height. So Josh Tongue took 5 of Australia's top 4 wickets. I mean, I'm England bowler to do that. If I tell you that he's working in this press box as a commentator.
Stephen Finn?
No.
Oh.
Same crew. Narrowed it down massively now, but you can't believe it. That's the thing.
I can't remember anyone else.
It was at the Oval. It was at the Oval in 1997. Green in, short, but played this time to Smith, and there's no run.
No, it's Tuffers.
It's Tuffers.
Oh, that is good.
Isn't that a beauty?
Yeah, it took 11 for, didn't he?
Yeah, five wickets of Australia's top 4. It's rare for a spinner. For obvious reasons. Reasons.
Australia chasing 120 on in the final dig and didn't get there.
I mean, they won the Ashes already.
Oh, sure.
But, when they were vastly better than England. It's supposed to just be much the same as England, but not as idiotic. As Green is in. Very short, very wide. Has to be a wide. Is a wide. I mean, that's just banged in so high. But it's Crawley who's on strike, so that's the thinking. 4 for 164, 164. So it's a poignant number, 164, especially for Australians. Do you remember why?
No.
It was a score that the late, great Archie Jackson made on his debut to die tragically of tuberculosis, age 23. The man they thought was better than Bradman in that wonderful era of great batsmanship, the 1920s.
Where was that played, do you know, that game?
I don't. I want to say Sydney, but I'm not sure.
Just go with it.
Yeah. 164 he made. What a player. Love to have seen him, but Cameron Green is in. And it's all full. That surprised me and Ben Duckett, who's defended it to the offside to short extra cover. There's no run.
As well, Bharat, I was impressed with him last night. Cameron Green came in hard. Got real pace.
Collow's correct. I mean, it was Adelaide in 28-29 against England. A series Australia was shellacked in. England won that 4-1, won the first 4 tests.
Chased 300, didn't they, at Melbourne, I think it was?
3-2, I think it was. Down the leg side. Oh, little pull out towards the boundary. You're going to get there. A short, as Richie Beno would say, nothing more than a short arm jab. For the Duckett, he goes to 79. England 4 for 168. They're being defiant this morning in a futile cause, but it's good to see. It's good to see. It's a template.
You are so transparent, Daniel. You're protecting yourself. It's absolutely blatant. I understand it.
We should all protect ourselves.
Yeah, it's a defence mechanism.
That's
I get
it. Shut the chimp up.
I get it. I get it. Ominously stress-free first hour.
54 runs have come in the first 58 minutes today. This green is in again. That's full. Tucked into the onside. Picked up at short mid-wicket. That's the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. England 4 for 168.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas, as is our expert Bharat Sundaresan, our experts for red energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. And I imagine that what we're seeing here from Ben Duckett is he's able to play in the freedom of a lost cause. So do these runs count when you're analysing him? Because I know you're struggling with the notion of Ben Duckett as a proper batter. He scored 177 runs in this Test match.
No, I'm just amused with how early you've gone to your classic Daniel Norcross pessimism.
It's not pessimism. I mean, I'm just reading the game.
Well, England are doing well.
They're putting up some defiant shots.
Risk-free
in the first hour. Hazelwood is in. Oh, and that nearly is dragged back onto the stumps by Stokes. He's playing a defensive shot so late. Sometimes when you play it so late, the angle bad, it can come back onto the stumps. But he managed to just kick it away, make sure it didn't. Phil Long.
Ben Duckett's reached 1,000 Test runs in this innings.
Did he now?
Yeah, it's his 23rd innings for England. It's the 13th equal in terms of to reach that landmark playing for England.
And how many has he scored since his return to the side? Because he's got 2 phases of his career. The first one is entirely unfair, really. He's
in Asia,
too young,
6 years
too
ago.
young, opening the batting against off-spin on raging turners. Wasn't really his bag. As Hazelwood is into Stokes, who comes charging down the wicket, carves it through backward point. He'll get a couple of runs for this. As fielder runs round, Usman Khawaja from point. But interesting, I haven't seen much of that so far this morning. Stokes moves with it to 53 and England 4 for 170.
Yeah, we saw it in the first innings. I know you want to come back to your Ben Duckett numbers.
You're shutting down
Yeah,
Duckett.
I am actually, intentionally. And firstly on Duckett, yeah, he might have faced raging turners in Bangladesh, but there were flat pitches in India where Ashwin made a fool of him. So
yeah, that's true.
Let's not forget that.
No, but Ashwin makes a fool of many a man. Hazelwood into Stokes, who plays the front foot late into the gully region. There's no run, there's no pace in this pitch at all. And it's keeping a little low from Hazelwood, who's bowling at 87 miles an hour, but somehow, I mean, that was one of the slowest feeling 87 mile per hour balls I've ever seen.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, we've seen quite a few balls keep low from the nursery end. No, we saw it in the first innings as well. They fancy themselves in terms of leaving their crease and charging at Josh Hazelwood. You didn't see them do that against Stark or Cummins.
Hazelwood into Stokes. Stokes hits a bouncer and he just ducks beneath it. Goes through to the keeper. In beautiful bright sunshine, I should say. I don't think it will be beautiful bright sunshine shortly. There's a bank of high cloud, non-ominous cloud, but at the moment the sun is very bright.
It's shining on England this morning. haven't made too many mistakes. The only mistake came from umpire Ehsan Raza, who has not had a
hasn't had the best of games.
Yeah. Or series. I mean, there were a few overturned in Birmingham as well.
But I think he gets relieved after this, doesn't he? When
Joel Wilson comes in, doesn't he?
Oh, well, that should make all the difference. As Hazelwood is in. Stokes comes down the wicket again, gets into a tangle, defends, and then get back into his crease. Hazelwood just does a little kick at the ball, back at the stumps. Not sure this is quite the right ploy from Stokes.
Yeah, he's keeping Josh Hazelwood guessing.
Yes.
You saw it 3 deliveries ago. He came down and then Josh Hazelwood ball changed his length. That's what England want to do. They don't want Josh Hazelwood to just sit on a length. It's not that he's getting a lot of assistance. The ball is beginning to misbehave in terms of bounce.
They're polishing it vigorously.
But that's just Manus.
As Flem said at the start, they're polishing it really, really vigorously and then banging it in halfway down. As Hazelwood's in to complete the over, Stokes on strike down the leg side. Good take by Carey, diving away to his right at the end of the over on the Beaumont Pile scoreboard. England 4 for 170.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
SEN Test Cricket from Cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie.
Yeah, Ben Duckett's reached it 23 innings. Let me give you the names of 1 or 2 others who've reached it in that amount of time.
I'm looking forward to this. Green into Duckett, and it's short, wide outside the off stump, through to the keeper. He left it.
He left it.
5th leave. What a time to be alive.
5th leave.
5th leave of the innings?
Yes.
Of the whole innings?
Yeah, I've kept count.
Wow, that is woof.
I know. It's a new Duckett.
I mean, it's not Khawaja's 5 leaves in the first over, but it's getting there. Maybe he's learning.
It's changing. It's evolving.
Might have to be after this ball.
He'll be furious with himself now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not leaving this.
No, wherever this ball is, yeah.
Green in from round the wicket on the pavilion end in. Short again, pulled, but can't beat a sprawling square leg, and there is no run.
A few of these pull shots have hit the top of his bat. I will let you finish your Ben Duckett stat at some point.
I'm enjoying this. He's not played a good shot all innings, has he?
No, not really. Should have been out on 0. Cam Green had one ball get through his fingers.
I heard it was quite a difficult catch, that one, though.
It was.
I was
doesn't happen
trained to edge Baston when that happened. Green in. Duckett pushes into the offside square of the wicket, calls for the single. A little hesitation, but in the end, Stokes is happy to come through. Duckett to 80, England 4 for 171.
Yeah, other players who've reached 1,000 test runs in their 23rd innings. Javid Miandad, Michael Atherton, Michael Slater, Rahul Dravid, Sourav Ganguly, Kevin Peterson and Usman Khawaja.
How many Englishmen have hit 280-plus scores at a Lord's Test against Australia? We know that Atherton did, because we heard already 80 and 99, but it feels a relatively rare feat. As Green is into Stokes. Stokes pulls vigorously through mid-wicket. He's running away towards the boundary. It'll only be a single. I hope you don't signal for when you're umpiring as quickly as that. Bharat Sundaresan alongside
pick out the fielder.
4 for 172. Stokes to 54.
Save your legs, umpire. It's just 1 run.
Now, what's this clappage for? Anything in particular? Oh, yes, the target has gone below 200. Poor, foolish saps that they are. As if there is any relevance to that. Cameron Green into Duckett. It's always full delivery, and he guides it through backward point for a single. Waited for it. Plays it quite well. Moves to 81. So goes down towards the mound stand. Easy to remember the mound stand because it's got some tricksy architecture. Lords is very pleased with itself with all its architecture, but actually, if you look at the improved Edrich and Compton stand, it's very unpleasingly symmetrical.
Yeah.
To go to the other end, it really actually irks me. I mean, obviously I have certain OCDs, I imagine, but it doesn't quite work for me. Last ball of the over. Might it be drinks after this? We'll see as Stokes pushes into the offside. They go through for a quick single, shy at the stumps, hits. Stokes is bad, it runs away for a 2019 winning World Cup, does it? No. It's very similar, but it doesn't make it all the way down, and Stokes smilingly does not run. At the end of the over, do you know, it is going to be drinks, I'm delighted to say. After it, we're going to have a change of commentary. And England on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard with Stokes on 55 and Duckett on 81, a 4 for 174.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side-by-side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. An outstanding hour for England. They started at 4 for 114. They've added 60 runs across 14 overs. Stokes up to 55, Duckett up to 81. Adam Collins joining you, Bharat Sundaresan with me, our experts for Red Energy. Phil Long with us too. I love the English disposition, Bharat. Daniel, they're refusing to accept or acknowledge any chance of victory for them today. I've got a number of friends saying the same things on WhatsApp. They are not considering victory at this point. From their perspective, as long as they don't lose the test match in a session, then they'll maybe dare to dream a wee bit over lunch.
Oh, my favourite line ever written about the English came from Roger Waters, hanging on in quiet desperation. He said it's the English way, and that's exactly what they like doing. Oh, but Daniel Norcross is an extreme of that. I'll never forget the World Cup semi-final of 2019. We were on air together. England needed 40 odd in 24 overs with 9 wickets left, and he still thought England would find a way of losing. I don't even take that seriously anymore. Look, England have done what they wanted to do, which is not do anything ridiculous. We've come to expect them doing the ridiculous. They're in no hurry. Just seen off Stark and Cummins, and already we're seeing the role that Nathan Lyon has played for Australia for so long. Cummins, you think, would have turned to him within the first half hour for at least one spell. But not having Nathan Lyon, he just has no option but to rotate his fast bowlers around.
And that was always going to be a factor. The fact that England couldn't make Australia hurt the first time around was defining, until perhaps this morning. Can they do so here? Hazelwood starts the fresh hour. Bowls here to Stokes, who leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. So they reset with 2 slips, or a slip and a gully, if you like. Split cordon, deep backward point. That's Renshaw, the sub. They've got a long leg rather than a fine leg beneath the Allen stand. A deep backward square in front of the tavern. Mid-wicket conventionally, mid-on, wideish mid-off and a cover.
Hazelwood bowling really well to Stokes here. You can see Stokes is a little restless against him. He wants to come at him. Josh Hazelwood now back to over the wicket, not giving him anything.
To get him on the angle. Bowls here, Stokes using his feet and pushing the mid on. Quick single takes on Cummins, gets through. In the end, it was Duckett to the danger end, but got there comfortably. No direct hit in any case. Stokes up to 56, 4 for 175. That most important number on the bottom right-hand corner of the scoreboard here, 196. That's how far away England are. Watching a replay here for Tyre Power. Duckett did turn around mid-run. Oh, a main strive here. Tyre Power clean bowled savings.
Once again, Ben Stokes down the pitch at Josh Hazlewood. Yeah, so obviously they're missing Nathan Lyon. And we knew there would come a time that they would look longingly at the balcony.
With Duckett on strike, the fly slip goes back. Bouncer taken on by him. Out the deep backward square, gets plenty of it. Work to do by Travis Head. Gets there in the nick of time. Good piece of fielding. They get through for a couple. Duckett 83. 4 for 177. So they're going at better than 4 and over this morning, which will be a factor when it comes to the second new ball and just how much time Australia might get with it if it does get close.
If it does get close, yeah. But sticking with Australia, the one thing we've seen in the Cummins McDonald era, Adam, around the world is you don't panic. There was that period between 2019 to the end of 2021 that day fives didn't go Australia's way.
Hazlewood up, bowls again to Duckett. Short ball takes it on. Carey takes it. It's a screamer. Alex Carey diving up, pulling it down with his right mitt. The short ball has been the undoing of Ben Duckett. Caught behind for 83. Australia needed that. And it's Josh Hazlewood. The bouncer attack works again in this test match. 5 for 177. Hazlewood getting it spot on. Duckett couldn't help himself. Thick top edge. And there's Alex Carey, and what a celebration. Australia knew when they woke up this morning they were 2 weeks away from a fragile England lower order. And Duckett 17 away from a ton has thrown it away. Couldn't help himself.
Yeah, that's what Australia haven't been able to do to Duckett. Get that high bouncer, the quick bouncer, skid through the surface. Duckett was rushed, was in no position to play that shot. And Alex Carey, we've seen him pull off some great stumpings in this series. What a crucial catch. Just stuck his hand out. Maybe that footy background came in handy there.
It's a hanger in footy terms. Alex Carey playing his role here with 194 still left for England. Johnny Bairstow makes his way through the long room, passes Ben Duckett. Australia celebrating their first wicket of day 5 for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. And this will be quite the ovation for Bairstow. He's a loved man in these parts. Has a sketchy record at Lords, just the one test century. That's all the way back in 2016 against Sri Lanka. But we know what he can do on days 5 when the test is there to be won. 92nd test match. A record that we know well. Phil Long.
Yeah, that partnership at the end worth 132.
Yeah, I mean, Damien Fleming kept calling for that high bouncer, right? Bend your back, and that's what Josh Hazlewood did there. It's been a good start to the spell from him. We were just talking about Australia not panicking. They stuck to their guns, stuck to the short pitch plan to Ben Duckett, and it's worked yet again. But this is the pair, the British Bulldogs, the modern day British Bulldogs. I call them. Dynamite Kid is, I think, Johnny Bairstow. Ben Stokes to the British Bulldog.
We're going to get another look at this replay for Tyre Power clean bowled savings. As it's been for a number of the Englishmen and the Australians, to be fair, it's hooking at the wrong ball. That's the one to get under. But we know that Duckett's compulsive in that part of the ground. And for the second time in the test, he's thrown away the chance to raise the bat for a ton and plenty more. 2 slips in the gully to Bairstow. First ball placed out to mid-on where Cummins does the fielding. No run.
This is the game. Johnny Bairstow, you're right, he's become the people's champion. Like, he has a long net every morning, regardless of whether England are fielding or batting. And then he hangs around. Adam White and I have been spotting him every morning. Hangs around, signing autographs, posing for selfies. You could see in that ovation, but you could also see in the celebration from Josh Hazlewood on our television set. That meant a lot.
So Australia 1 wicket away from Stuart Broad. That's what it works out to be. Hazlewood delivers here. Bairstow leaves extravagantly. Long stride forward before shouldering arms. The successful over that Australia required. England 5 for 177. Duckett caught behind for 83. Stokes still there on 56. Bairstow yet to score. That's on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX-9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test Cricket live from Lords for Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's. In our first session for Drinkwise, remember, if having a drink, the Drinkwise. Getting a quick look at WinViz here. England got up into the 20s, and with the fall of Stokes down to 10%. Australia 89 for what it's worth.
And look who's back. Pat Cummins. We've seen this right through his captaincy. He knows when there is a moment to be seized, he brings himself back on. Bowled well. Without luck this morning.
New spell from the pavilion end where he did the damage yesterday. Up here to Ben Stokes, who takes him off the front pad out to deep square for an easy single. 57 for him, 5 for 178. Looking forward to the field they set here. Jeremy Coney jumping back in, our experts for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by Canstar JVC. How are you seeing it?
Yeah, Adam, I think the first thing is I'd have to say this is not baseball we're seeing from England today with the bat, particularly not that intensity that we've seen over the last 10 or so months. This is just good cricket, frankly. Yeah. And the second thing I would say, this is a pitch that looks to me slow, very slow, and flat. Today it looks flat. Not the same pitch as yesterday, which started to go up and down towards the end of the day. Think of the ball that dismissed route yesterday. So this is a different... I don't know whether it needs more sun on it, whether it needs to go out and, you know, spend a night out at a nightclub. Some would take the pitch out.
Cummins bowls here close to the stumps. Bairstow deflects out towards backward point where there's a fielder. That's the sub Harris, no run.
So that's why it's been difficult, I think, for the bowlers today when they've gone short. It's coming quite lazily from the surface of the pitch, and so that brought Duckett back into the game. What a good catch from Carey. Standing slightly leg side. Normally you look on the outside edge, don't you, as a keeper? You're standing across the off stump. He was just kind of leg side and timed the jump perfectly.
And Cummins back into the attack. 2 slips to the gully for Bairstow. Yet to get off the mark. Delivers here. Bairstow plays out towards cover for 1. Soft hands, well played. Wide of the man at mid-off. He's 1. 5 for 179 England. Not yet halfway there.
I think we're going to see when Bairstow is on strike a much more orthodox kind of field, a much more orthodox kind of length while he becomes established at the crease. This is the last partnership. Australia will know they are 1 wicket away from what is a long tail that England have. You know, who have you got? You've got Robinson, you've got Broad perhaps first, then Robinson, and then you've got Anderson and then Tongue. So there's not much there.
Cummins over the wicket, delivers to Stokes. Really short bouncer, should be a wide. I'm looking towards the square leg umpire there, umpire Gaffney. He taps his shoulder and says that's the one bumper. That should
that's
be a wide.
That is a wide. I mean, and they've got to be onto these things smartly, don't they? Because it makes a lot of difference. You get two and an over early on.
That's ridiculous.
That's miles.
Watching the replay for tyre power, the side-on replay, clean bowled savings, that's got a metre over his head.
You bowl 2 of those early on and you're over. The whole over changes from then on. You can't bowl anything up unless you're short at a batsman.
Cummins up, 3 catches in the cordon. Stokes leaves alone. All relies on Stokes now being there all the way through. If there any chance, Phil Long?
Yeah, very quickly. They've given 6 of those wides for height.
Yeah.
Which I think you're right. I think there's been more, hasn't there? But
there's been a lot. Well, even yesterday they weren't calling them at all either.
But maybe England bowled them slightly better yesterday?
Yep. I think that's probably fair to say. And Duckett, of course, is a very short stature, isn't he?
To the point you made, Jeremy, all the more impressive that Hazelwood got that up to Duckett
Absolutely.
as well. That was a threatening bouncer. There was no real bounce from this end earlier today. Cummins from the pavilion end towards us, towards Stokes to finish, and Stokes defends from the line of the off stump. End of. It's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sale on now. England 5 for 179. Stokes 57. Bairstow on 1.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Josh Hazelwood's delivered the Maccas I'm loving it moment of the session. Craving your favourites? Order via McDelivery on the My Maccas app. Text in here, no name on it. Are we sure Carey had control of his body there? Hazelwood in, bowls to Bairstow. Flicking through the onside, that's some shot. Beautifully played. All the timing in the world out to the grandstand. Bairstow his first boundary. 5 for 183. They're nearly halfway there.
It's a beautiful timer of the cricket ball, Johnny Bairstow. He might get out to that delivery at times, and a lot of bowlers do target the gap between bat and pad. It wasn't a really full ball, just lovely timing. There's a lot of class about the way Johnny Bairstow goes about his batting. It's not always just bass ball.
Fourth innings, tons of plenty for him last year. Two slips of gully. Hazelwood in, nursery end. Bairstow plays through the onside again, this time just in front of the square leg umpire for one. Fielding done by Renshaw, one of the two subs on the field. 5 for 184 England. Bairstow 6, 187 to go. Bairstow, Phil will run through. Century at Trent Bridge in a chase. Birmingham in a chase.
But he wasn't wearing the big gloves in those games, and as we've mentioned before, games where he wears the big gloves, he's only ever hit 100 in the first innings of the test.
Thank you, Phil Long. Good technical point.
Speaking of big gloves, Alex Carey is wearing the big gloves and having a great series.
Hazelwood up. Two back for the short ball when it comes to Stokes. Delivers here. It's full and he beats him outside the line, up the slope. Beautifully bowled after hitting the seam. Just where Hazelwood wants to be, in his channel, on his terms.
It's been a very good spell, this one too. Ben Stokes from Hazelwood.
Would Bairstow have taken the Carey catch?
He had a chance yesterday to do it, yeah.
I don't know.
He mistimed the jump yesterday.
I would say improbable.
Yeah.
We all love Johnny, but let's deal in the art of the realistic. He would have found that hard to drag it down. Slipping a gully, Hazelwood bowls to Stokes and he plays with soft hands out past Green. Hard to do when Green's moving to his left. Gets one. 58 for him, 5 for 185. Also text us in on 0433 98 11 16. Perfect time to turn the radio up or get the app going, sync it up with the telly. 25 past 9 on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Had a message in from Bob Stensold a moment ago. Loving the call, guys. He was the state MP for Burwood for over a decade. 8833 in New Zealand, of course, as well.
Any MPs sending messages there?
I don't know. I don't think many people are they? I'm wondering whether I just don't do any more of those.
Hazelwood to Bairstow again, and he drives out to wideish bit off, straight out the middle of the bat, but ends up with the fielder position there for that very shot.
Just keep rotating the ones we've done.
I like your videos, though. I mean, I think next week at Leeds we can...
We can
push
it's
the
time for a
boat
song.
out.
It's time for another song or perhaps a poem, I think.
Song.
Okay.
Do you still have your cover band on Friday nights?
Yeah, definitely.
What pub is it at?
Well, it's not at a pub. It's at a kind of a restaurant-y kind of thing. There is a bar there. Yeah.
We'll be in New Zealand next year, I'm sure. When Australia are there, we'll come and watch you play. Hazelwood to finish here. Bowls to Bairstow, who drives again. Doesn't quite middle that one, though. Mid-off rather is where it ends up. 48 overs gone, 5 for 185. They're 186 away from their victory target with Stokes 58, Bairstow 6. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5K. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5K sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas as Cummins starts a fresh over, running in from the pavilion end to Stokes. Two slips in the gully. He hits him in the midriff, maybe in the box. We saw Stokes hit in the box on the final day at Lord's 4 years ago. a meme that continues to go around and around and around again when he self-commentated what had actually happened. I think he's okay. Message in as well here from Dominic Malacy, who's the recruiting manager at the Western Bulldogs Footy Club. It's an inside edge onto the box. But I think he's okay. Took pace off it. I nearly drove the car off the road when Duckett got out.
Oh, well done.
Listening to the call.
I think it just hit him on the arm there, didn't it, Jeremy? Just below his elbow.
So it was arm on, so I thought it was inside edge. Okay. And that's watch back for tyre power. Cummins again, up over the wicket, bowls to Stokes off his hip, out to deep square leg for 1. Stokes 59, 5 for 186, which means they're more than halfway there. They may well still be living on a prayer, though. 185 to go. Back to Bairstow.
Important passages of play, these, aren't they, now? These transactions taking place while Bairstow tries to establish himself at the crease. A very dangerous player, let's be quite clear about that, and could steer or help steer England into a position of sort of more comfort than they are at the moment. But, you know, also the chance of getting out early. 2 slips gully, orthodox field.
Trying to get him in the cordon or on the front pad. Bowls here, just back of a length, and Bairstow's able to help it down to backward point, no run. So they've only got one man back, fine leg. It's a 5-4 field. Haven't seen many fields with quicks bowling in the test with one man back. It's been more the fly slip than the second slip.
Yeah, it was a bit farcical at times yesterday afternoon, wasn't it, Jeremy? At least good to see normal cricket back.
Normal, transmission resumed.
Yeah. Yes. Pat Cummins, second over of the spell, recognized this, like you have, Jeremy, as being the pivotal moment, not just for this game, but for the rest of the Ashes.
Up here is the captain, Cummins, bowls here to Bairstow, defending right under his eyes. Good technique. How's this? Simon and George are enjoying the commentary on a plane between Brisbane and Perth.
Oh, wow.
That's got to take some doing. Looking back to our boss in the back of the box, I have no idea how they've done that on a plane. All the fun of the fair. Brad, who's listening in New Zealand, a freezing night, a freezing snowy winter night.
Yeah.
I love having a Kiwi in the box.
Good man.
8833 in New Zealand, 0433 98 11 16. Sync the commentary to your telly. Cummins bowls, Bairstow pulls for the first time, gets it in front of square, out towards Father Time, it goes for 4. His second boundary into double figures. He'll build in confidence with that as well. 5 for 190 England.
Yeah, the first boundary he got through mid-wicket last over was a beauty. You know, a lovely time stroke and up the hill here at Lord's. That one was a bit easier from Cummins, actually. Right. Didn't get the pace. Everything's being taken out of this ball. It's almost as if all the air goes out of it when it hits the wicket at the moment with a short ball. That's provoked a change in the field. Man goes out to cover that. Still wants to bowl the short ball.
Cummins up to finish his 14th over. Bairstow past the inside edge into the gloves of Carey. Tried to drive through cover where they left a gap for him. So the end of 49, 5 for 190. Stokes 59, Bairstow 10. And our coverage is for Henley Holmes. Win your way to the 2023 ICC Men's World Cup. Henley.com.au.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Our first sessions for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, we've had Bharat jump out. We've had Phil Long from Wisden Cricket Monthly jump in, our experts for Red Energy. Hazelwood away from us at the nursery end. Delivers here to Stokes. Over the wicket, pushing out to cover, no run. Phil, that was the wicket they needed. And they're now 1 away from Stuart Broad, and they'll sense that.
Yeah, look, ominously long tail for England, as we know. It's mildly ironic that Ollie Robinson declared Australia had 3 number 11s after the first test. England have got 4. Robinson can hold a bat. I imagine Broad will probably come in at 8 as he did in the first innings to have a futile whack. Robinson will be stodgier in at 9. if one of these two is still with him, then he'll try and get in behind it.
And Robertson's a better player. Hazelwood bowls and Stokes defence. I mean, pound for pound, he's a better batter these days, isn't he?
I would prefer to see Robinson in at 8 here.
Me too.
In these circumstances.
Definitely.
Broad did get hit in the first innings in the jaw, wasn't it? So that'll be a factor for Australia. I'm sure they'll go upstairs straight away.
As soon as Broad comes out, it sort of reduces the game to a sort of circus sideline, really, and it irritates me a little bit. And I just think they'll bombard him and he'll just spoon one up in the air. I think Robinson would play the situation better and be a foil for one of these two.
Hazelwood up from the nursery end to Stokes, who plays with the outside part of the bat, just behind point for one off the front foot. Moves to 60 from 121 balls. So nothing Bazball about the captain's effort so far. He just wants to get them somewhere within striking distance. 5 for 191. They did that at Leeds in last year, wasn't it? No, not Leeds, rather, Trent Bridge. They were 160 away with the session to go.
Right, yeah.
5 down with these two, and they obviously did something stunning on that afternoon, hauling it down in 16 overs, going at 10s.
Yeah.
But this just feels so very, very different.
Yeah, and look, just as they explored this idea of this persistent bumper barrage yesterday, moving out of their comfort zone, they're doing the same thing here as well. There is a bit more versatility to this creed than maybe it was initially given credit for.
Hazelwood to Bairstow, who turns into the onside no run. I remember on that occasion, famously, Stokes said to Bairstow after the first ball of the session, I don't want you pulling any balls into the turf, I want them all going into the grandstand. So,
yeah.
And he hits 8 sixes in about half an hour.
Yeah, it was wild. Conditions were in their favour in that particular game. It was flat as you could get and short boundary as well on the leg side, and New Zealand rather lost their way for that half an hour. This is a different scenario entirely. This will be nip and tuck.
Hazelwood in, approaching Bairstow on 10, wider of the crease. Bairstow driving at the middle of the bat. He started pretty well, Jeremy, in terms of his defensive strokes, finding fielders.
Not too bad. He's just starting. I can see Hazelwood trying to zero in on that front pad of Bairstow. He's looking to just close the face slightly. He had a lovely boundary, as I mentioned, an over or two ago, through mid-wicket for 4. They've closed that off, and they've brought the man from just in by the umpire to straighter into mid-wicket. And he's looking to play across it more. And if he doesn't hit it and hits that pad, he's in with a chance here.
That's what he's trying to do. Hazelwood the finish. Bairstow soft hands under his eyes defensively. He's 10, Stokes to 60. England 5 for 191. They're 180 runs away, and that's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
Keep the text coming in, 0433 98 11 16. Amazing listening to Jeremy Coney in the commentary box, says Rob, a great unbiased commentator who I enjoyed watching play in the 80s. There you go.
Is that from New Zealand? Rob from New Zealand?
Well, I don't know. It might be Rob in Australia.
Of course it could.
Your new overstarts from Cummins, defended by Stokes into the offside no run. Your unbiased nature. We all are here on our coverage. Andy on the mower. Big shout out. Muzza in Geelong. SEN is sensational. Cheers, Andy on the mower. And Luke in Melbourne. My dad and I are sitting on the runway at Athens Airport after being at Lord's for the previous 4 days. We're both nervous.
I hope he's in the plane. We can't just sit. Hey? Heavens above.
Imagine leaving morning 5 of a test match. Got to see it through. I had a couple of mates leave this morning as well. What are they thinking? Stokes facing Cummins. Bowls here, and Stokes defends again. The fact that it's only 25 quid to get in, that's 105 quid cheaper than the cheapest ticket on any day of the test so far, which is outrageous. But it does mean that a whole bunch of people are getting a chance today, which otherwise wouldn't have been the case. And it does feel more full and more active, Phil.
Right, absolutely. And it happened last year as well when English cricket decided day 5 was going to be free. And then rode back from that, of course, because, there are not too many free lunches in English cricket. But you did get a different sort of person, different demographic. People who were honoured and thrilled to be there rather than thinking that it's their innate right.
Cummins bowls and Stokes plays off his hip for 1. It's the 61, 5 for 192. And there was that report the ECB commissioned this week into inequity and racism in cricket in the UK, and it did point to not only race being a hurdle, but class as well.
Race, gender, class. Yeah, a three-headed monster in this country. We have 3 months for the ECB to formulate their recommendations. Over 4,000 people came forward to contribute to this inquiry.
Bairstow facing Cummins. Hasn't seen much of him as yet. 2 slips the gully, and Bairstow defends with soft hands. Green as always in the gully, launching across, cutting off a run. There was an excellent segment on Sky Cricket yesterday. It's on their podcast feed. I can recommend, which went into the report, which Mike Atherton, who has been part of our SEN coverage before, helmed, and kind of the overarching point was this is a desperately needed piece of work.
Oh, for sure. It's 20 years out, beyond its time. It should have really been addressed long ago, but it's always been a rather complacent game here, a game that battens down the hatches. Thankfully, the awakening has come.
Cummins to Bairstow, short ball. Well, it's nothing to do with it. I heard the Prime Minister asked about it on radio yesterday. The UK Prime Minister did BBC at lunch, and that was a big part of the conversation as well. So it's being recognised at the highest level straight away.
Yeah, and Sunak, the PM, has already spoken to the bosses at the ECB. Claire Connor will be overseeing it, unimpeachable character, who will have experienced her own challenges and obstacles as a woman trying to make her way in the game. It's absolutely essential. Stokes as well spoke very well before this game on it.
Cummins bowls to Bairstow to finish and plays defensively under his eyes again. Cummins kicks it up to himself. 1, 2, 3, 4 and catches it. The crowd like that. We all like that. What a talented, gifted player he is. 5 for 192 at the end of the over. Stokes 61, Bairstow 10 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. It's like Kirtley Ambrose.
Smooth. Ange Postecoglou. He was here, wasn't he, day 2? Big Ange.
Paulie, I assume we're at an ad.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League, and subscribe today.
Cameron Green gets his second opportunity of the morning, bowled 3 overs from the pavilion end, now spun around to the nursery end, replacing Hazelwood, ran the wicket, bowls to Stokes. First ball's a short one. Stokes gestures to pull, but pulls out at the end. We've got a message in from Craig in Lara, sitting poolside in Dubai, 41 degrees in the heat, listening with uncertainty with Stokes still in. Just happy the Saints got up against the Eagles. Well, yeah, I can understand that. Jake in Townsville, a great calling lad. Thoughts on what the score needs to be to tip it in England's favour, Phil? When are they within striking distance with 5 down?
Oh, they need another 100 with these two together before I start getting really in bits.
How's this?
There's a long way to go. They'll be fine, don't worry about it, folks.
Angie in Cairo is sinking with the telly. I wonder how she's doing that. He's Green bowling and Stokes pulling with control out to deep square leg. There are 3 men set back for the short ball. He's 62 with the single, 5 for 194. So they're in Egypt with the telly. Unfortunately, also sinking with my husband, Ed from Leicester. Tense times at home. Thanks for your commentary. Another message in about Jeremy. Enjoyed his innings back in World Series cricket. Chasing down 297 against England, which in those days seemed like a minor miracle. That's from Kevin in West Auckland. Jeremy, we spoke about that last week, didn't we?
Did you? I hope I was listening.
I interviewed about it.
Could we perhaps do that again?
I interviewed about it for the podcast, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
With your Richard Hadley down the order.
Hazelwood has had a good spell, hasn't he? 5 overs, 1 for 12. He's done a good job here from the nursery and now replaced by Green.
Fly slip back, 3 out on the leg side. Green to Bairstow, the bumper barrage to begin with a short ball that he gets underneath. We know exactly what Green's there for right now.
Couldn't be more impressed with Stokes, considering everything that we were coming into this game on the back of. He saw his top order collapse. He played cold-hearted cricket, if you like, in the first innings, and he's looked in complete control of the situation here.
Green in, our end, bowls to Bairstow, ducks another bouncer, not quite accurate enough.
He's on 62. I think he might have been on 61 when Jack Leach joined him 4 years back at Leeds.
And thus commenced the most spectacular conclusion to a test match ever played. But again, that might be a bit much to ask for. Well, what do you need to become a Saint? Is it 3 miracles or 2?
Well, he's already got 2 under his belt.
He's got the World Cup final. He's got Leeds. If he pulls it off here, despite all his misdemeanours or worse, he might get... he'll receive some kind of honour. Probably a knighthood when he's done.
Bat pad and Adam.
Sure is. So green bowls, short ball, Bairstow again. Ducks early. I think that's a good strategy here. He isn't even considering playing at the ball. He's got a plan.
Yeah, exactly. Don't think he's played one yet. Is he in anger against the short ball?
No. The first over, they've really gone to them. Before that, it was 2 slips in a gully for Bairstow. Last text before I jump out of here. Very relatable from Ben in Mount Martha. Mrs. and the kids are asleep on the couch. I'm pacing up and down the hallway with SEN in my ears. Thank you, Ben. Even though Australia are well ahead in the test, I get it. I understand where he's coming from, Ben. Green to finish, and Bairstow ducks once more. That was closer to the body. Oh, and it's... Oh. Well, there's a shout for a run out. Oh, now, that's going to be very interesting. Oh, no. Upstairs we go. Bairstow's out here. Bairstow's gone wandering down the track after the ball landed with Carey. And like you might see in junior cricket, Carey's thrown the ball onto the stumps, standing back, and it's immediately been sent upstairs. The question is, was the ball dead? Murray Erasmus, the third umpire, boy, oh boy, what a decision he has to make. If the ball wasn't dead, if that's the decision made by the third umpire, Bairstow's gone, because he was way out of his crease. But the only decision that Murray Erasmus has was the ball dead, was the over complete. Phil Long, Jeremy Coney, we have a few minutes ahead of us here. Your first impression, Phil?
Right. I imagine the finger's going up here. I think the finger's going up here. Carey will say he was still in the moment. Carey was simply completing the play.
Oh, he's walked out early.
Oh, he's walked out early.
He's walked out early.
Oh, yes, he's walked out.
I mean, it's all going to be about the central umpire, Ushan Raza. Did he call over?
Yeah,
Cameron Green still in his follow-through. There's no doubt about Bairstow being out of the crease. Bouncer, and he leaves the crease for no particular reason, so marking his gut. He assumes it's the end of the over.
Has he called over, though? He's...
The umpire, square leg umpire, will actually appoint that he's actually walking in ready to commence the next over. But
and that's Chris Gaffney, who calls for it upstairs. My sense is this is going to be given out. We're on the screen, it's given out.
Yeah.
It's a moment of controversy at Lords. The crowd are booing. We thought yesterday got people fired up around the cricketing world. Well, buckle up. This is going to be something. Bairstow's walking off the field for 10. This is going to be a moment that goes around the world. 6 for 193. It's in the book. The crowd are angry. Run out by Alex Carey. Bairstow drifting out of the crease. The assessment of Murray Erasmus is that it comes before the over was officially complete and therefore the ball was live. We'll take a break. Daniel Norcross to pick up commentary. Our coverage is for Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's. Bharat, our umpire, with us too.
Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5,000. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5,000 sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's and the boos you can hear ringing out because Australia have just run out Johnny Bairstow off the last ball of the over because he wandered out of his crease, and it obviously it doesn't feel right to people watching because the ball went straight through to the keeper. Bairstow's just straight at the ground and then he's walked out. He wasn't obviously going for a run or anything of that sort, but if the umpire hasn't called over, then he's out of his ground, and if the stumps are knocked over at that time, then he's out. Bairstow can't quite believe it. The Aussies are cock-a-hoop, and now we get into spirited cricket territory, which I despise, and the so-called home of cricket, and people are going to be moralising about this for all eternity.
Well, the crowd here is going off, isn't it? About that this is not reasonable, this is not cricket. Well, it is, I'm afraid.
It is, yeah.
And you follow the rules, just the same as Australia had to handle a little one last night about the rules.
Start of a new over, Cummins into Stokes with the game almost won as a result of that wicket, and Stokes pushes it into the onside, gets a single, brings Broad onto strike. It isn't look, that I was here last September for the run out of the non-strikers end of Dipti Sharma. She did it to Charlie Dean, and I had to explain at the time to people on air that, strictly speaking, within the laws of the game, she was perfectly entitled to do that, because Charlie Dean was out of her ground. And here, just watching this, I guess we see the square leg umpire.
They're showing the whole over, basically, like what Johnny Bairstow does.
The end of each ball.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Now, the difference here is that the square leg umpire or point umpire started to walk in just as the ball was being underarmed.
But he doesn't call over.
If it's not called over, then
it's not that
the ball
Johnny
is live.
Exactly. And the ball isn't dead till the umpire deems it to be. And in this case, he's collected the ball, and he's not even... What, are England walking off? I don't know, Stuart Broad and Ben Stokes have...
No, they're not walking off. Let's be quite clear about that. People listening at home, they've come to have a chat. It'll inflame the crowd, but it's within the laws of the game. It's just a pretty useless way to get a wicket.
And this is a different Lord's crowd today, isn't it? These are people who've paid to get in. Yeah,
that's true. Cummins in, that's short, played off the back foot well by Broad into the offside. He then very performatively keeps his bat behind the crease. He's going to play the pantomime villain here. It's going to be fun. I mean, look, fair play to Carey for thinking of it. Most other people wouldn't have done. It just feels like a pretty manky way to get a wicket.
No, but it's within the laws. Keepers do it all the time.
The rules.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be interested just to see it. How long did Carey actually hold the ball in his gloves? It's very quick, I think you'll find.
It is.
Yeah, I agree.
It is.
Cummins in round the wicket to Broad, gets a short ball. She fends away and rolls down towards
that hurt him.
The deep third. They haven't gone through for the single for some reason. Don't know why.
I think it just easy.
The helmet. Is Broad now just refusing to do anything? Is it?
No, I think that hit his helmet.
Yeah.
Right. Figuring out.
So yes, he says it's hit my head, so I need a concussion look.
And a lot of people listening to this.
Sorry, quick look on the replay screen. And
it's turned away.
Turned away. It's hit him on the grill.
Same spot where
he still could have got a run for it for taking evasive action, but he decided against it. It's a glancing blow, in fairness, because his head was turned all the way around to the wicket-keeper and it's just bounced off the grill.
A lot of people listening to this, maybe English fans, will say there's no way of getting a wicket, but that's the most instinctive thing you do as a wicket-keeper. You collect the ball, and it's not that you'd see it more in one-day cricket because batters are always trying to leave the crease and there could be that chance of a single. It's not that it's not a smart piece of wicket-keeping. It's not a clever piece of wicket-keeping where Alex Carey gets a couple of seconds to think and see what's happening, and he throws the ball. He collects the ball and he throws it literally in one motion, which also tells you the ball is in play, the ball isn't dead. So it's just a brain fade from Johnny Bairstow, and I really don't understand why. I understand the frustration.
You know why they're booing. Come on.
I mean,
don't be disingenuous. It's perfectly obvious why the crowd is booing.
No. You didn't let me finish my point, Daniel. I'm not saying I understand why they're booing, but I don't get why everybody else is either. It's like Stuart Broad has walked out and shaken his head, like as if they pulled the rabbit out of the hat. They did not.
Well, no. Again, I mean, there's a fairly good reason for that, which is that he knows they're going to lose the game, so now he's trying to create a moral high ground, which is what happens all the time in cricket, especially between these two teams who are particularly splendid at drawing different lines about where morality persists. They've both got previous at it. There's another short ball at the head of Broad, well bowled by Cummins, is fended away into the offside. I mean, this is all part of the pantomime nonsense of the Ashes.
It is, but yeah,
but you can't. That's a piece almost of under 15s cricket, isn't it? Really,
that's the point.
To really, as a batsman, he ducked under it. He knew it was the last ball of the over. And he just wandered out. What's wrong with waiting for another 10 seconds?
Well, that's all.
It would. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. That's all it would have taken. Cummins in, another short ball, which is fended away, and they've gone through for a single off the fifth ball of the over, which makes no sense because it didn't go through for a previous one. And this booing will go on because what it will do now is the English crowd are trying to make themselves believe that an injustice has been performed, so they can deal with the humiliating blow of being thrashed in the second Test match and take that to Headingley.
Yeah, and believe it was on the verge of victory.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, because there's nothing.
How many required?
Every
176.
Every country is like this, but you know, the English particularly. We're still going on about the hand of God of Maradona in 1986. So you know, everybody likes to feel aggrieved. It's like the rest of the world is still outraged that England won the World Cup on boundary countback. So sport is full of people who enjoy being aggrieved. It's part of it. Cummins in, and Stokes just guides this ball to backward point for a single. He gets to keep strike at the end of the over. Stokes to 64. 53 overs gone. At the end of it, crowd still booing. The Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England is 6 for 196.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. McFeast is back at Maccas. Now, our wickets are with Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives. I've got to say, I don't think this particular crowd is celebrating
nothing. They won't celebrate anything for a while. But just going back to it, look, we spent the whole morning talking about the Mitchell Stark catch that wasn't to be.
As Green starts a new over, rather loping in. Short. The bat flies out of Stokes' hand as he tries to smash it into the tavern stand. Misses it, needless to say, and the bat travels about 15 yards to a leg gully position where it's retrieved by Carey. At the moment Carey does anything now, he's being booed. How long do you think? I think the English crowd will be able to keep this going for as long as the match continues.
Oh, yeah. I'm just happy the bat flew behind the wicket and not in front of the wicket. I don't know whether Ben Stokes would have left his crease to come collect the bat.
That counts as a stumping. It was a stumping, not a run out, yeah?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That's a stumping.
That's right. I don't know, the Cameron Green would appreciate that.
That'd be a rare stumping off Cameron Green, I think. Short, walloped, out over into the mound stand for 4. So Stokes is obviously now going to go into a different gear.
Yep.
He's not going to be able to do it. He's not going to be able to pull off the Headingley trick because there's 171 needed to win, and when he started doing this at Headingley, it was about 80 odd, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he's made his intentions clear. But just to finish on that, we spent the entire morning talking about the interpretative nature of cricket laws. What happened with Johnny Bairstow? It's not that there's no grey matter involved with that.
Right.
In more ways than one.
200 up for England, 6 for 200, short again, he goes again, and it's 4 again, out through a deep square leg, along the ground. Sorry, I'm just channeling Nasser Hussain. And it's a no ball. So 9 runs have come off the last ball.
Whatever happens from here, it won't take too long.
It won't take too long. As long as it takes long enough for me to get my butter chicken, because, ladies and gentlemen, the lunch today looks fantastic. There's a butter chicken, there's vegetable curry, there are sort of ersatz poppadoms, which I believe, Phil Long, you're very happy about because you could use them to widen the plate.
Yeah, oh yes, by I reckon about 60%, yeah.
Stokes to 72, England 6 for 205.
Ben Stokes had gone 80 minutes without hitting a boundary, and then he's hit 2 in 2 balls.
Yeah, he's gone into different gear now. And
Stuart Broad is loving the crowd. He just pointed at Pat Cummins and said, listen to what they're saying.
There's peril here, of course, but it's the right choice. He goes again. Where the hell heck's that gone? Out towards deep mid-wicket, along the ground. I missed that one, as did deep square leg. So he's not run.
Yeah. They're not even taking singles anymore.
How many balls left in the over? It's 2 after this.
Yeah. This is fun, and Stuart Broad just once again telling Pat Cummins, see, listen to what everybody's saying, that's what we feel. Pat Cummins is just smiling.
Yep. Oh, it's the theatre of this is marvellous. As Short outside the off stump goes through wide, and so he couldn't pull it to the onside. No run.
He's loving it, Stuart Broad.
Yeah, this is perfect for him.
This is perfect for him. So the whole crowd is going, same old Aussies.
Yeah.
Always cheating. That chant that I haven't been able to get out of my head since Edgbest in 2019. Stuart Broad saying, listen to them, Patrick. That's what we think of you right now.
Well, Broad, is that how you want to win the Ashes?
Yeah.
You know, it's basically doing the bodyline trick on them. You know. There's a shot. This has been hammered again, and it's gone for fourth straighter through mid-wicket on this occasion. The third boundary of the over. 6 for 209. I urge you, Australians back home, do not be nervous. You've got 162 runs to play with in the weakest tail in world cricket.
And Josh Hazlewood did not pick that up at all. He's at a straightish deep mid-wicket. He didn't move. There was no time to move. Ben Stokes is just throwing all his weight behind. He's not been 100% fit this morning, Ben Stokes. He's been struggling in between wickets.
Green in again, and this is guided to backward point off the fifth ball of the over, which will bring Broad onto strike to face one last ball of this Green over, with England 6 for 210, Stokes 77. Oh, sorry, that was the last ball of the over. I beg your pardon, and on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, England 6 for 210.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
So a gentleman has launched his boat and his winch strap has snapped.
Yes.
And he's lost his boat and it's now on the ramp. So what I recommend to do is you've got the strap on your winch, just cut a bit off if it's starting to get wear and tear and start again. Pull it on and it's going to save you a heap of dramas when your boat falls off at the ramp.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back and the Boos are back. And there are four men back on the leg side boundary. Deep fine leg, deep backward square, deep forward square, deep mid-wicket. We know what's going to happen here. Short ball's going to be banged in. But it's a little bit further to hit a six. You've got to, actually, the going uphill is often not really understood because you've got something like a 10-foot drop from one side to the other. So you do actually have to get a lot more elevation when you go towards the grandstand. Cummins in, short, very high and wide signal. Well, Sundaresan at point. The square leg on purpose standing at point. 6 for 211. Stokes, of course, doesn't have to keep going like this. He can let some of them go. We're bringing a new expert in the commentary box. Well, we can all muck in together. Let's bring Fleming in. As Cummins is into Stokes. Oh, his ball near dropped. I mean, I say dropped. It would have been one of the more spectacular catches of Cummins' own bowling. There was a strapple, a straight pull, short into the ground, and he whacked it at Cummins, who in his follow-through got poleaxed by it. He did get hands to it. Now we'll look on the replay screen with tyre power, clean bowled savings in a moment. And it's whacked straight back at him, and he got his right hand to it, then collapsed to the ground, and the crowd are loving all of that. Anything that has an Aussie on the floor. Ooh. And our butter chicken accessorising bands are here. I'm so excited. We just really could do with England lasting till 1:15. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? I think we can all agree on that. All agree on that because the lunch looks too good. Cummins into Stokes. Stokes, tries to evade a short ball and lets hit him in the head. Oh, careful. He's picked it up and thrown it back to Cummins, almost like he's challenging him.
That's interesting. You've got to ask.
Yeah. I mean, is that obstructing the field now? He's handled the ball, gone. Is that right?
Handled the ball's gone.
So that would be obstructing the field, wouldn't it?
He's fired up, but I reckon don't do that again.
Oh, actually, no, I think he's willing them to get him out that way because he knows they're not going to win, and this way he's got even more of the moral high ground in inverted commas. Round the wicket comes Cummins. Short, pulled by Stokes out towards deep square leg, and he's going to walk a single. The throw's going to come in the non-striker's end. He better hurry up. And it hits him. And now, are they going to appeal for obstructing the field now? That'll be fun.
But it's good. The
One
Aussies need to attack his end.
Yes.
Make him run every run.
6 for 2, 1, 2.
Really struggling, isn't he?
3 balls left, though, in this over for Broad to face.
Ben Stokes has got history here for out obstructing the field against Australia in a one-dayer.
He has, hasn't he?
Yes.
Remind us.
20...
Oh, it was his hand. The ball was thrown back at him, and he put his hand up instinctively to protect his face. I thought he was a bit unlucky.
That's a bit different. Yeah.
We need that twist today, don't we?
And he was given out, though. He was given out obstructing the field.
There might be one more decision like that.
3 balls in this over for Broad to face. Survive only so I get my butter chicken. Cummins in, right arm, round the wicket, short down the leg side, and Broad moves inside it with the keeper. And now I think Broad at the end of every over is saying, am I allowed to move yet? Am I allowed to move yet?
He's asking everyone.
He's being
short leg, silly point.
I'm not going to say precisely what he's being because it's a family show, but he's being something that
He's being Stuart Broad.
that ends with CK. Might have an I in it somewhere. And he's enjoying his play. He's being his best self, actually.
Yeah.
This is firing him up as much as anything else. As Cummins rocks in once more. Broad gets one down the leg side. There's an appeal to caught behind, and Gaffney's not interested. I think that came off Broad's rear, was my original feeling. It's a good take by Carey, diving away to his right, but Cummins is not interested. Carey's not interested. The booing is for everything now. It's this indiscriminate, equal opportunities booing.
What are they chanting?
Same old Aussies always cheating.
Oh, okay.
And Stuart Broad's like pointing at Pat Cummins and saying, "You hear that? That's what I'm going to say as well." He's laughing.
Did he do it?
Yeah, a few times.
Yeah.
He said like, "You hear that? That's
Last
for you."
ball of the over, and after that we've got
Maybe get inside the line and knock back away here. Might be a good idea.
Cummins in. And he evades a sharp bouncer that flies.
Oh, yeah, I'd have a go. Run him out.
And Broad is staying with his back behind the crease, and he's staying in this pose. This is marvellous performative villainy. At the end of the over, England a 6 for 2, 1, 2.
Should have run him out.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. Cameron Green is in the attack.
Short. Stokes is just going to keep taking it on, isn't he?
Yep, all the field back on the leg side as per. And a deep backward pointers. Green is in, and Stokes whacks this straight down the ground. Should get a couple for it. Oh, a misfield from Hazelwood, to the delight of the crowd, the Edric stand, and indeed all round the ground. They're all standing, baying and booing. They're able to cheer and boo simultaneously, which is quite the effort.
You actually didn't need to say he misfielded. You could hear it, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Stokes to 82 with that boundary.
Jeez, he's hitting him.
Hit it straight through long on.
Hitting him hard. He's getting into that just T20 mode now.
Yeah, like a
dangerous
batter. Green in again. He does not go with this one. It's a bit too high and wide is signalled.
Gee, I don't know about that one.
How many wides have we had? Individual wides.
But not
match?
when England bowled, though. There is a distinct difference between when England bowled and Australia's bowled.
Well, that's because England are terribly lucky, aren't they?
And just
but that one didn't actually look too high. Oh, they're replaying it, aren't they? The misfield.
Yes, they'll be good here. They'll do that over and over again. Short. Oh. He's got elevation on this, and it's going to go all the way into the mound stand. 6 for Stokes. His intention is very, very clear. England 6 for 223. Stokes to 88.
They're not going to get there in singles. Mm-hmm. Stokes is going, I'm going to clear the boundary as many times possible and actually what it's done, it's just got him into real assertive batting, isn't it? Clearing that front leg.
It's got him into beast mode, basically.
It is. And it's when he's at his best, he's fired up this crowd. Oh, the crowd catch goes down.
Green into Stokes. Short again. Now, where's this gone? Where's this gone? Oh, it's gone for 6 more. Stark has dropped it over the line. There's serious Trent Bolt vibes going on here. Lords. Stokes moves to 94.
It's insane batting. Stark didn't have enough time to look where the boundary was it? He was thinking about trying to catch it and stop it from going in. That wasn't as good a bounce. He was already inside the line.
See on the replay screen, Stark, I think, could have done a bit better with that.
There's only one method, isn't it, to bowl short. I think they can get funkier with the field.
Okay, Green in. Stokes
he's hit.
It's gone high again. That could be it. That could be his 100. It is. The umpire's arms go up. He's got to 100 with 6, 6, 6. It's almost certainly in a losing cause, but there'll be some chills going through some Aussie veins here. Stokes raises his bat to the crowd. It's been an innings of great defiance, unlike the rest of his teammates, who many of them given their wicket away. He has stood alone in this innings.
What a magic player, though, isn't it? Like, even a couple of times with the ball, he's limping in, and he got a couple of big wickets in the first Test match. And now, as captain, there's been some controversial incidences last night and this morning. Australia just basically bowling bounces every ball, but the pitch is not too fast, not too bouncy, and Stokes taking full toll of Cam Green here. This has been a brilliant 100.
Stokes has gone from 64 to 100 in 13 balls.
13 balls.
Green in, and he just chops on this and plays it out to deep mid-wicket and walks through for a single, gets in. With the intention there being to keep strike at the start of the next over. Broad will have to survive 1 ball. We've had 3 sixes, a 4, a wide and a single. So 24 off this over.
It's exhilarating stuff. They're going to have to come up with another plan. The ground's not big enough when Ben Stokes is deciding to hit a 6 with every short ball. And they're not getting a lot of deliveries at Broad. So straight at the stumps, try and knock him over. Get the nervous tail in.
Well, Stokes' calculation here is that his tail can probably survive about 25, 30 balls between them. So if he can keep them to sort of 2 balls per over, then he needs to win this in 15 overs. I know it sounds crazy, but that will be his calculation, I'm sure of it, as Green is into Broad, who evades the bouncer, goes through on a bounce through to the keeper, Carey. That's the end of a spectacular over. 3 sixes in it, and Stokes is 100. At the end of it, England are 6 for 236.
You'll be giggling like a baby with these fantastic offers on baby essentials only at Chemist Warehouse. There's Goat Baby Bamboo 480 wet wipes, $11.49. Try Brower Baby and Child Immunity Support 100ml, $15.69. Support Bubs with Happy Day or Night Toddler Milk 600 gram, $19.99. And new Rite Aid Baby Nasal Aspirator, $39.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas and a booing Lords. England's captain Ben Stokes has just brought up a scintillating 100 with 3 sixes and a 4. He's gone into beast mode ever since Johnny Bairstow was, well, controversially as far as the crowd's concerned, stumped by Green. Not controversially according to the laws. Cummins starts a new over with Stokes on strike, and Stokes whacks this down the ground. There might be 2, there might be 4, there will be 4. There's a short ball, and the fielders on the leg side are all a bit wide. And Stokes has played it rather brilliantly, actually, through mid-on for 4.
Even an MCC member with a walking stick was on his feet there, lifting his stick. And there's
take up thy bed and walk. Has he become the new Messiah, Stokes?
In the last 5 minutes, he has.
131 runs away, so there's no need to be fretting, Aussies. You're fine. Cummins into Stokes, who pulls at this. Oh, and he thinks he wants 2 here. And Broad will get back for a second. much to the delight of the crowd. He went for the pull, it went into the ground, and it dribbled about 20, 30 yards away, maybe a bit more, 40 yards away, but of course because the field is all out on the leg side boundary.
The miss hit helped him,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the leg side boundary, from a straight mid-wicket down to quite a fine leg, as well as a fly slip.
The crowd is actually going off as if there's like 10 to win. It's the last wicket, isn't it?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Well, Stokes gives them belief, and the whole thing will be punctured in a moment as Cummins is in. And that's, well, swung at and missed.
Might have been a slower ball bouncer. So,
did he get a little tiny underedge? I think I heard a tiny little noise. I wonder if it just bounced in front of
Carey. It didn't carry.
Didn't carry, no.
And that made me think that it was the slower ball bouncer. So, Stokes going into T20 mode, yeah, he definitely was a cutting bouncer. And, yeah, well forward. Come on, Carey's keeping in this test match or test series has been outstanding. So you don't want to give him a little chance to glove a little nick behind. But T20 mode for Stokes, and I think Cummins is bringing a bit with the ball now.
Cummins into him, and he just guides this into the offside off the back foot for a single down to the deep backward point. He has judged, as I was saying, that basically Broad can handle 2 balls and over.
Yeah, and my problem with the Aussies is they're just going with bounces every delivery to Broad. You know, at what time do you actually try and target the stumps with a Yorker, even a change-up slower ball, because generally he's off balance every time. He doesn't want to get hit. Stuart Broad.
50 partnership.
What's the breakup of the runs?
29 balls. Stuart Broad has scored 1 of them. Ben Stokes got 46. We've had 2 wides.
How many balls has Broad faced?
8.
Yeah.
8 balls.
The thing is, if you're doing that with your number 8, your batting order's wrong. Isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well,
it's too long.
Your tail is too long.
Tail is too long.
You don't have to do that whoever.
Sorry, the batting order's okay,
but whoever's there.
If you're guarding your number 8, it's normally for 10 and 11. But Stokes, amazing. But they got some good catches in now. So, short ball on the money should do the work.
There he goes. Cummins into, Broad. He flicks this away. A really good diving stop by Kawaja. Prevents what could have been a couple of runs, maybe even 4 down to deep third. He did well diving in the gully. He's a much maligned fielder, is Kawaja.
Yeah, he's better than that now.
Yeah. He's worked on it. Just a new angle emerging from the Australian dressing room. Apparently, and you love this, Johnny Bairstow tried to do the same thing to David Warner, what Carey did to Bairstow.
Oh, I see. So
then their angle is like, so if you do it, it's fine. If you do it...
Well, how about...
So it's a bit of an angle for now, but really...
Point to the laws.
It happens everywhere.
Exactly.
Particularly, you see it in junior cricket all the time. And also, the keepers do it. I remember Ian Healy used to do it when you're warming up, and sometimes hit the stumps, you have to get the ball, and you're going, gee, I don't want to go get the ball. But they're practicing when the run out is really on. They want to keep their arm in, not just when they take the glove off overarm, but when they're underarming. So,
and what's going on here?
Is it change of socks or something for
everyone playing for lunch?
This is taking quite a long time here, and this will be the last ball before lunch now, because Cummins has decided that he needed to do his shoelaces up, and I think he's quite rightly just buying himself a little bit of time here.
Sure, Broad's just up the other end, having a bit of umpiring.
Let's get back in a pavilion.
Jeez, if he knocks him over here and they walk off, big wicket. Just hasn't attacked the stumps at all.
6 for 243. Last ball before the lunch break. Cummins into Broad, and Broad gets up on his toes and defends, and then runs back into his crease. And the cheers and the boos ring out. What a sensational session of Test cricket we have watched. England began it on 5 for 100, 4 for 114. They've lost those 2 crucial wickets. We thought that it would just be 2 wickets it would take. Ben Stokes is... Ben Stokes is getting not involved. Broad has clapped his hand on his back, say, well done, guys. And he's still going, he's still mouthing on. Stokes wants to have nothing to do with it. Broad's having a go at Warner. Broad knows exactly what he's doing. He loves this. He loves doing this.
Stokes has got game face on though. He's not getting involved. He's got a bigger job to play. Masterful 100 again. Not for the first time in any form of cricket. Real leadership from Stokes. We've seen him before at Headingley 4 years ago go through the gears from test match batting to 50 over batting into T20. Is he going to come out and have that same intensity after lunch? That's why I think it is a good break for the Australians.
It was his 13th Test century, and he got there in spectacular fashion, moving from 82 to 100 in 3 balls with 3 sixes, all smashed into the leg side. I'm not saying the wheels fell off Australia there. They've got a good chance to regroup. Cummins did a very sensible thing at the back end there and just said, right, let's go into lunch. Let's have a rethink. Because, guys, we're massively on top. England still require, because they've taken the score away, which is very annoying, at 6 for 243. They still require 128 to win. Is that correct?
Yes.
With 4 wickets in hand, there were 129 runs scored in that session, but England did lose the wickets of Ben Duckett for 83, caught very, very well by Carey, one-handed above his head. There was a very rare occasion when a pull shot, or a hook shot in this case, didn't come off for Ben Duckett. He got to the top edge, and it was well taken by Carey. And that was 5th wicket to go at 177. And then the reason why we've had all these boos is because Johnny Bairstow, off the last ball of the over, when the ball went through to Carey, waited almost no time at all to take 1 or 2 steps out of his crease. Carey was wise to it, underarmed the ball onto the stumps, and they appealed for a stumping which, according to the laws of the game, had to be given. And if you're out according to the laws of the game, you can't really blame your opponents for getting you out, because it's in the laws of the game, which is my actual point about being run out at the non-strikers end. I don't have a problem with mancads either, you see, because they're in the laws of the game. So it's up to the batter not to get themselves out in that way, and the opponent is perfectly free to do that. We're going to go and have lunch in a minute. Before we do, and before we hand over to Paul Sebastiani, it's a really hard one today, as it probably was for you yesterday afternoon, the Macca's delivery of the day, because they've all looked the same, been banged in really short. Are we going to go for the one that Stokes got his 100 with, or...
No, the Bairstow run out. That's the ball of the day.
That's the ball of the day.
Yes.
Because it's probably the only stumping Cameron Green
just a
will ever
boring,
get in his life.
Just a boring delivery. But the keeper, Alex Carey, made it the ball of the day.
Okay. Well, okay, I'll go with that. That's our Macca's delivery of the day. Order via Mac delivery on the My Macca's app. We'll be back. We'll be back in about 35 minutes. With live action, and it could be quick. Whatever happens, it'll be exciting, because Stokes is going to go hard and England's tail is going to fold. So how far they get before that happens is anyone's guess, but join us again in about 35 minutes for some more high-octane booing from this Lord's crowd. Until then, take you through the lunch break, Paul Sebastiani.
From the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Okay, Green in, Stokes.
Oh, he's hit.
It's gone high again, and that could be it. That could be his 100. It is. The umpire's arms go up. He's got to 100 with 6, 6, 6. It's almost certainly in a losing cause, but there'll be some chills going through some Aussie veins here.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's live at Lord's. The McFeast is back at Macca's, and the players are back on the ground here at headquarters. Ben Stokes with 108 to his name from 147 balls. England 128 from victory at 6 for 243. But one of those days where the scoreboard does not tell the story, not even close. The boos have been ringing around Lord's throughout the course of lunch. I was out the back nursery end, the roar, the chant, the familiar chant of same old Aussies always cheating, echoing around this grand old ground.
Really?
I've never seen anything quite like this, and we've got some time to explain and go through and all the rest, so we will. But gee, the energy around this ground right now, Jeremy, in England, theoretically at least, still in this with Stokes going wild before lunch.
Yes, I think that's the first thing we address. Let's leave all that stuff just for a second or two. It is. As soon as Broad came out to bat, Stokes put the switch down, didn't he? And we've seen him do that before. and he hit the ball very cleanly. I think the Australian bowlers played into that sort of decision making because they didn't go full at all. They just kept on going short. And as I said before, it's quite a slow pitch. There are plenty of men on the boundary, but Stokes is not worried about that. He's either picking the gap with hitting hard or going over the top of those 5 fieldsmen. So a brilliant 100 of 2 parts, wasn't it? One fairly orthodox, pushing the ball around, taking the occasional one on the body, and then the one where he goes into top gear and hitting the ball hard, every ball, giving himself a wee bit of room. So, 243... it is odd. It'll all be over this session, that's for sure, I think.
So short balls to continue. Field spread everywhere. Hazelwood to Stokes to start the middle session of day 5. Stokes plays conservatively out to point where, of course, he will not take a single because he does not want Broad to face any deliveries if he can avoid it. Phil Long, can you give us a sense of the acceleration from Stokes from the moment that Broad arrived? The partnership with 50 from 32 already.
Yeah, Ben Stokes was on when Broad came in and played out that first over. He had 64 from 129 balls. He then had 100 from 142, so he made 36 from 13 balls. 36 from 13. And you get the sense he's not done yet. He'll keep going. 5 on the rope on the onside, 3 on the rope on the offside, most of them behind square. Hazelwood delivers. Stokes swings hard and straight. He gets all of it over the rope into the new Ettridge stand. My, oh my, Ben Stokes. He is some cricketer. He performs miracles. He has endless belief in situations like this, and he skips to 114 from the second ball of the session, his 5th big one, Jeremy Coney.
What a great stroke too, because actually he was on the back foot looking for the short ball, and when he saw it was full, he just didn't move. He kept the weight on the back foot.
Hazelwood again, and he pulls through the onside, tries to find a gap, can't. It spills out towards mid-wicket, declines a single. He clonked that one.
So that's just really clean hitting straight down the ground off Hazelwood. Just got it a bit full.
Now, there is a lot to get through, and we should, because in the long room, as the players left the field, there was an altercation with a member of the MCC with initially Usman Khawaja. Khawaja taking issue with something that was said, and he went back and confronted the member as walking through the long room. So rare to see something like that here at Lord's. Hazelwood into Stokes over the wicket. Short ball, takes it on to deep backward square, charts in off the rope, and it's been put down. Stephen Smith in and out. Stephen Smith in and out, and the members are back on their feet. Smith has his hands on his head. Stokes survives. All happening, Bharat Sundaresan.
Oh, wow. Steve Smith doesn't put these kind of catches down. He's taken a couple of blinders in this game. He came running in. He got into a good position. Felt like it just bounced out. For a second, I thought he had it.
We're going to need a second look for tyre power, clean bowled savings. Jeremy Coney.
Well, he certainly ran in and got to where the ball was coming to. He didn't get himself set.
Went hands down rather than fingers up. Hazelwood bowls full toss, slower ball perhaps. Stokes wants to blunt it into the onside for one. Doesn't quite get the angle right. So he'll try and keep the strike from the final ball of this over. 122 to win.
And so the hands were actually beside him to his right. He wasn't kind of in line. And then it just spilled from there, I'm afraid. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, he kind of snatched at it towards the end, didn't he, Jeremy?
And Stokes was dropped at Leeds in 2019. Smith wasn't on the field, of course, missing through concussion that week. Marcus Harrison off the rope, didn't quite get there at third man.
Balance is so important in the catch.
All back, 5 back on the onside. They're going to give him the single if he wants it. Hazelwood bowls and Stokes well outside the off stump, through to Carey. Dot ball. Good piece of bowling to finish. Stokes wants the wide. Looking up at umpire Raza. He's not going to get it.
Still test cricket.
122 to win. 6 for 249. Stokes 114. Broad is 1. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now. So as we reset for this session, mentioned the long room altercation. There was a second bite of the cherry with David Warner as well. Of course there was. A member went at him on his last step before he went up the stairs. He went, I'm going to come back and say a few words as well. So we don't really know what's happened there. The Sky footage is a bit inconclusive from their snoop cam, but we do know that that'll be a talking point after as well, Baz.
Yeah, from what I've heard, reports are coming in that nobody's been asked to leave. It was brought under control. I saw a couple of them going after the Aussies as they were walking in, and one of the stewards was giving it back to the members, asking them to shut up. And yeah, there was that clip doing the rounds of Usman Khawaja being stopped by someone, or him turning around and reacting to something he heard. As far as we know, there's no physical confrontation, thankfully, and none of the members have been asked to leave. The long room is intact.
So Pat Cummins receives boos upon it being announced that he'll start from the pavilion end, the Aussie captain. Broad's on strike, so we've got the silly point just behind square, the short leg, the catching leg gully. Fine leg, deep backward square and a conventional gully. Cummins ran the wicket pavilion and brought inside of it to leg gully. Diving attempt doesn't stick. Doesn't stick for Matt Renshaw, the sub. Steve Smith, I should say, my apologies. Nevertheless, Smith has already been in the game after lunch, putting down Stokes. Stokes gets back on strike, Broad to 2. And another milestone recognised by the crowd here at headquarters, 6 for 250 on the board. And how quickly that last 50's come, right off the face of the bat. And Smith went and dived, and it didn't carry. Didn't carry.
Yeah, Stuart Broad has something to say to Pat Cummins. Some of the things coming out from what he's been telling the Aussie players. I'm sure you've discussed them, Adam.
Was this the Stuart Broad that edged the ball to slip? not for heaven's sake.
Yeah, I haven't seen that clip on social media in a long time.
Yes, Broad. What did Broad say? You'll be remembered for this forever to Alex Carey. Was one of the stump mic.
No, I'm respecting the decision of the umpire.
Cummins in. Crowd silent. Stokes plays off the back foot towards deep backward point. There might be 2 there instead. It's a dot ball, so they're going to deal in boundaries and dots for the time being. I should say, Jeremy Coney, you might be the only person at Lords right now who was there for underarm in 81 when he's here for this today. You could not rule it out. There might be 1 or 2 avid spectators who are at the MCG that fateful day in January 1981, but I doubt it.
Well, it was within the laws those days to bowl an underarm delivery. Certainly within the law, which Jeffrey Howarth, our captain, didn't realise.
Cummins in, bowls to Stokes, opens up the front leg, whacks it towards deep mid-wicket where there won't be a single again. 2 Australian fielders converge. David Warner does the work. Just to be clear, I'm not drawing a moral equivalence. I'm simply saying that
nothing moral
a
about
moment
this
of
either.
Deep controversy in 81 that people are still talking about. And I'd anticipate people will still be talking about this in 40 or 50 years as well, given the nature of the stage, Lords, Day 5, game in the balance, all the rest. Well,
you know, every game requires the oil of respect, if you like.
As Cummins approaches, again the crowd silent. Stokes full and tries to squeeze it out, but it ends up with Carey underneath the blade. So pace off there from Cummins. We're seeing the one-day tactics down at 116 kilometres an hour.
Which is what we did not see in Leeds 4 years ago, because Ben Stokes took Australia by surprise. And the only difference between then and now, he might still pull it off, is that Australia know what to expect. And even in the last over, we saw Josh Hazlewood slip in the wide Yorker. Ben Stokes wanted it to be called a wide. Hey, we are still playing Test cricket.
England up to 24% on WinViz, so a 1 in 4 chance from here. What do you reckon? 0433 98 11 16. How are your nerves? 8833 in New Zealand as well. Cummins up, 2 left in the set. Bowls to Stokes. Inside the line, Carey doesn't glove it, down to fine leg for 1. What was on that, if anything? Waiting for the umpire here for a signal.
I think is it a run?
Or is it a drop catch? Chris Gaffney is keeping the arms down. Carey's put one down as well. Stokes put down twice in 2 overs after lunch. Seeing it again for tyre power, clean bowled savings. Stokes off the glove. Off the glove, and Carey just got there. Just got there. It was in the webbing, if anything. Had a long way to move. It was way down the leg side and isn't gloved.
Yep, that was a glove.
The tension builds.
I mean, all 11 balls Stuart Broad's face so far have been shot. Can he attack his stumps? Just for a change.
1 ball to Broad in the over. Cummins bowls and Broad lets it hit him on the forearm. Good batting from Stuart Broad. Didn't try and take it on. They threatened to run him out as well. You love to see it. 6 for 251 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Beaumont Tale's huge show on now. England 120 away from what would be a stunning victory at 6 for 251.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll beauty, but not for the other 9. Grab your favourites like Cooper's Pale Ale 24-pack for $54.99 or $49.99 for Hump Club members. Or Taylor's Estate Select Varietals 2 for $32. Sign up online or in store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July. Even camels get thirsty.
Session for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, that was Labuschagne who pretended to run out broad at the end of the over the wicket. 9 men on the rope. Hazelwood bowls over the wicket. Stokes clubs it over mid-wicket and into the mound stand. That has gone miles. Out towards Father Time. He's given it everything. Stokes 121. He's 6'6". And there's plenty where that came from. He remembers what happened 4 years ago up the motorway at Leeds. 6 for 257, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, you can feel it. Ben Stokes is feeling it. He got alive in the last over and alive in the over prior to that. You bowl that length, he will destroy you. He just sat up. How's a long way.
How's the contact? Sweet as it comes. Hazelwood again, all the men back. Bowls to Stokes full and played down to mid-off for a dot.
Ben Stokes, the first player to hit 6 sixes in a test innings at Lords.
Phil Long with the killer facts for us throughout the course of the series. One of our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. One thing I was frustrated about at lunch before it got corrected, should have been a green stumping.
Yes, it was.
Not a run out.
It was.
I believe it's been fixed up. At the time it said run out, but Green's now credited with the wicket on the board here. Stumped Carey, bowled Green. How about that? A bloke that bowls 140 getting a stumping. What a world. What a day. What a test match. Hazelwood up to Stokes again. Short ball down towards fine leg. It hangs in the air. It goes all the way. It thumps into the picket fence in front of the home dressing room. 2 sixes in 3 balls to start. Hazelwood's over. Stokes has now hit 7 of them. 7 of them. 108 to win. 6 for 263. Stokes to 127. Inside the line, doing everything right, picking the length. One hand off the bat, it doesn't matter with his power.
Australia keep going short and Ben Stokes keeps depositing them into the Lord's crowd here. They're all on their feet.
Reminiscent of what Johnny Bairstow did after tea at Trent Bridge last year. Only dealing in 6s, Ben Stokes. 3 of them since lunch. In again is Hazelwood. Silenced Lords. Plays to the offside for 1. 4th ball of the over. They'll get 2 cracks here at Stuart Broad. Already 13 from it for what it's worth. 6 for 264. Stokes 108. 107 to go.
Got to vary the length, don't you?
They have
vary the pace when someone's hitting it like this. I think the slower bouncer, the full ball in at the feet of the batsman. Yeah. Watch where the feet are going as you're running in as well. Follow the batsman if he's giving himself a bit of room. So it's very much a T20 kind of operation, that.
And compared to 2019, Josh Hazlewood has become such a sensational white ball bowler in the last couple of years. You can't get too predictable.
So for Broad, the field, of course, changes. Leg gully, short leg, silly point. The silly point just on square. A conventional gully, a fly slip. A deep mid-wicket wandering, not quite all the way back. For a top edge if he takes on the short ball. 2 left, Hazelwood. Bowls here, Broad defensively off the back foot. Down to the man at silly point. Labuschagne, who again gestures to throw towards the stumps.
It's actually Stuart Broad who's getting them to do that. Every time he plays the ball, he mucks around with like getting back into the crease. But I mean, the joke's going to get a little stale soon.
Well, they genuinely feel like they've been aggrieved. Out the back at lunch, it was all about the spirit of cricket and all the rest of it. I don't think people understand the spirit of cricket is a preamble in front of the laws. And anyone who knows the laws realises and understands that the laws take precedent over that piece of material as Hazelwood arrives and bowls, and it's a bouncer, and Broad takes it on. And Broad makes contact, and Broad goes all the way as well. It might have just bounced in front of the rope. Either way, Broad gets moving after lunch, joining Stokes. He's up to 6, 103 to win. End of the over, a big one for England. They're 6 for 268. Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
So a gentleman has launched his boat and his winch strap has snapped.
Yes.
And he's lost his boat and it's now on the rant. So what I recommend to do is you've got the strap on your winch, just cut a bit off if it's starting to get wear and tear and start again. Pull it on and it's going to save you a heap of dramas when your boat falls off at the rant.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here for Macca's at Lords. The McFeast is back at Macca's. Longy since lunch.
25 runs, 3 overs, 3 sixes from Ben Stokes and a 4 from Stuart Broad.
So 5 back on the leg side, 4 back on the offside. Every boundary covered Not dead straight though, and we know that Stokes likes to do that as well. He's facing Cummins, up from the pavilion end. Bowls here, Stokes makes room, clears the front leg, out towards mid-wicket, no run.
There's a little meeting between Pat Cummins and his vice-captain Steve Smith just before this over. Steve Smith seemed to indicate just stick to what you're doing.
There were so many brilliant clips doing the rounds at lunch, Bharat. One of those being Brendan McCullum when playing for New Zealand in 2006, running out Murali when he was walking out of his crease to celebrate the 100 of his teammate.
I remember that, yeah.
There's going to be a lot of that as we respond and react to this thrilling finish, one way or the other. Stokes 128, Cummins in, block hole, Yorker. Good. No single there. Stokes was on the back foot waiting, Jeremy.
That's better. Yeah, 8 runs and over since lunch. That means we're not going to get probably a second new ball, and so that's only 13 overs. And I think I'd almost think about Stark too to bowl those Yorkers.
I think
a little
Stark
bit of tail in perhaps is worth a go. A wee bit more pace.
So loud after every ball, so silent between them. Except for the efforts made by those beneath us to get the cheat call going again for what it's worth. That's gone now. People are watching Stokes. Field spread, Cummins up to him. Delivers and Stokes makes room and plays it out to deep point for a single from the third ball of the over. They walk it through. That's faith in Stuart Broad. 129 for the captain. 102 to win, 6 for 269. What do you make of that, giving him 3 balls?
Well, he hit that last one pretty well, didn't he? It's just a question of the full ball. Can he handle that, you know, after perhaps a short ball? Can he get the thought in his mind that it might hit him out of his mind, and so handle the full ball as well?
Been batting with Jack Leach in 2019. He didn't leave him much to do. Leach only faced 17 deliveries out there for an hour. Broad's already faced 14. Fielder's in now, catches on the leg side, Cummins to Broad, down the leg side, misses. Wasn't far away from having the leg stump in the frame. You can see what he was trying to do.
Yeah, good idea, because Stuart Broad's just backing up. It's really deep in his crease, jumping across his stumps. The leg stump is exposed. But this is what Pat Cummins needs to do. I mean, just short to Stuart Broad.
Before I lose you, Bharat, just one quick remark on the spirit of cricket, please, before we lose you as our expert.
I mean, spirit of cricket only comes into play if you're talking about someone pushing the laws of the game. But if you're playing well within the laws of the game, I don't even think that should come up for discussion.
Cummins bowls, 2 left in the over. Broad takes on the short ball. It hits the edge of the bat, maybe the helmet, maybe the shoulder. If it's the helmet, there'll be a concussion test, so that mustn't be that. Dot ball, 1 left.
And it's not like Alex Carey bent the rules or it was a clever piece of stumping. It was just routine. Keepers at all levels of cricket around the world. Today is a Sunday. I saw a lot of cricket games being played around London. I'm sure it would have happened in a 15 games at least. So I don't even know why we're discussing the spirit of cricket.
Not really.
Just those retrofitting that to suit the argument because they don't like it. Cummins in, bowls to Broad. It's full and straight and dug out. Good bowling, good batting. The little ricochet onto the stumps from the man at Silly Point as well. That's Marnus Labuschagne. Always in the game. 102 to win, England. 6 for 269. Stokes back on strike on 129. Broad 6 on the Beaumont Hales scoreboard. Beaumont Hales, huge sale on now.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
Our session at Lords for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise. Haven't seen Pete Lawley yet. I suspect he's busy. He'll have some stuff to file about. He'll be making calls about what happened in the long room and all the rest of it. So we'll keep Bharat with Jeremy Coney, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Hazelwood, after a conversation with Cummins, is now in. Field spread over the wicket. Nursery end. Stokes swings and misses. That went over the top of the off stump. Just didn't get up. Sun's out again as well.
See, I just said, as I said before, you need, as far as the spirit is concerned, you need an oil of respect. And it's not just respect, it's mutual respect. In other words, what we saw today with Bairstow was a unilateral declaration of over. The over's finished here now, fellas. That's what it was. And, you know, so many times as a player, I'll let you go here, Adam.
Hazelwood gets to umpire Raza. Bowls here to Stokes. Slaps it out through the offside. There is a bit of a gap there, but not enough to justify coming back for a risky second, so they take a dot instead. Jeremy Coney.
So many times as a player, you in the last ball of the over, any ball of the over, you hit one to short cover, and you look up at the short cover and you just raise your eyebrows. It says, is it all right if I go out now and just tap that down? And he might nod, or he might throw it to the keeper, or he might throw it to the bowler. But it's that understanding that goes between the fielder and the batsman that's the spirit of cricket for me.
Well said. Yeah, beautifully put from a former international captain as Hazelwood bowls. It's full and straight, and Stokes digs it out. Wants to. Out to cover. Has to take on the fielder coming off the rope, Matt Renshaw. He does, and the throw's wayward. The throw was nowhere near where it needed to be, so there was no meaningful pressure on Stokes back towards the danger end. Broad always was coming back for two, backing up and doing his job as well. Stokes 131, 6 for 271. Speaking of backing up, I wonder whether that might be a factor as well. If someone backs up too far. Ooh. We saw that at Lord's last year with Deepti Sharma. The last time I saw Lord's erupt as it did today was when Charlie Dean was run out by Deepti Sharma. I was commentating upstairs that day, although this is different gravy. Final day of an Ashes Test match. Hazelwood in to Stokes, 131 for the captain. Faces up, short ball, takes it on, out towards deep mid-wicket, along the ground for one. Just walks it through. All the calm, and 99 to win. You're about to hear the applause of the crowd to recognise that fact. They've got it under 100 from where they were. This partnership has given them belief again. They've put on 79 in 59 balls, Stokes and Broad. Broad only 6 of them. Stokes has hit 7 sixes along the way.
There's no doubt the Aussies have been rattled, haven't they?
Oh, for sure.
I mean, you don't see them drop catches like the Stephen Smith one, which was a comfortable catch to run in 15 metres, set yourself and take the catch. A more difficult one to carry because I think it was outside the span of his dive.
Text from Stuart in Auckland. Whichever way you look at it, it's great entertainment. If Stokes remains, England wins. True that. Broad on strike, 2 left in the over. Couple of catches in, takes on the short ball, over the top of Carey, down for 4. Into the rope in front of the members' gate. Broad into double figures. He's getting in on the party. 95 to win, 6 for 276. Broad 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs. 1 ball left here, Baz.
Yeah, if you think he's already the biggest villain in Australian cricket, if he keeps doing this, it's just going to hurt these Aussies even more. And
well, the question is, fine legs down at long leg for Broad. They've just brought him finer, but yesterday fine leg was fine for the duck at top edge. It wasn't then. That could have had him in play.
They have to try different lengths. Pat Cummins rushed him in the last over. He bowled a couple of full deliveries to him. Josh Hazelwood cannot just keep bowling short.
And they're only 6 down as well, it's worth remembering. Hazelwood bowls, charging his Broad, makes it a full toss. Out to point, but he won't take the single. Broad on the advance to win the over. 95 to win, drama every ball. Now coverage is from Maccas, so McFeast is back at Maccas. Stokes back on strike on 132 and Broad's 10.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
We're here with Henley Homes, henley.com.au. WinViz has got England up to 38%. Would you believe it? It was down to 10 when Duckett was out. Stokes moving the dial. He's on strike to Cummins, pavilion end. All the men back, slow ball. Picks it, gets into position and knocks it back to the captain.
Much better. Pat Cummins, just in the last couple of overs, using his variety. You have the field spread out. There's no point just bowling short and backing on Ben Stokes to miss-hit one. He has miss-hit one, which Steve Smith couldn't hang on to. And the crowd's really getting stuck into the Australians, Steve Smith in particular. They've turned into the Holly stand.
And the Australian fans to our right are silent as they were at Leeds 4 years ago. Exactly the same group as well. Cummins bowls and Stokes takes it down out to deep backward point. Doesn't take the single on offer early in the over. Collected by Kawaja. I remember those yellow shirts and yellow hats when Stokes, as Nasser said, cuts away for 4 to win the test match. Who knows where we'll be in an hour.
And what he just mentioned in the last over, they still have 4 wickets left. So yes, we've spoken a lot about England's long tail, but the closer they get to the target, the less relevant that becomes.
So to come Robinson, who's a better player than Broad these days. It's worked out quite well sending Broad in at 8. Then Jimmy Anderson and Josh Tongue, who are 2 number 11s. Anderson, who knows how much more test cricket he's got. Might have a role today. Cummins bowls. Stokes down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Tried to glance it really fine. Carey, who has put him down after tea, or after lunch, I should say, down the leg side. We've also seen Steve Smith put Stokes down in the first over after lunch, all part of the conversation. Pete Lalor finished filing. He'll jump in. Bharat Sundaresan's going to jump out. The England balcony. Joe Root there with an iPad. On the Australian balcony, Andrew McDonald in the sunnies. Now screen for tyre power, clean bowled savings. Cummins, familiar approach, bowls here. Stokes, inside part of the bat, gets 1. They're doing this really well now. They're picking their moment to find the single with all the men back. Stokes 133, 94 to win, 6 for 277. Peter Lalor, welcome back.
Deja vu all over again. Adam Collins. Told you this morning that I had a Headingley feel about Stokes. They've poked the bear, haven't they? And he's in brutal form. He's almost superhuman when he gets the bit between the teeth like this, and it's almost as if the Australians believe it. Stephen Smith spilling a catch. Alex Carey missing a catch. Desperation from Mitchell Starc this morning. I thought the way he was pleading for those LBW decisions, most un-Starc-like.
Change in field, so no more leg gully for Broad. Instead it's the deep backward square. Steve Smith 15 metres inside the rope. A fine leg, a deep square. Short leg, silly point, gully. In comes Cummins. 2 in the over to Broad. Back of a length. Defends it pretty well. It's a silly point. Jeremy, we said right off the top of the show that England couldn't win the test match in the first session. They could have lost it. Felt like they were teetering on the edge, but the way they've come out after lunch, endless belief. And Stokes saves it for moments like these.
Well, it's certainly the mood of everything has changed, hasn't it? And so it's up to Australia really now to start to keep thinking. Don't just go into routine kinds of patterns of play. Use your slower, use the T20 game. Use things. Change the field. Change a bowler.
Cummins finishes. Lord silent again. Bobs up towards square leg where there isn't anybody. Out towards the rope it goes, and Mitchell Starc collects. A conventional field, maybe, possibly, not to be. Broad 10, Stokes 133, 94 to win. 6 for 277 on the Beaumont Hales scoreboard. Beaumont Hales huge sail on now.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
Jeremy Coney has what he wants. A change of bowler for Australia from the nursery end. It's Mitchell Starc. Our Australian team are here for Red Energy, Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar.
Well, I'm interested in seeing if this ball just reverses slightly for Mitchell Starc. I thought there was just a smidgen, a little piece of it when he bowled this morning. And when he got the Yorker going, it's not easy to hit that one coming. He nearly had an LBW, didn't he? Was that?
Yep, the inside edge.
Yeah,
Very close.
the inside edge. Yeah. So there is a chance. All right, he might be hit for a couple of 4s, but it's not easy to keep doing that.
Looks easy when Ben Stokes is doing it, but you're right about with the shorter deliveries. But certainly it's going to be harder with the full-pitched ones.
Pat Cummins still getting booed beneath us here at long off. One of 9 men out for Stokes. Starc, first ball of the new spell. Back of a length outside the off stump, drops the gloves. Lets it bounce through to Carey.
No bounce in this wicket there.
It's a
just
flat,
died, isn't it?
flat wicket. It hasn't even done what it did yesterday, which was a little bit up and down.
What you said there, Jeremy. Why aren't the Aussies trying to bowl at the pegs, the base of the pegs? Asked Dono from Murrumbina, who's our beloved Dono, who was with us for the start of the Test match back home in Australia now. Great to hear from him. Amazing how quiet Lords is as Stark approaches. It's like we're at the green on the 18th. He bowls here and Stokes slaps it out to deep cover early in the over, no single.
I'm liking this shift in the crowd's focus of attention. It's shifted away from sort of the tedious booing of the Australians to actually engaging with the situation of the game.
Just before we move off that, while we've got you, Pete, anything further from the long room, bits and bobs?
Oh, there's lots of bits and bobs coming up from the long rooms. It's some unpleasant scenes. I'm even hearing rumours about a physical altercation on the stairs, yet to be confirmed.
Okay. Our resident news hound will be on top of that through the afternoon on SEN Test Cricket. Starks in, Stokes tries to pull and misses. That's gone over the top of the middle stump. And we've seen that variable bounce from our nursery end, Jeremy.
That's more like it, isn't it? That's just that little bit of extra pace too. That what we're talking about with the English bowlers, weren't we? Someone who's bowling at 81 and someone who's bowling at 85 and tongue. There's just a different feel about it.
New missile hit too is good.
Well, that's right.
Hasn't been the method of attack before that.
Look, he might hit him for, as I say, for a couple of boundaries. That's okay, but I think it's more likely to pick one up.
Halfway through Stark's over. Bowls to Stokes over the wicket, short ball. Lets it be ridden down to deep square leg for one. No, there's confusion. They want one, they don't want one. They go back. They have enough time to compose themselves. Stokes was walking down the strip. Broad took that as a signal, started running down, or at least jogging. Then Stokes turned around and said, go back, mate. Go back. I'll get the single next ball. Watching it back here for Tyre Power, clean bowled savings. It was yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, no.
2 balls remaining, 4 dots. That's been quite unusual in the probably last 10 overs for Australia.
Why doesn't the field come up now?
Yeah, there was a question asked at Headingley 4 years ago as well. Field remains the same. 2 left, Stark in, Stokes, full ball, digs it out, gets the easy single. There were 2 criticisms of Australia after that, well, multiple, but 2 that stood out to me at the time as Stokes moves to 134 with the single, 6 for 278, 93 runs away from their target of 371. One was, where were the slower balls?
Yes.
And 2 was, why didn't they not try and corral it to keep Leach on strike more? They weren't willing to bring the field up to Stokes on that day.
Well, we know that Stokes is always going to look for the single from the 5th or 6th delivery, don't we? So you move the field up, surely, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, you may as well give him a boundary. Let it go. So that you've got a chance.
Force him to take a risk.
Instead, all Broad needs to do is defend this, and it's back to Stokes again.
So I'm told that the members were actually given a warning before the players came off the field not to engage with the players, but they couldn't be restrained. There was a number of instances, I'm sure you've discussed already, with Usman Khawaja, David Warner.
We'll come back to this in the next over. You'll have Daniel Norcross for company then. Short ball to Broad to finish, hits him on the body, spills into the offside. A scintillating half an hour of Test cricket here at Lords for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. Daniel Norcross jumping in for me. 93 to win England, 6 for 278. Stokes back on strike, 134, Broad's on 10.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas, as is Damien Fleming, our expert. Alongside us, experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Cummins is continuing from the pavilion end to Stokes. Stokes wallops this out towards deep square leg, but a run is not on. There are 3 fielders out there quite close together and a 4th at wide mid-wicket.
I'll tell you what, if there's any New York Yankee scouts watching this game, I reckon they'd be interested in Benny Stokes. He's hitting a lot out to right field.
Yeah, he hasn't hit too many home runs, though. Not too much in the V.
7.
In the V, though?
Borderline.
Yeah. He's hitting a lot of foul balls at the moment.
A lot of foul balls.
Flem, after this ball, if you could give us your take on the decision. We haven't heard your take at all yet on that, on the stumping, as Cummins is into Stokes, who goes high and hard, but out again to deep backward square, and Smith fields, and is therefore going to get a little bit of barracking from the crowd.
Yep, sloppy from Bairstow, astute from Carey.
Well, I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah.
It really was, wasn't it? I don't buy the spirit of cricket nonsense here. You know, the slight difference.
I didn't think about
is, you know, sometimes the kind of underarm throw comes in because a batter starts out of their ground. And Bairstow didn't start out of his ground. He wandered out of his ground after the ball. Stokes waits for a wide delivery from Cummins, which is not given as wide. It's very full and wide outside the off stump. You know, I've heard a lot of us saying you'll see it every day on a village green. The slight difference is that this wasn't the wicket-keeper throwing down the stumps because Bairstow was standing in his stance a foot outside the crease. But the end result's still exactly the same. He's not waited for the ball to be dead.
You see a lot of keepers do it too. They're actually practicing if a run-out does occur.
Cummins in again.
Opportunity does occur.
Fourth ball of the over. Short, and that's guided down to backward point. And Stokes has done this off Cummins, and I've got a theory developing here. The Stokes goes to 135. Was that not what he got at Headingley?
Exactly what he got.
Exactly what he got.
That'll do him now.
I think weirdly, Stokes doesn't really rate his chances of marmalising Cummins. So I think he's not actually trying to smack him into the crowd. He was with Hazelwood because it was a nice pace, nice bounce for him, and he's also going downhill towards the tavern stand, whereas you've actually got to get a bigger hit to go uphill towards the grandstand. And also I think Cummins is because you actually lose 4 feet of elevation.
Right, okay, yeah.
So you've got to hit it that much higher to get it over the fielder.
I think Cummins is just harder to take on.
Cummins harder to take on. So, but the difference here is that Stokes is perversely willing to give Broad 2 balls to face, but he doesn't want to give 2 balls for Broad to face against anyone from the nursery end because he fancies his chances of hitting every ball for 6 from the nursery end, which he doesn't against Cummins. So Cummins has got 2 balls at Broad here, at least. As it's short and off the body, and Carey has to run to his right to take the ball on the bounce. It was short and at Broad. Broad's worn a lot of balls actually in these 23 that he's faced. He's 10 not out. He's batting with more courage than I've seen for a long time, and I think that's in part because he's got some strange belief that he's got the moral high ground, which is a curious thing to be watching. But then Stuart Broad mostly exists in a state of being in the moral high ground.
At least there's 2 in for the catch whenever it's Broad.
Last ball of the over. Broad plays it into short leg, and hilariously a little pat back at the ball at the stumps by Renshaw at short leg. Broad was in, and on the Beaumontar scoreboard at the end of the over, Beaumontar's huge sail on now. England 6 for 279. Yes.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Stark is still in the attack from the nursery end. He's into Stokes, and Stokes has a strapple, pulls this down the ground up towards long on, doesn't take the single. Despite all of this madness, you know, only had 36 runs in 8 overs.
Yeah, it was. I thought Stark's first over back was significant. He didn't just bowl bounces into the body so Stokes could hit him over fine leg or square leg. There was a couple of wide ones that were hit out to off stump. You know, he just changed up his length and his pace a little bit more. Thought it was just better bowling than just bowling short into the body, and Stokes has hit 7 of them for 6.
Stark is into him again. Full. And it's flicked away out towards deep square leg, straight to the fielder. There's no run.
That's a
what you're
good
talking
option
about.
too, isn't it? Stark's got a good... Hey, just back to the keeper thing. Back in 1996 World Cup final, Ian Healy's the keeper, and we'd bowl out in the middle, and we do this a lot. Sometimes he'd grab the ball, the warm-up, throw it straight back, but often he'd have an underarm at the stumps, and if it happened to hit the stumps, I remember just getting a bit grumpy going, gee, can you just throw the ball back to me?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'll wait for after this ball.
Stark in. I'm not going to give you the field. Everyone's on the boundary, all the way round it. That's the field. Stark into Stokes, who goes high. Has he got that? All the way for 6. That's his 8th 6. That's not where you bowl to Ben Stokes in this mood. Back of a length, didn't get up. Knee, maybe thigh height. And he's hit a lot of 6s over there. England 6 for 285.
Batter, swing batter, isn't it? It's baseball. We haven't really mentioned baseball today, have we?
Well,
it's just been Stokes ology and a little bit of help at the other end, but that was just a half tracker from Stark. It wasn't an intentional short ball. I think he needs to bowl 1.
He's in again, and Stokes has gone again. And he's going to get 6 again. Out 30, backward square leg. Well, from baseball to baseball. The new book by Dan Brettig, due out in no time at all. Extraordinary shot. This time a bit finer. He's dicing with death out there because
it's poor bowling though, Dan. That's a half tracker again. It wasn't an intentional short. If you're not going to bowl an intentional bouncer, go full and wide.
Only one man has hit 8 or more 6s in an Ashes Test innings, and Ben Stokes has done it twice.
Extraordinary. Stark into him again. Full toss, and he just glides this out into the covers, takes the single off the 5th ball of the over, and the target is below 80. It's now 79, and the partnership, ladies and gentlemen, is 99.
Stokes has probably been the dominant partner.
Well, Broad's got 10 of them.
Okay. Just asking, posing
99
questions
from 84 balls. So Stokes stays there. Australia have probably got to pick up 4 wickets in the next 10 overs. That's roughly what you're looking at. If they get Stokes out, of course, the game is theirs. That's still the case. But where it'll get interesting is if they get within 30. And then, if Stokes gets out,
it's very interesting now because there's still 4 wickets, as you said. I mean, if Stokes get out, then that's a big blow. But not Broad.
Surely
still got 3 more.
Stark in, it goes down the leg side and goes into the gloves of Carey. Every ball that Broad survives is met with delight, and every over he survives, because that is the last ball of the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont huge sail on now. England 6 for 292.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The feast is back at Maccas. We're in the second session of the final day, and our second session is, of course, with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise.
There's a meeting out there.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins is getting information fed to him by Labuschagne, Smith, and Warner.
Green is in the attack. 10 overs, 1 for 63. Cummins, amidst this onslaught, what were his figures after lunch, Phil? Because I don't think he went for many in those 4 overs, did he?
4 overs for 5.
4 overs for 5. Amidst the carnage. This is what I mean. I'm pretty sure Stokes has calculated that he wasn't going to be able to take down Cummins.
Yeah. Well, he's bringing on Green now, isn't he?
That's exactly what he's doing. It's quite a key stage in the match here.
It's a high-risk option, Green. He only knows one way, half trackers.
So will Stokes take him on into this into this grandstand. I know you're slightly sceptical here, people. I promise you that's a 5-metre difference in height. Yes.
5 metres?
5 feet, sorry, 5 feet. So if you think, essentially, you've got to get it like almost twice the height of a fielder is. It's like having two fielders' heights out there, effectively. Short ball, and he goes to his ribs, and he just plays it awkwardly back up towards the bowler.
And just to finish that story about Ian Healy, it's not quite as exciting as what's happening out there, but just to show what high elite wicket keepers do. World Cup semi-final against West Indies, on bowling last over. Richie Richardson misses a Yorker. Ambrose calls him through. Ian Healy picks up the ball, underarm, hit the stumps. Ambrose out by millimetres. We win the World Cup semi-final.
Well, there you go. Green in again, and this is swayed out of the way of by Stokes. So it goes through to Carey. There's no run. Stokes on 148, sort of almost imperceptibly. He's on 148.
You're right.
Not that anyone's really interested in what score he's got.
You roll that angle at him at the pavilion end, and he's just helping it over the ropes, isn't he? But in this situation, he backs away from it because it's following him up the hill.
Following him up the hill, exactly.
When it follows him down the hill, it's hard.
Well, because you also get the extra 5 feet down as well, you see, so it works two ways. This is clipped into the onside. Stokes thought of the single, but decides against. There's no run. It's actually okay, Phil. Can you tell me the runs from the nursery end against the runs from the pavilion end? Because I swear to you, the way Stokes is playing, I think he's almost thinking this way. He's thinking, I've got one end to slog at and one end to survive. This is the madness of the Lord's Slope. I mean, actually, it's not just about the way the ball deviates off the pitch, it's where you can hit it. Stokes just pushes a shorter ball that's really well bowled from Cameron Green. He follows him.
It's funny too.
Push it back to the bowler.
Maybe we haven't rotated the bowlers enough, because Stark's first over was very good. It just upset Stokes' rhythm a bit. So far this over, it's worked for Green.
Want to go a bit one day?
I think he eyes
2 overs here, 2 overs there.
I think he just lines you up into the second, third over of that spell.
Well, he's playing in one-day mode, so you should bowl in one-day mode. That's, rotate your bowlers in.
Don't mind it at all. They've just got to get more deliveries to Broad. How can they get that done?
Well, they might get one now. The field still stays spread off the 5th ball of the over. If Stokes can lay bat on it, I think he will go through for a run. He does lay bat on it, but it's a block-hole delivery. This has been great stuff from Cam Green in this over.
So if he could
rolls back to the bowler.
One more of those for the first time ever. They have 6 balls at Broad, so everyone's coming in. But they're not committing totally, though.
Smith is trying to tell his skipper, come on, guys, we've got to get everyone in.
They definitely need a mid-wicket and cover just to be able to stop a single. But they really he needs to bowl another Yorker like that. Otherwise, you just think Stokes is still going to get a single.
Well, he's left a huge gap through extra cover here at the moment, which will be blocked a bit by Cummins.
Yeah, but that's the line he's going to bowl.
Where's Cummins going? Cummins is...
Well, you're either stopping a single or stopping a 4, so
where's he going to bowl this? Well, short.
I'm thinking wide outside off stump.
Green into Stokes. Stokes very wide outside off stump. Perfectly called by the bowlologist. That is the end of the over. On Beaumontar's scoreboard. Beaumontar's huge sail on now. England 6 for 292 with Broad on strike at the start of the next.
Polara's end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test Cricket from a cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. What have you got, Pete Lawler?
I've got a statement from the Australian dressing room about the incidents at the lunch break. Australian management has requested that the MCC investigates several incidents involving spectators in the members' area during lunch on day 5 at the Lord's Test. It is alleged players and staff from the Australian team were verbally abused, with some being physically contacted as they made their way to lunch through the members' area. And that's what I heard, that in fact, coming from the dressing, because they go up to the dressing room, take their studs off, their shoes off, and go up to the lunchroom. There was an incident on the stairs there was a physical altercation.
Well, that's a problem because, one of the unique things is the long room, isn't it? The players walking through and all that. So to think that this may lead to an alternative avenue for the players to get onto the field would be horrible.
There are a few more intimidating things than asthmatic 80-year-olds with arthritis coming at you with a stick. As Stark is in and pulling at this, is brought through the keeper, no run.
And might not have been 80-year-olds. So.
I've now got a statement from the MCC coming off the telex. The long room is unique in world cricket, and the great privilege of players passing through the pavilion is very special.
I just said that.
You did, Damien, because you're prescient. After this morning's play, emotions were running high and words were unfortunately exchanged with some of the Australian team by a small number of members. Here, I'll continue it. We have unreservedly apologised to the Australian team, and we'll deal with any member who has not maintained the standard we expect.
Stark into Broad, who goes for the pull, and the ball's going to roll down towards Fly Slip off his body. He gets off strike. Stokes gets on strike. 78 needed to win. England 6 for 293.
Back to the controversy. We have unreservedly apologised to the Australian team, and will deal with any member who has not maintained.
The 100 partnership is up. That's the noise for you at home. That's why 83 minutes, 93 balls, 86 of them to Stokes, 11 of them to Broad. The crowd stands on their feet, all except the posse of Australians in canary yellow away to my right. They were very firmly on their seats. We'll have to come back after this ball, sorry, Pete, with Stokes on strike. This is 100 for the 7th wicket. And Stark is in to Stokes. Stokes flashes at a wide one, goes through loaded carry, there's no run.
I'll try again. We have unreservedly apologised to the Australian team, and will deal with any member who has not maintained the standard we expect through our disciplinary processes. It was not necessary to eject anyone from the ground, and I am pleased to say that there was no repeat of this as the players returned to the field for the afternoon session. That's correct too. They were spoken to after the incident and told to pull their heads in a little bit, and did.
Incredible moments here at Lord's, not least that win predictor is now 50-50. I think that's crazy, but it's 50-50. Stokes on strike. He swings away in a full toss. It goes down towards deep backward square, and he doesn't take the run. He thought about it for a while, wondered if there might be 2 on there. Now there are 2 balls left in the over. What does Cummins do? He's going to bring the field up a little earlier than he has before. Frequently he's left the 5th ball to Stokes as well. But now
the wide Yorkers work for Green. Can Stark do that? Will Stokes try and second guess that? Well, get bat on ball.
Let me just let you know here, we've got mid-wickets coming up on a sort of one-saving mission, and extra cover is sort of, but really everyone else is back, so you have to be accurate with this. Will Stark, 5th ball of the over. Stokes on strike. And Stokes drives into the offside off the under edge, and it rolls out square of the wicket. He picks up another run, 77 more runs for an unlikely win. England 6 for 294. 1 ball left in this Stark over, which Broad needs to negotiate.
Just brilliant batting tactics from Ben Stokes. To think that the Australians have only had the start of this over to get a hole over at Stuart Broad has been sensational.
And Broad himself has, well, he's batted pretty manfully, you'd have to say.
Well, he's faced enough balls now, The short ball does still look a constant threat, but gee, I'd love the odd one just yorking middle and leg.
Oh, now this could be the undoing of Broad, because he stopped Stark in midstream, and normally the cricketing gods can punish you for that sort of behaviour, I find.
What do they look like, the cricketing gods? I always imagine
they look like W.G. Grace and Betty Snowball.
Oh, I was
combined.
thinking Booney as Buddha. David Boone.
Yeah, bit of Booney. Last ball of the over, and it's blocked. Full delivery, blocked by the straight bat of Broad. That's the end of the over on the Beaumontel scoreboard. England 6 for 294.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets or locally crafted homewares, Australian Made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian Made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas in Australia. I've got 12 overs before a second new ball may become available. You'd think there'll be enough drama before then, but actually, although it feels like England have been going very quickly with those sixes, there's been nothing in between. It's felt long.
It's been 18 runs off the last 6 overs, but 13 of those came in just the 1 over.
And Longy, has Stokes hit all these sixes facing the bowlers from the nursery end?
Yeah.
So he hasn't got one.
You're onto something there, Norcross.
Here is Green from the pavilion end, and that's carved away by by Stokes. It's a backward point, but there's no run. It goes straight to the fielder on a boundary. Stokes on 149. Again, he's not remotely interested in landmarks. He won't be thinking about any of those things. Anything he's thinking about is 371 to win.
The only thing the Australians will be thinking about is, well, a number of things. Dropping him twice on 114.
Yeah.
And oh no, here we go again. Hello, Tim Payne in Hobart.
Well, they mustn't be thinking that.
It's been listening.
Green in, and this is now played carefully down through backward point. He wants 2 here. He's going to come back for them. This could be tight. But he's home. And he reaches his 150. Let's see if he even celebrates. He hasn't. He's not celebrating. He's in a completely different zone at the moment. This man is one of the most remarkable cricketers you can wish to see.
There you go.
Finally, he's woken up to the fact that this crowd is all standing for him. Thinking, why are they doing this? It's because he's got 150, mate. It's an unbelievable effort from England's captain.
He's showing more interest in gardening the pitch than acknowledging his 150. He's in the zone.
The crowd is standing everywhere. Even the Australian fans are standing.
Oh, it's one of the great test knocks.
He has no idea that it's happening.
4 Australians stood. I counted them.
Green into him. 6 for 296. Down the leg side. Very wide down the leg side. And I think umpire Gaffney might have been tempted there because, you start to get into... I remember the game that England played against Zimbabwe where the game ended with scores level. And Zimbabwe were spearing the ball down the leg side. Eventually the umpires sort of... They gave up on that and went, no, we're widing you for that. Not quite 1 day wides, but a little bit wider than 1 day wides.
What Bumble... He was the English coach. What did he say about that?
We flipping murdered them.
Got a draw against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, with scores level. Next delivery is ducked by Stokes. And once more, as England go ahead on the win predictor, preposterously, needing 75 more to win, once again, Stokes is eschewing the short ball from the pavilion end. This is a game that's being played at 2 distinct paces at 2 distinct ends here.
No matter what happens today, Ben Stokes has played 2 of the best innings I've ever seen in my life.
But that's in Tests. We're forgetting about the World Cup final here. He's playing one of the best white ball innings I've ever played.
This is a test. This is a test. I don't do one-day matches.
He does everything. Yep. He's a match winner with bat and ball.
He's got a way to go here. Yeah. 2 balls left in this over. Green into him.
Bold.
He flicks this out to mid-wicket and he's furious with himself. There's a really good delivery in the block hole. So Stokes will be looking to manufacture a single somewhere off this ball. But, I wonder if he's just starting to get a little bit more confidence in Broad, and that could be dangerous.
Oh, but you got 4 wickets, though, Dan. I think you'd let it happen a little bit more. But the way he's been able to manipulate him facing so many deliveries has been tactically smart and so skillful. But big delivery here. Can Green close it out again? Yorker length.
He's into Stokes. His big wide stance, and Stokes bunts it up to long on. A full toss. That was not the delivery that Cameron Green was looking for. One more to Stokes. He goes to 152 at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tars scoreboard. England 6 for 297. Need another 74 to win. Australia still need those 4 wickets.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. Stokes is on strike on 152. He's hit 9 fours and 9 sixes and 90 runs in boundaries, and actually just 90 runs in boundaries. It's 62 not in boundaries, is something we should also remember. And I mean, you know, England have done it again. They've managed to go toe-to-toe with Australia, playing very imperfect cricket.
I wonder,
they're playing the more clueless cricket, but they're still in it.
But that last ball from Green, whether he should have tried a bouncer, a 4 or 6, still keeps Broad on strike.
Stark is into him. He's starting a new over. Field back, as you know. That's wide of the off stump, full and driven off the bottom of the bat up to Cummins at long off. There's no run. And the boos whenever Cummins gets the ball. I tell you though, I went and stood out on the balcony on the outside to sample the atmosphere, and I have never experienced a Lord's crowd like this.
I haven't looked. Surely there's not too many people out that way
on the fire
escape. Nursery.
Yeah, you can. No, it's
no. Look, you know how they often congregate out there.
We'll go and have a shifty. I'll go and have a check. But do you use the word shifty in Australia?
No.
Go and have a gander. Go and have a look. Have a shifty. Here's Stark into Stokes. And Stokes flicks this out towards mid-wicket. And on any other day, that would have been a delicious 4, but instead it's a dot ball.
Just a little flick, wasn't it?
Yeah. Do you like what Stark's doing here, though? He's had 2 very full deliveries.
Well, they haven't gone for 6, so I think they're okay.
You see, it's dangerous because when Hazelwood did that, you remember, he got pumped over long on. But
also, there is a change from Stokes there. He's whipped that from outside off stump. We haven't seen him try that sort of that shot. So is there signs of some frustration that he hasn't found the boundary for a little while?
It could be. Stark into him again. Short. Oh, and he goes for the big pull, and it whacks it straight onto his thigh. He's in the wars anyway, Stokes, but he's now even more so. And he's inside edged one into his ankle before that, and now he's smacked one onto his thigh. He goes off for a little walk. 3 balls gone in the over, not a run scored.
Was that a big cheer, just by the way he rubbed his leg then?
Yeah. He can do no wrong.
But another one, he's tried to manipulate the length there. I just think there's some signs, and it must be hard when your innings is flowing like it has, Ben Stokes. If it slows, can you just get through that period and back yourself? He seems like he's trying to find the boundary now.
Stark into him. And he drives firmly up to Cummins and takes the single, as he has done many times off the 4th ball of the over when the bowling is from the nursery end. Such a fascinating battle going on. He moves to 153. 73 more to win for England, 4 more wickets for Australia, still 6 for 298. It's the uniqueness of cricket, isn't it? That you've got these unique ground dimensions and characteristics, and they are being reflected in the approach that a man who's on 153 is taking to essentially the same ball. It brings tears to my eyes. Tell me, Damien, I'm not going to have to spend the last 20 years of my life watching T20 cricket and nothing else, because I think it just wouldn't be worth it.
This is massive. Test cricket, at least with the bigger teams, is going to be around forever. They need to knock Broad over.
Stark into him. Short, and he hops and gets out of the way, bounces through to Carey. He's got to last another ball. 1 more ball. He's faced 29 balls. How many balls has this partnership been? Please, Phil Long.
The 100 came up off 93, 99.
So what percentage of balls has he faced, Longy?
104, so he's faced 29 out of 104.
Yeah.
That's a significant number, actually. I mean,
27%.
Stokes has managed to farm the strike, but still, he's faced 29 balls.
But they're only getting him for 1 or 2 balls and over. It's frustrating because you feel like you've got to knock it. If you've got six balls, you can sort of work a plan.
Last ball of the over. He's in. And that's guided away by Broad. He's going to get some runs here.
He wants
to
get 2. Oh! He's ran 3 by himself.
Oh no, what's happened there?
Stokes didn't move.
Stokes didn't move, and there were 2 runs off.
Does he get a run there?
How important could that be? Well, they're going to have a change in commentary. Adam Collins is going to come back in. This is an extraordinary game of cricket we're witnessing on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. It's 6 for 298.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas. Adam Collins jumping in. We've got Bharat Sundaresan doing the same for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. 4 years ago, the conversation around this time, remembering it was a partnership of 76 between Stokes and Leach. 73 to win from here. They've already put on 105 from 109 balls. A lot of it hinged on how did Australia play it when it got tight from a tactical perspective. A lot of that went to how did they try or not to manipulate the strike situation. I sense that's where the conversation is drifting again, Baz.
Yeah, I think what Australia have done, despite this miraculous innings from Ben Stokes, is...
New over begins. Hazelwood in, off the pads of Stokes to deep backward square, no run. Still 9 set back.
They mix things around. Pat Cummins again, 2 really good overs from Cameron Green. He's brought Josh Hazelwood back. Mitchell Stark hasn't worked. I thought he could be the difference. They missed him in Headingley. They had Jimmy Pattinson as the 3rd fast bowler that day. But just leave Australia's plans aside for a second. I thought sequel sucked. But this is an incredible sequel already from Ben Stokes.
Great sequels. 0433 98 11 16. Back to the Future 2, better than 1. They're both great flicks. Stokes 153, his 3rd 150 in Test cricket. Facing Hazelwood, using the pace out to deep point. There won't be a single again. The boundary riders are getting a hell of a workout out there. It's like a centre wicket practice. It's like fielding practice.
And already, I think the fact that England have 4 wickets in hand, Stokes doesn't have to go completely berserk. He's picked his spots, picked his moments really well. And the last 10 overs or so, Longy, they've won at what, 4 and over?
Yeah, even less without that 13 in that 1 over.
Yeah.
And the win predictor's got England at 55. All due to one man. He's facing now. Hazelwood in, sways out the way of a short ball, being the 3rd of the over. It seems like he knew it was coming, as if it were foretold. He was already heading in that direction, knowing that all he needed to do is keep his head out of the way.
Some just have that genius gene, don't they? Ben Stokes is definitely one of them. He might not be someone who will end up with a test average of 50, but when you eventually look back at the last 15 years of test cricket, Ben Stokes will be in the top 3 most influential figures of his era.
He's already a giant. He's facing Hazelwood round the wicket, leg stump, into the onside, 4th ball of the over, so they take it. And this is the theme. It's not about ball 5 or ball 6. They're going at ball 4 on the basis that Broad is relatively at ease. 11 from 30. They leave themselves 2 deliveries. I don't think at any stage they've gone the full court press on Stokes in this session, which has been worth so many runs. They've taken England from 6 for 243. So they've already added 56 runs, and that's only in 1 hour. So going at basically a run a minute.
Without taking too many crazy risks. I mean,
only in the first 15 minutes to really...
that's right. And those are all percentage shots. I mean, he timed one, got the top edge early on in the first over. Steve Smith put him down. Ever since that, I mean, he's picked his spots. You can speak all you want about baseball and the frenetic nature of baseball, but he's one of the most calculative finishers in world cricket.
Felt strategic, acknowledging that he was dropped twice, Stokes, in that flurry. But first 15 minutes after lunch was about making people really, really believe that he could finish the job here. It's brought on strike. Hazelwood in, plays it down after going back inside part of the blade, but the crowd don't care. All they're worried about is him not bobbing one up to silly point or short leg.
Yeah, I mean, it's 72 runs to go. It's Stokes or bust, right, at this point. But the closer, I keep saying it, the closer Stokes and Broad can take them to the target, the lack of batting talent to come after this becomes less and less relevant.
But also the pressure on Australia ratchets up as well, given where they were just before lunch. Hazelwood in to finish. Broad down the leg side, down to fine leg. Won't take the single, so they'll stay on 6 for 299. Broad 11, Stokes 154 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Now coverage is for Maccas, and McFeast is back at Maccas, and drinks are coming out onto the field. What a stunning hour of cricket.
He's in again. And Stokes has gone again. And he's going to get 6 again. Out 30, backward square leg. Well, from baseball to baseball. The new book by Dan Brettick, due out in no time at all. Extraordinary shot. This time a bit finer. He's dicing with death out there because...
Great piece of commentary there from Daniel Norcross. From baseball to baseball, one of 9 sixes that Ben Stokes has clouted. 6 of them coming in that hour and a bit of play. The drinks are still on the field. They're remarking the lines as well. Bharat Sundaresan saying something. Hello.
Yeah, both batters have disappeared. The 2 reserves from the England side, the young men who've been part of the substitute group, are out there in the middle with drinks and a towel. But both Stokes and Broad have gone back in. Now they're having a little huddle in the dressing room.
Just regrouping. We know what Stokes did at the 2019 World Cup final when he went back into the dressing room after getting scores level, went into the shower, had half a cigarette, threw it out and ran back on the field again. So you couldn't rule out that's what Stokes is doing right now.
I think he would have had enough time for a full cigarette. He's been off for quite a while.
So Stokes, what a performance this has been. 154 not. 3rd time above 150 in Test cricket. And the major difference, Bharat, to what happened at Leeds in 2019 is that Australia were able to create chances until very deep into the mix, deep into the chase, through Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon will be sitting on that balcony or sitting in the dressing room out the back watching on telly, distraught. You spoke to him last night. There was a palpable devastation in his voice, and knowing that if he was out there right now, that would be an option. Now, maybe Travis Head could and should be an option for something different, especially if he gets the chance to bowl to Stuart Broad. Now, he might go for some runs, but we might have reached that tipping point where risking runs for wickets may be what Australia need to do. 72 to get.
I thought he might turn to Travis Head a few overs earlier, but maybe just the way Ben Stokes has been batting, he just doesn't trust him. The last thing Australia think they can afford is having a 25-run like over. Travis Head is a better bowler than that, but just the zone that Ben Stokes is in, they back their fast bowlers, and Pat Cummins is bringing himself back on from the nursery end. We haven't seen him bowl much from here today, have we?
He's been better at the pavilion end throughout the Test match. He started at the nursery end in both innings, but it's been from the pavilion end where he's done the most damage. But change of angle, the slope always a factor. Even with the old ball, what are we up to now? 9 overs until it, 72 to get. So that should be influential at the last, unless Stokes decides that you couldn't rule it out, but he wants to get there before the second new ball is due. That is within the realms of possibility.
Very much so.
He would have sized it up and go, 9 overs, second newie, Mitchell Stark. We're going to go hell for leather. This could be fun. Phil Long.
Yeah, just to mention run rate, 23 runs off the last 9 overs. 13 of them came in 1 over.
There you go.
So they have tied it up nicely.
Which is very different to Headingley. And look, we've spoken a lot about Ben Stokes, but Pat Cummins has been the man for Australia, brought himself on in difficult circumstances and turned the game around.
They put on 106. Cummins' new spell, bowls to Stokes, slower ball outside the off stump. It trickles through to Carey. No pace at all in that by design. This is the other 112 kilometres an hour we see on our screen for tyre power, clean bowled savings. This was the other thing in 19 at Leeds. They didn't turn to their T20 skills.
Yeah, they froze. And I think what Ben Stokes did that day took them by complete shock and awe. But they've seen it before, not just back then. They've experienced it back then, of course, but they've seen what Ben Stokes can do in the last 12 months again.
So Cummins away. Up now bowling, 9 men back, 5 on the leg side. Stokes slapping with authority down to long off where Mitchell Stark will field. Another dot ball, and not worried about singles at this stage, although they will be after one more ball. And we know the other thing about bowling to tail-end players, and Broad is one of those these days, is that the data says that bowling at their heads is more effective than bowling at their stumps.
Yeah.
It just feels wrong. It feels like the lived experience is that you bowl full and straight to players like Broad and the rest takes care of itself. But all the analytical stuff they point to and justify it by as you bowl bounces at them, which is a point of interest as well. Stokes, they'll take anything. Bowls here outside the off stump, down to third man for none. David Warner does the fielding in front of the home dressing room. If you're just catching up, there's been a statement from Cricket Australia putting in a formal complaint about the treatment the Australians received in the long room at lunch, and a statement from the MCC as well in return of that, saying that they're going to investigate what happened, and they've issued their unreserved apologies to the Australian team about whatever it was that played out. Warner was part of it, Khawaja as well, as we saw on the Sky cameras, and something else up on the steps as well, according to Pete Lawler. Stokes facing Cummins halfway through the over. Fourth ball single, fourth ball single, fourth ball single, fourth ball single. 155, and that brings up the 300. Stokes 155 of those, more than half of it, but he's doing more than half the work in this partnership. They're put on 107. The old scoreboard beneath Father Time ticks over. 71 to win. To think where they were when Johnny Bairstow was controversially dismissed. And that was the ignition button for Ben Stokes, who knows what it takes on a Sunday afternoon at Lord's, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah. Oof, 4 years ago, right? And there was a throw that hit his bat and rolled towards third man today as well. It didn't go to the boundary. Yeah, this is Ben Stokes versus Australia. I think the contest between England and Australia finished a long time ago.
So they get two cracks at Broad, as is the custom. Round the wicket, well wide of the off stump. Broad thinks about flirting at it. It's signalled a wide, which in truth is probably a good outcome for Australia. They had one run, but they get another ball. Just a misdirection from Cummins starting a spell. 6 for 301. They've got to make these two balls count. If they're not going to make Stokes risk it and go over the top, if they're not going to bring the field in, if they've committed to this plan for the duration, then these two balls,
they have to count.
Every over, have to count. Otherwise, the four that come before it are neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Because Stokes is doing his own thing.
And they need to break his rhythm.
Cummins up again, away from out commentary position. Bowls here to Stuart Broad, back of a length, gets up, bounce up. Broad lets it go over his helmet. It's awkward, but it's fine. One ball left, 70 to win.
Obviously, Stuart Broad thinks it should have been called a wide again. He came out doing his pantomime stuff, getting under the skin of the Australians. Not that he has to put in too much effort to do that, but he's played a courageous innings overall. He's not indulged in a lot of that after the lunch break. And it doesn't even look like Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad are saying too much to each other out in the middle.
Short leg silly point. Last ball for Cummins. Last opportunity in his 23rd over. Broad goes back and defends with 2 feet off the ground and keeps the ball down as well. 70 left for England. They're 6 for 301 on the Beaumont tail scoreboard. Stokes 155, Broad 11 in our coverage for Maccas. The McFeast is back at Maccas.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
This session, which in all probability will decide the test match, is with you for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise. Between overs, Pat Cummins took the ball to Chris Gaffney, the umpire, passed it through the rings. They're not going to get another one yet. 8 overs until the fresh one. Will Stokes try and take Hazelwood down? Enjoyed success off him after lunch. 5 back on the leg side. Round the wicket pavilion end. Stokes swings. Top edge. Carey running back with the flight, and he's taken it! Stokes is out. And Josh Hazelwood leans back like Freddie Flintoff did on this ground in 2009. Godlike. And as for Ben Stokes, there won't be a second miracle, but the most masterful performance from where they were. A partnership worth 108. It's over now with England 7-301. Stokes 155 of the very best runs you'll see. It'll be recognised by this Lord's crowd who've been with him all the way, but Josh Hazlewood found a way to find the error, miscuing, and Alex Carey running back with the flight. All the pressure in the world on his shoulders did the rest, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, everyone at Lord's is on their feet. So should we. We've been privileged to see one of the best test innings you'll ever see. Josh Hazlewood almost got him out just after the lunch break. Steve Smith put it down. This time, much better length from the Australians in the last 20 or so minutes to Ben Stokes. They stopped going just short to him. Ben Stokes swung hard at that. He was lining Josh Hazlewood up. Top edge, and Alex Carey, who's been involved in a lot of important moments today, kept his cool, held his nerve, and is that the game for Australia? It was Ben Stokes versus Australia, but Ben Stokes is gone. Ben
Stokes' 13th test ton. He was out there for 214 balls. He hit 9 sixes along the way, 9 fours as well. He's to be replaced by Ollie Robinson, who was such a talking point before this test match. Feels like a long time ago now. There's 70 runs from the finish line. The game will change immediately.
Oh, yeah, the two baddest heels in world cricket as far as Australia are concerned, batting out there in the middle, Stuart Broad and Ollie Robinson. But you can catch a breath again. What a knock that was from Ben Stokes. But credit to Australia. We kept saying they did things differently than what they did in Headingley. They changed the pace around. They just didn't panic. The last 9 or 10 overs, Ben Stokes had to do something out of the ordinary, and then also not to forget that second new ball. We spoke about how he wanted to get as many runs as he could before we got to the second new ball. And clearly they had targeted Josh Hazlewood, but for once, he just couldn't get the middle of the bat.
Hazlewood, who was part of the damage at Leeds 4 years ago, a bit of redemption for him there. He's got 2 for 71. Phil Long's with us as well.
Yeah, just a reminder that nobody other than Ben Stokes has hit more than 8 sixes in an Ashes innings, and he's done it twice.
A staggering contribution. Scarcely believable that he's gone. Round the wicket, Hazlewood. Robinson makes room. That's ugly. Makes room and swings first ball. That could have gone anywhere had he made contact. Chill out, young man. There's no rush now.
He's no Ben Stokes.
Watching the replay back for tyre power, clean bowled saving. Stokes was trying to pop that over into the grandstand or the Warner stand, and it was a big top edge, and it hung in the air for so long. And Hazlewood in that flint-off pose that was the cover of so many books from that Ashes series in 09. In he comes and bowls to Robinson. Around the wicket, bumps him, ducks it. Well played.
Hazlewood looked like just saved a penalty in a World Cup final. The relief for the Australians. You could just see the pressure just lifting from every Australian at the ground, not just in the middle. Those in the crowd, the balcony. Nathan Lyon's been sitting watching on nervously.
So Hazlewood again. Up to Robinson, yet to score. Sticking around the wicket. Defends into the onside. So there is a short leg. There's the gully, but the field's suddenly a little bit more manageable. Well, I say that. There are still 1, 2, 3, 4 out on the leg side, so let's not get carried away. Deep point and a deep third, but some men in close. Knowing that in all probability, Robinson's going to try and heavy it over the ropes as well. Even if I don't know whether that's the right call now, Brad, I just wonder whether him playing himself in, he's got a first-class ton.
There's a lot of time left.
Nice shot on our screen of Steve Smith giving Stokes a pat on the back. Well played. Hazlewood bowls. Robinson takes on the short ball. Is there an edge on that? Umpire Gaffney says no. Carey was interested. Hazlewood not so much. 7 for 301.
There's still 3 wickets left, but the smiles have returned in the Australian camp. Marnus Labuschagne now playing with the crowd. You felt for Ben Stokes, and it wasn't just Steve Smith who went up to him and congratulated him. Pat Cummins did the same. Usman Khawaja ran all the way up to him. I mean, they realize what they witnessed. They've seen it before. Thankfully, this time they got him out.
Gets a last crack here. Can he bookend the over with wickets? Hazlewood bowls and Robinson defends. Behind square. Takes the single, keeps the strike. He's off the mark. 69 to win. But a successful over for the touring side. Australia finally gets stakes for 155. England 7 for 302.
Whether it's been a big weekend or a big weekend of NRL.
And Jerome Luai hit the rise. That picks up
a try.
SEN has you covered. Catch up on all the scores in the time it takes to make your morning coffee with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on SEN League. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie, as things just calmed down again at headquarters here at Lord's. Winviz went from 60% for England before the wicket down to 25 now, which really does tell the story, doesn't it?
Like I said, they should have just replaced England with Ben Stokes. It was one man versus an entire nation at that point.
In saying that, we saw what Australia were able to do with their tail last week, 8 down. Well, England are 7 down here. Australia were 54 from the line. England 69 here, so it's still within the realms of possibility. Absolutely. Cummins away from us, nursery end, into Robinson, new to the crease, bowls here, Robinson swings high, up the deep square leg, hanging in the air, and it's taken! Steve Smith, who put a catch down at the start of the session, gives it big. 2 in 2 overs, Australia 2 wickets from victory. Ollie Robinson holes out for 1, and England are 8 for 302.
Take that, he says to the English fans after taking that catch. He put down a pretty straightforward chance by his standards. This was a much more difficult catch. Had to move to his left, get under it. Got into a decent position, but he hung on to it. And you can see it was like a release of pressure. Saw him dawdling around on the field after that drop catch early on. And now Australia are nearly there.
2 wickets away, 69 runs. It feels ever so different to what it did 5 minutes ago at Lord's. The crowd silenced, not in expectation, but in something resembling agony, knowing that they were within maybe half an hour, 45 minutes of a second Stokes miracle. That's what you require for canonisation to become a saint. He would have been a living saint had he finished the job. But it's not to be. Instead, it's going to be Josh Tongue playing his second Test match. Just a couple of runs in Test cricket. Averages 13 for Worcestershire. Out in the first innings off the shoulder of the bat, caught at short leg, and we can be certain that they're going to be bombing him from ball 1.
Maybe they'll show some respect to Jimmy Anderson when he comes out. No, of course they won't. He was the only one who didn't bowl too many bouncers. But yeah, just looking at some of the faces on the English balcony, they believed as well. Ben Stokes taken England to a position from where he could have seen them home, but with him gone, this could all end in a big hurry. The crowd still getting stuck, and Steve Smith still reacting to them. The Australian fans have finally found their voice. The ones in green have, the ones in canary yellow are still seated.
They are the most well-behaved fans in world cricket.
Yeah, clearly, look at that. No reactions.
But the kind of same old Aussies always cheat has kind of lost its...
It has.
Hasn't it?
Just lost its gusto, hasn't it?
Yeah. I don't think anyone believes now.
I'll tell you what, that's going to fire up again after this. Had they got the job done? They still might. Who's to know? 69 away. First ball here for Tongue. Silly point and a short leg, and the bouncer from Cummins, who I should add has now got 3 for 65 from 23.1. 2 in a stunning over yesterday to get rid of Root, then Brook in the space of 4 balls. Now Robinson, first ball of his 24th over after Hazelwood finally got Stokes. And that bouncer was above the eye line of Robinson, but he's a better player than that. They'll be very disappointed in Ollie Robinson and the way he's gone about that. They won't say it because they don't, but he's a good cricketer. He's selling himself short the way he's batting for England at the moment. Cummins in, bowls here to Tongue. Short ball off the splice. Wow. This is the end that's been a little bit docile today. Don't tell Pat Cummins that. Got Matt Renshaw calling for another helmet. Or did it hit him in the helmet?
No, it hit him in the helmet.
Hit him in the lid, so there'll be a concussion test here. That was nasty.
Oof, on the side of the helmet. That's a painful blow.
Yes, they'll go through the concussion test process. I'm sure we all saw the The suggestion made by a former England player about Nathan Lyon yesterday, concussion test and all the rest. And Nathan Lyon's response to that, saying, "Well, in fact, I won't even give it airtime."
Yeah. I mean, no point acknowledging it, but
that person.
Yeah. Ollie Robinson, like you said, Stuart Broad, especially the fight he's shown at the other end. If you were the England coach and captain, you would be a little disappointed. And even the shot he played first up, just making room and just swinging wildly. For that to be the first ball to play out after what Ben Stokes has, the show he's put on, rather disappointing. Tells you a lot. There's Ben Stokes and then there's the rest. And look, Australia have been the better team overall throughout this test match. They've run the game. England had a chance at 1 for 180 in the first innings. They blew it. The real difference was Ben Stokes. And yeah, a lot of mutual respect for him.
Well, look, up to the crease again. Cummins bowls. Tongue, after the concussion test, defends into the offside. Phil Long.
Yeah, other than Stokes and Duckett, next highest scores Joe Root with 18.
Says a lot. And redemption for Josh Hazlewood as well. He came for some heavy bombing that day in Headingley. Ben Stokes took on everyone, but Josh Hazlewood in particular, you'll remember Adam Collins.
Yeah.
And he went away and became a brilliant white ball bowler, and the skills have come through today.
It's a really good point. Catches everywhere for Tongue. Bouncer, he knows it's coming. He's down as the ball's bowled. Tongue's in the fetal position, watching the ball go over his head. Well, not watching it, hoping it doesn't clatter into his helmet again. Fair enough, good strategy. Early in his test career, can he provide some support to Broad? Now that's now where England need to move the conversation, isn't it? Or at least move their tactics. How do they get Broad to face as many balls as possible?
It's changed now, yeah. He's the one who can play some shots.
Now, I know this sounds an odd thing to point out, but so it is. He's been out there for a while. Last ball here, short Tongue down the leg side, doesn't catch up with the end of the over. There'll be a change in commentary. Adam White taking over from me, with Australia requiring 2 wickets to win. Broad's 11, Tongue yet to score. That's all on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard.
SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Maccas. McFeast is back at Maccas. 2 wickets away, Australia. England 69 runs away. Adam White, Damien Fleming and Jeremy Coney with me. Our experts, thanks to Ren Energy. It's 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Bit different from my last stint. A couple of wickets down. Australians on top, bowling to tail, charging in Hazlewood.
He's charging into Broad, who gives himself some room and doesn't make contact, trying to cut away on the offside. So we look out and there is everyone on the fence for Stuart Broad, of all people. Damien Fleming.
Yeah. An ode to Mike Brearley. I believe he's here today. He did it in a one-day game that at the SCG, I think, that led to the rules getting changed, Jeremy.
Well, I think it might have been almost the first one-day game, wasn't it?
Day night
and
game.
the keeper on the boundary.
The keeper was on the...
Yeah.
I think it might have been Johnny's dad.
Hazlewood from the pavilion end, bowls to Broad, who gets a top edge, playing the hook shot, Green, yes, out!
Oy.
They are 1 wicket away! They can almost taste it, the Australians.
I think Broady's gone upstairs. You can't do that, Stuart.
Stuart Broad, who played the support act for Ben Stokes, but when he was the main man, he couldn't last. And Australia get a 9th wicket at the score at 302. Broad out for 11, caught by Green in the deep off the bowling of Hazlewood. So in the end, Hazlewood getting both Stokes and Broad. And here's the reception for Stuart Broad as he walks off.
Oh, well.
The pavilion standing as one.
Let's go, Whitey. And the thing is, he was in no position to play that shot. He was backing away. He took his eye off the ball. The bouncer gets yet another wicket. I thought Robinson's dismissal disappointing. Been talking tough off the field. You know, you need to back it up on the field. And they're not like they're out of the game. You know, Robertson has a first-class 100. Stuart Broad has a test 100. But the bouncer works again. There's just about 80% of the dismissals have been with the bouncer, Jeremy. It's been a fascinating day's play. And Jimmy comes out at the end.
Great captaincy from Adam Collins. He needed a wicket. He put me on. We got a wicket. We're going back to Colo. The score 9 for 302 as Anderson comes to the crease.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. The McFeast is back at Macca's. Australia 1 wicket to win. We've got Damien, Fleming and Jeremy Coney with me. And England still 69 away. How this game has turned in the last 5 minutes, we always knew it would. Stokes was where the hope was, and when he fell...
Well, it was always still going to be up, wasn't it? If Stokes had kept going, the excitement, particularly from the Lord's crowd, would have just kept getting more momentum up, but what a change.
Hazelwood in, he got Stokes, he bowls to Anderson. First ball is played down towards third man. They take a single, so to give a sense of how they're setting up for the England tail enders. They've still got players back for the short ball, Jeremy, but men crowded around the bat as well.
Yeah, I think the new ball is now 5 overs away if it goes that far, so obviously Australia will take that. I thought Australia did well, slowing the game down a little for that last half hour while Stokes was still in. They bowled more outside off. In other words, they took that swinging arc. All his boundaries are on the leg side. They took that arc away from Ben Stokes, and he had to look to other options through that half hour. So
took a while.
Yeah, it did take a while for them to. Yeah, it did. And to then bring the odd fieldsman in, to stop Stokes getting that easy single. In the last 2 balls.
Stokes on the balcony in his bucket hat, watching on. Catches surrounding Josh Tongue. Hazelwood bowls, gets inside the line and doesn't get anything of it through to the gloves of Carey. For a moment, Hazelwood thought there might have been a feather. So a silly point, short leg, gully, fly slip, fine leg, and the rest on the one, notionally at least.
But we're here because it was just another Ben Stokes magnificent knock, wasn't it? He's just the reason that gave England a chance. Just that power hitting, that belief. Oh, yeah. And he gets in a zone, doesn't he? Even the way he walked off at lunch. Stuart Broad was, having a chat to the Aussie fielders. Stokes just got himself off.
Hazelwood up in the air, back towards the bowler. Doesn't quite carry from Tongue. He backed away. He was sitting on the next strip by the time the ball arrived. Wanted nothing to do with it.
It's a bit like Scotty Boland's dismissal in the first test, wasn't it?
To a child.
You think
father teaching his young daughter to just
French
have
cricket.
A catch. Yeah.
It's French cricket. Yeah.
So they've got the short legs in position, that's for sure. It's Renshaw at short leg. It's Labuschagne at silly point. Kawaja in the gully. Smith at leg slip alongside Carey. And beneath this, Mitchell Stark at fly slip. Couldn't rule out him taking the last catch either. In he comes Hazelwood, round the wicket, bowls to Tongue, gets inside the line. He tries to whip it over the top of leg slip. Instead, it's through to Carey. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England 9 for 303. Australia 1 wicket to win. And Cummins, as he loves to do at the end, on to try and finish the job for his side. Took an important wicket in that flurry, 3 that fell in a hurry to leave England 9 for 303. Jimmy Anderson, who's been the last man out so often over the years for England in Test cricket, by a mile the most by any Test cricketer. Yeah. Also got the most not outs ever in Test cricket, as it happens, but not today. Cummins away from us. Nursery end. Catches around Anderson. Bowls here. Short ball. Keeps it down towards Alex Carey, who scuppers across and ensures there won't be a single. There's a fine leg, or a deep backward square. A fine leg there, actually. Fly slip and a deepish point, in addition to a gully and a short leg.
Yeah, he was just getting himself out of the way there. He's hoping, as he ran across, that it was hitting his bat, not flesh.
As it is for Anderson. In a tough spot all week for different reasons. Cummins in, bowling to the veteran. Anderson facing up, delivers here. Anderson wafts at one outside the off stump, not far away from the outside edge.
Jeremy, I always love that with tail enders. Bruce Reid used to do it in state games. The waff outside off stump, but then the practice shot plays a perfect cut shot. Perfect cut shot from Jimmy then.
Has got a test 50
but
many years ago.
But it's gone through to Carey.
Yes.
It's in Carey's gloves.
Who's to know, it might be James Anderson's last act at Lord's the Test cricket.
Colo.
Change of angle. Cummins round the wicket. Can he finish it here? Bowls to Anderson. Back of a length. Gets it round the corner for 1. Anderson moves to 2, unless it's a leg by. We'll see from umpire Raza in a moment. Either way, it's 9 for 304 on the scoreboard here at Lord's for Beaumont Tiles. 67 to win for what it's worth. They'll still believe in the back of their mind something can break their way, I suppose. Never say die attitude and all the rest.
Bazball.
Might we see Josh Tongue try and bazball it around? He's faced 8 awkward deliveries from North so far.
He's actually shown an inclination to play the Gordon Greenwich pull shot. He just hasn't hit the ball.
So it's Pat Cummins with fielders at silly point, short leg. McGully and men out for the short ball when it comes. Arrives here, Cummins bowls here, Tongue plays into the offside and gets off the mark. Out through cover where there's a gap towards the down stand. Down the slope it goes. It won't quite get to the rope in time. And Cummins, bless him, the captain and the bowler, has raced all the way to the rope to do the fielding. I don't think that was necessary, Pat. 64 to win, 9 for 307.
Is he off the mark for the first time in Test match cricket, or did he score?
He had 1 run before today, I reckon.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so he's doubled his top score. Tripled it.
Trebled it, yeah.
Not far away from silly point as well. Not used to seeing silly points to quicks this series. They're in all the time. It's been that kind of fortnight at Birmingham, now at London. Anderson waiting for Cummins. Gets to the crease and bowls, and Anderson plays defensively to backward point where Usman Khawaja does the fielding. And the crowd are still with the England pair.
Still, when you're hitting just a good length, it's a very easy pace pitch, isn't it? Anderson in the end playing that quite easily. So it's really when you're bowling bounces or bowling full Yorkers, seems to be the most trouble for the tail enders.
Cummins from our nursery end. He's got 3 wickets. Can he finish it with a 4th? Bowls to James Anderson, goes back and tries to ride the bounce, but doesn't quite get up. Past the bat, past the gloves. To Carey it goes. End of the over. 9 for 307. Anderson 2, Tongue 3. The target 64 away. Josh Hazlewood gets the chance to finish it off, as he might, after picking up both Stokes and Broad in the session, the 2 wickets that mattered most. A partnership of 108 that took them so far. The session's been for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise. Hazlewood will stay round the wicket to Tongue. Short leg silly point for one that bobbles up. Delivers here round the wicket. It does bobble up, but gets it down. Just next to the silly point, down to backward point. Pretty well handled in the end. Just waiting for one of this pair just to take one on. I suppose they will at some stage. It's hard to remain disciplined, as we know, as we've seen over the 5 days here.
Yeah, it just threatened to get bigger on Tongue, but it just kept its pace and bounce.
So Australia searching for the final wicket, the one that will put them 2-0 up. Hazlewood bowls here and Tongue down the leg side. Taken by Carey. Way to his left.
Very docile pitch, isn't it, today? Today has been the most docile pitch in this match so far.
And you don't want that day 5.
You want that to be
deterioration
up and down a bit,
of the pitch, some natural variation. There've been 2 very docile pitches. Teams have done well to make it such exciting games.
Hazlewood into Tongue, 1 wicket to get, goes back and tries to heave it over the top of backward square, but doesn't make contact again.
He's trying. He sort of likes that. Get inside, lift the one knee. He'd love to get onto it, but there's obviously 3 fieldsmen out there.
Yeah.
That's a no ball. Must be a little front footer called by umpire Erasmus upstairs, who's going to be focus of a lot of attention tonight, I suppose. Talked about that plenty. 1 wicket here for Hazlewood. Can he complete it here? Bowls to Tongue. It's full and straight and dug out towards mid-wicket. We continue. 2 balls left in the over. We felt like we spent so long, Flem, waiting for a break in play that they probably didn't quite get the strike manipulation thing right with Broad and Stokes. They were letting him get the single as he saw fit, but it was the first ball of an over to Stokes that he swung at Hazlewood. First ball.
No, there was a period and Stokes just took it on, but I felt like the bouncer plan was used to try and get him out.
Yeah.
And Stokes was just too good. It wasn't until they went wide, made him reach for it a little bit full, that the run rate actually declined.
Change of angle. Hazlewood back over the wicket. Wants the last here. Tongue backs away towards silly point. He's on a different pitch when the ball got to him. It followed him.
Yeah, I'd like to ask him what's happening with that other pitch. Looked like it was...
They'll be getting that up for another game
grass.
next week. Not sure what the curator will think of that here.
Might be worth a Yorker now. Let's just target the stumps. If he hits it for 4, good on you.
They want just a quick kill from here, won't they? They won't want us to drag out. Finish the job in style. Hit those stumps. As Cummins did at Lahore last year. 1 wicket to get. Hazelwood, can he get a 4th? Bowls to tongue, backs away and strikes it out to point. He left the stumps open. It was that ball. But instead they get a single. 9 for 309, 62 left. That's a lie there, isn't it?
Bit of finesse about that one too. I like bowling short to Jimmy. I just like him to attack the stumps. Let's knock one of the stumps out of the ground.
Real T20 stuff. Watching the replay for Tyre Power. Clean bowled savings. Nearly got clean bowled, but as you say, bent knees out the middle of the bat. Gets 1, moves to 4. Anderson's turn to face the music for 1 delivery. They'll go over the wicket to him. Hazelwood with a short leg, a leg gully, a fly slip, and a conventional gully. Over the wicket, pavilion end. He delivers here. Anderson, short ball, keeps it down. Towards the gully it goes. Anderson survives. 62 to win, 9 for 309. Our coverage is for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. The damage has been done by the Aussie Quicks. 2 for Stark, 3 for Cummins, 3 for Hazelwood and 1 for Green. Albeit the one from Green, in most unusual circumstances, the stumping that will be talked about for a long time, I'm sure. But Australia get the chance to finish it with Stark, replacing the captain Cummins. At our nursery end. Field still spread behind the wicket, plus the short leg and a gully. He's going to go over the wicket to him. So Stark away from us. Nursery end up here. 1 to win. Bowls to Tongue inside the line. Over to backward square for a single. Just working into it, Tongue. He's 5. 9 for 310. 61 left.
I've seen worse 5s from a number 10. Bit of style. Get inside, a bit of a flick. A single where he just opened up the face.
To be fair, he's had a pretty good test match, hasn't he, Josh Tongue?
Yep. He's playing. They need some extra... You know, we'll talk about this in the analysis. I think their team... They need Wood in this team. If Wood can play, and is he going to be fit? Because there's a sameness about this attack. I think Broad's going really well. Anderson's battled. Robinson just. Tongue, play him. A little bit different.
Moeen Ali will come back too if he's fit. Yeah.
So he could have Wood.
So Stark gets a...
Oh, sorry. Tongue and Ali.
Gets a look at Anderson early in the over. 1 wicket to get. Stark on the charge. Bowls to Anderson. Back of a length. Helps it down to point. No run. The back foot.
But, yeah, they've got some questions about their team. And for the Australians, they get to play Todd Murphy, who was super impressive in India. He's been super impressive since he debuted for Victoria. He's 22 years of age, but he's very mature, knows his game really well. He's a little bit different than Nathan. Probably a bit more traditional off spin. We'll try and beat them in flight. Turns the ball. Got a bit of an arm ball.
So a slip's jumped in for Anderson as well. Andersilly point. Stark bowls to him here. Dances. He's hit him.
No.
He's hit him. Anderson's been whacked. Not quite sure where yet. But he's gone straight down on the deck. He's taking his lid off. He's back standing up now. The ball wasn't far away from running into the stumps. I think it's hit the helmet, which will require a concussion test as well. Insult to injury for Anderson, who's not had a good time of it through the week here at Lords.
I don't even think that was a necessary bounce. It was a short ball, but he opened himself up. He made himself so vulnerable. That was ugly.
Here come the England medical staff. We'll see it again for Tyre Power, clean bowled savings.
It's like he made up his mind. Next short ball, I'm just going to close my eyes and try and hit it for 6.
He was down the track a bit as well. He was shimmying and no bat, straight in the grill. That's not fun. Jeremy Coney.
A little bit of a move out and a shimmy outside off, wasn't it, really? And got in a really awkward position with, again, the elbows in against the side rather than getting inside the line of the ball if you can.
I was asking long before. I reckon this is a record amount of helmets hit in a test match. I can't remember. I think we're up to 7 or 8.
despite the fact the track's not been that quick. It's just been the nature of the bowling. And
the shots played.
I'd say the ball wasn't far away. That would have been a dreadful way to end for Jim had it been
what happens
helmet onto stumps.
Does he get replaced now if he fails the concussion test?
There is provision for that, yeah. The match referee could, in theory, sub Anderson out of the game.
And who would they bring in?
Has to be like for like.
They'd be a better batsman than Jimmy, isn't it, if it's Mark Wood or
the
whoever?
Only players in the squad, Mark Wood's in the squad, it would have to be him. They wouldn't let Wokes walk out. Potts, my apologies, Matt Potts. Yep.
And what does Potts bat like? Better than Jimmy?
Yeah. Better than Anderson. But he's no Ben Stokes. He's a 9 or a 10. I'm sure that'll be a line doing the rounds on social media if it's working at the moment. If Anderson is subbed out, who can they bring in?
Yep, I just thought I'd chuck it in there.
It's an interesting point because
that was I didn't like that hit.
I said before, he's been out there for more losses than any player in the history of Test cricket, Anderson. It's the nature of playing so often and being the number 11. Often seen Nathan Lyon haunched over when the last wicket's fallen in close finishes. Well,
has he hit the winning runs much?
I don't think he's ever hit the winning runs, Anderson.
Yeah.
He's been the last man out very close to the line. That was against Sri Lanka at Headingley in 2014 when he was in tears on the pitch. They had 2 to win, a couple of balls to go.
Yeah, little catch, wasn't it? Just popped it up in close.
So potentially this could be the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he has saved the game, hasn't he? He saved that test at Sydney.
Oh, I said winning, though.
Yeah, but just casting forward, if they could bat for another 50 overs.
Yes, sorry.
He did that with Graham Onions at Centurion in 2009 and with Monty Panesar at Cardiff in 2009.
That was horrible, wasn't it?
Stuart Broad at Sydney last year. At least. 3 that stand out. They're taking their time here, you know.
I reckon he might be in trouble.
I mean, this isn't just a case of replacing the lid. I just got a feeling that...
Pad up. Potsy, get out there.
Well, his bat's down now as well. Yeah, this is not ideal. No one wants this. Calling up to the balcony, the extra England men. Because remember, I mean, just to go through the formalities, if they're going to pull this lever, if it's the umpires and it's the match referee who makes the assessment, there might be a delay in play. I mean, first things first. Well, he's out in the middle still. I wouldn't say he's smiling, but he's not grimacing either, although his resting grimace face is very much part of his makeup. He's having a chat now with... He is smiling. He's having a chat to
come on,
Josh Tongue. So maybe it's getting the right helmet.
It's the right helmet, yeah.
Look at that disparity in numbers. Josh Tongue, 711. James Anderson, 613. Making their debut 20 years apart to the month.
Here we go.
Here's the lid. Here we go.
Shumi's been given the okay and just about the right fitting helmet now.
Well, I don't think
he'd have a spare one.
I don't expect to see Jimmy next week at Leeds.
Can't see it. Not what I'm hearing. You talk about the pitch, the way it's changed.
Slow.
Ali's in. Murphy's in for Australia. I think they need ball speed if it's another placid pitch. And bounce.
I wouldn't be surprised if they bring Gus Atkinson into the squad. That's the other one who nearly made it ahead of Tongue.
Okay.
Quick, Surrey, tall, good pedigree.
I mean, Wokes would be the conservative pick to strengthen the batting.
Yeah, he's more a replacement, I reckon, for Moeen Ali as a guy who's sort of part all-rounder.
Yeah.
So the medical team leave the ground, and after that pretty lengthy delay, a reminder, we're here for Henley Homes, henley.com.au, the session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, and our experts for Red Energy are Damien Fleming and Jeremy Coney, 100% Australian electricity and gas, Red Energy. And on our screen for Tyre Power, Clean Bold Savings, James Anderson smiling again, ready to roll. And all Australia want to do is celebrate one more wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. Do you like that? Here's Stark away from us. 1 wicket to win. Into Anderson. Fielders everywhere. Bowls here. Anderson goes back off the shoulder of the bat, maybe off the shoulder itself. Down into the offside. No damage done, at least none we can see. That's nasty.
Well, it's going to be worse in a couple of overs because that's when the new ball comes along.
Oh, yeah, glove.
Glove, but not out because I'll hand off the bat.
It's amazing how many bounces have been bowled in this Test match, and I wouldn't expect that in England. And it does have a lot to do with the pitches.
Stark 2 left in this over, the 78th. New ball not far away. Bowls to Anderson down the leg side, works it into the gloves of Carey on the bounce. So that's worth noting too. We're 13 balls away from a freshie.
It'll be tougher then because that swing, Stark will have got a couple of overs into the legs.
We're selling a good story for 2 English tailenders, aren't we?
Cameron Green will
play
be
shots
warming
now.
up. Yeah.
Just a lull here at Lord's. It was so loud at lunch, wasn't it?
The atmosphere was amazing.
Lunch and all the way through from the Bairstow dismissal until Stokes was dismissed. This place was fever pitch. Doesn't often happen at Lord's, but now they know they're 1 away from being 2-0 down. Stark bowls and Anderson keeps it down again. Well played, Jim. Down into the leg side. Gets through the over. 78 gone, 9 for 310 England on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Anderson 2, Tongue 4. As Hazelwood 1 more over with the old ball from the pavilion end. And they'll just want to finish it now. Don't let it drag out any further. 61 to win for what it's worth. Tongue on strike, 2 catches under his nose. Hazelwood bowls, backs away, swings in the air, gets it over mid-wicket. Cameron Green running back with the flight, won't get there in time. It plonks in front of the Tavern stand. They return for a couple. A premeditated leap off the pitch that followed him. He somehow got it away. He's 6, 9 for 312, Flem.
I thought he was going to actually hit Matt Renshaw at silly mid-on with his bat.
Seeing it
He's
again.
not far from him. Can we just bowl it at the stumps? He went that early. Surely you can see that.
Incredible replay for tyre power. Clean bowl.
Matty Renshaw just moving back a metre.
Cleaned him up. Hazelwood sent to try and finish it to Tongue. He drives down the ground. Nobody there at mid-off. Up the slope towards the visitors' dressing room. It'll be a long run for somebody. It's going to be Cameron Green again in the action. Gets a couple of touches. They return for 3. It could have been an all-run 4 if they really wanted it. Tongue to 9, 3, 15 for 9. The score, 56 to win. Remembering that Australia added 55 with Cummins and Lyon last week. That's the first and last time I mentioned that for the time being.
So he went the other way this time. Josh Tongue.
He's actually
outside
doing it well.
Yeah.
He's done Josh then.
He has.
This
And played a nice straight bat
This is
too.
a very good 9 not out by Tongue. We've loved his bowling and equally his batting. He's not boring.
So Anderson has been hit a couple of times in the previous over.
It's coming again.
Down the slope, Hazelwood wants a 4th, wants to finish it. Bowls to Anderson. Beats the gloves. Fended at one that wasn't in the line of his body, could have left it.
Just a little bit of crick biz. It was a couple of minutes ago now, but interesting batters facing deliveries shorter than 10 metres in the Test match. Ben Stokes copped 94 of them, and he hit 75 runs for no dismissals. Everyone else copped 491 deliveries, scored 241 runs, 16 wickets.
So that means there were more than 550 short balls bowled in the Test. And still more to come, I'd imagine.
And I'm calling a 17th dismissal.
Hazelwood to Anderson, short again. Anderson does well to keep his helmet out of the firing line. He just threw the gloves up there in case. Through to Carey again.
He needs to spray some bouncer repellent. Doesn't he, the old one? Oof. Can I get a half volley, please?
Josh Tongue got one a couple of balls ago. Josh Tongue. Yeah.
I don't want Jimmy advancing again and trying to take it on. Just watch the ball.
Looks like Green's going to bowl again. He's warming up. Lengthy spell from Hazelwood. In here, bowls to Anderson. Catches the call. Short delivery. Umpire Gaffney says not out. They've got the reviews. Stuck. Goes to Cummins, who says, yep, we'll use it.
All right.
Bit of an innocuous delivery, really. It did follow Anderson. He thrust the gloves out at it. So they're going to go through the process. Might it be one on DRS? We have that for Imar. The tradies make call 1-3 Imar.
Labuschagne was the man on the offside.
Sorry, Jeremy Coney.
Labuschagne was the man to signal to Cummins. I think that he got that on the glove, perhaps. Has it been taken off the bat?
First replay here. Anderson up towards the glove, back gloves off the bat. So it has hit the back glove. It seems like that's the only thing it could have hit. he'll be fine. Front glove in strife. We'll see. Here's a decisive moment. Ultra edge. No spike until the back glove.
Yep.
Shades of Kaspovitz, Billy Bowden and Steve Harmison all those years ago at Birmingham. Anderson will survive. Australia will lose their review. A little bit different that day with 2 runs to win.
Yeah, it is. Still plenty of runs left for this English pair.
Out of curiosity, Longy, how many reviews have Australia got left?
They've still got 2. That's the first one. Yeah.
So Hazelwood, this will be the last ball of his 18th over. Into Anderson. Bowls here. Anderson keeps it down. To leg slip it goes. Might have been off the arm, might have been off the bat. That doesn't matter. 79 gone. Australia have 1 wicket to get with England. 9 for 315. Our coverage is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, to Drinkwise. Before this wraps up, a quick hello to our listeners in New Zealand on SENZ. Here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. How can they text us?
8833.
Love you, Jeremy. Our Macca's I'm Loving It moment of the session, craving your favourites, order via McDelivery app on the My Macca's app. And that was, without doubt, Ben Stokes falling to Hazelwood for 155 of the best. Stark wants to finish it with a ripper. In here to Tongue on 9 from our nursery end. Bowls here over the wicket. Tongue shows his stumps, but it's back of a length and he steers at the deep point for 1. Into double figures for the first time in Test cricket. The second new ball's 5 deliveries away at 9 for 316. 55 to win. That was an important number at Birmingham.
Yeah, providing a moving target, Tongue, and then backing his eye and hands. Impressive little 10 not out. Jimmy hasn't been as comfortable.
More static.
He's getting a lot of leather poisoning. A lot of perfume balls. He's sniffing a lot of leather at this stage.
In come the field. There's extra slip, a gully, silly point, short leg. Anderson's faced 16 balls. Stark into him. 1 wicket to win. Bowls here, back of a length, and it's hit him on the body again. On the arm guard, perhaps this time. Renshaw collects it at short leg. He's been bombarded.
Yeah.
Just not fun. Anderson deep into his career, knowing that to get 55 would be, well, a miracle. That was his left bicep. Right bicep, sorry. Lucky he's fit. Oh.
All right, might be time for the Yorker. Come on, Stark.
Yes.
Let's just finish it up.
Sun back out again. Stark, nursery end, up to James Anderson. 1 wicket to get. Bowls here, back of a length, keeps it down in front of Silly Point. Yet to really bowl a Yorker at Anderson, I reckon, Stark, Jeremy.
No, I haven't seen too much. They've tried certainly with Josh Tongue, haven't they? But he's been equal to that. It's very much peppering Jimmy Anderson. Short ones, not bringing the stumps into play.
Shot of Nathan Lyon on the balcony.
Well,
looks a bit emotional, doesn't he, for tyre power clean bowled savings?
How important were his 15 runs and that
absolutely.
partnership?
Yeah.
It's a great point. It's an outstanding point. As Stark tries to finish it again. Bowls to Anderson, back of a length, and keeps it down off something. Might have been arm guard, might have been bat. Either way, it's so awkward. It's not quite bouncer length, but it's on target every time. I think that point you made before, Jeremy, about Nathan Lyon. I mean, he said last night to Bharat.
It just gave us buffer, though, because it'd be 40 to win.
I mean, he said
Stokes kept going.
And he says to Bharat that I'll do it any day. I'll do anything for my team. And he's lived those values throughout his 12-year Test career. The Jimmy Anderson chant goes up around Lords with Stark at the top of his mark. On the approach. Bowls to Anderson here again. It's that leg stump line and it nearly trickles onto the off stump. Just kept away. Stark can smile now. Anderson's not. He's still grimacing. That deflected off a couple of things. See it again for tyre power. Clean bowled savings. Thigh pad glove. Nearly the stumps and nearly stepped on it as well. No more than 5 centimetres away with the ball and maybe 10 centimetres away with the boot. Stark away, last ball before the newies due. Bowls to Anderson, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Second new ball is due, 55 to win. England 9 for 316. Australia need 1 wicket to win the Test match. Our Macca's I'm Loving It moment, craving your favourites, order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app, was the dismissal of Ben Stokes. That was also our delivery of the day from Josh Hazelwood. The McDelivery on My Macca's app. Cameron Green, most unusual delivery earlier today, a bouncer that got him a stumping.
Coming around the wicket too.
Have they taken the second new ball?
Mustn't have.
Doesn't look like it. They're staying with the old one. Short leg, the only catcher in close. Bowling to tongue, pavilion end, Green here. Short ball, down to fine leg. It bounces before the fielder and it's 4 runs. That's what he's been trying to do, getting inside of it. So a boundary to begin the over, 51 to win, and the crowd have found their voice again. 9 for 320.
I'm loving his innovation, but to be fair, he is going very early. I'm not sure whether the Australians are actually watching where his feet are going. He went so inside that this is a perfect delivery for him to hit. Once again, if you bowl a Yorker, attack the stumps, well, big chance to knock him over.
Bowls again, off the pitch, helps it out to deep backward square for the second time. There'll be a couple more. Josh Tongue gets England inside 50. Can they charge home to goal from here? They're 49 away, 9 for 322.
Why would you keep following him? I don't think he could reach the ball if it's on off stump, Jeremy.
Well, they're not thinking of the stumps, are they? I think they're really...
Look at that. Yeah. He's bowling it off the pitch. If he left that, that'd be a wide by 2 feet.
Yeah. And surely the new ball, OK, it can go for a few runs, but it should bring you the wicket.
Yeah, this is confusing again.
Yeah.
So a reminder, there are 3 back for the short ball. There have been pretty much all day. A short-legged gully, a fly slip. That's Mitchell Stark.
Well, he has to bowl a legitimate bouncer. Get it up high.
Green in pavilion end. Into Tongue, who's scoring. It's outside the leg stump, and this time he can't catch up with it, but he's all the way across the pegs. Might even be a wide, watching to...
The other thing is, too, like a change of pace. A slower ball, he's going to be in no position to hit it. But I think what you said, Jeremy, they're just not focusing on the stumps at all. And this is very good batting from Tongue. Innovative, scoring runs, confusing the Australians.
Unorthodox so far, but it's working. Green, can he finish it? Tongue across his stumps as he's doing every ball. Every ball's a short ball into the gloves of Carey when he pulls out of the stroke. This will reach a point when they'll need to actually find another plan.
Are they waiting for the new ball for Stark? Doesn't matter, does it? 1 over?
Didn't matter,
no. Takes a couple of overs to get the lacquer off the Dukes, doesn't it? To start working for Stark.
I'm not sure how he plays just a normal avenue of apprehension ball.
So Tongue 16, Green to him here. 1 wicket to win, goes back in defence, gets a single to cover. Just waits it out there. No fielder cutting it off. Cummins does the fielding eventually. 9 for 323. Tongue 17. 1 ball left for Anderson to deal with from Cameron Green, fresh to his spell.
It takes a lot to handle a new ball as on a slow pitch like this, and suddenly it's coming and it's actually moving in the air as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they haven't taken it this over.
Might be a little bit tired as well. Green to finish. Bowls here to Anderson. Anderson down the leg side. It hits him on the pad and bounces out towards backward square for 1. A leg by it'll be. Anderson will keep the strike. They're taking every run that's there. 9 for 324. 47 away from their target. Anderson 3. Tongue 17. Australia seeking 1 more celebration. 1 more wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. They've picked up 3 in the session. The Stokes Broad Union got them to within 71 of victory. They're still 47 away due to this stand of, well, it's up to 22.
That ball is very, very aged. It's going to be as soft as it's ever going to get. Take the second newie.
Yeah. And bowling these short ball after short, that's what's tiring.
Yeah.
Wonder what the aversion is. Must be runs. Stark to Anderson. New over here. Short ball. Past Silly Point. Not far away. Might have gone in and out of Labuschagne. We'll get a second look in a moment. But Anderson's off strike from the first ball of the over. He's 4. And it's 9 for 325.
Well, remember, England didn't do it either with that last wicket partnership. So both teams deciding not to use the second new ball. And the catch, Manus probably needed to go straight in. No, it was past him.
So they've added 22.
But Now, just be watching where his feet go. If he goes as wide as he's been going, if you bowl the ball, it can be a half volley on the stumps. He's not going to hit it. Can't reach it.
Stark away from us, nursery end, bowls here to Tongue, catches everywhere, swings, slaps it back over his head. Might not go for 4, but it'll certainly be a couple. Cummins charging after it. Collects beneath the media centre. 44 to win. Partnership of 25.
He followed him again. I don't understand these tactics. I don't know why there's not a second new ball.
No.
If you're going to follow him, it has to be a bouncer. But then that's the secondary option to just hitting the stumps.
But these aren't bouncers. These are coming to waist high. They're not coming to shoulder or armpit high. So they're neither. And it's really easy to play.
He's up to 19. The tongue is wagging. As Stark works away from us. Into them here. He's bowled him! Mitchell Stark takes leg stump out of the ground to finish the test match. Josh Tongue, who did a lot right at number 10, knocked over for 19. England bowled out for 327. Australia have held their nerve. After 4 years ago, so much trauma at Headingley. They were tested today by Ben Stokes. But there isn't to be a second miracle. Australia go 2-0 up here at Lord's, victorious by 43 runs, Damien Fleming.
Well, we've been pleading for it from an Australian perspective, and then finally, that wasn't even a picture-perfect Yorker from Mitchell Stark, but it was enough to shatter straight into the stumps. Tongue did a really good job. He made it exciting, but he kept going leg side of the ball so wide that any ball on the stumps he just wasn't going to be able to reach. Wonderful victory for Australia. It's been the pitches have been docile, but the cricket's been entertaining, and none more today than Ben Stokes, who showed once again what an absolute mega superstar he is of world cricket on one leg, and almost willed his team over the line with a record amount of sixes hit here at Lord's. And the Australians, without Nathan Lyon, they missed him today, Colo. And they bowled a lot of overs, more than what they would have wanted to do going into a short break third test at Headingley. But they've got the job done. They're 2-0 up. Well done to the Aussies. They've been able to take on Bazball. They've been able to find a way, some great individual performances, but today was probably as a collective. There was no one dominant bowler. They just did their job and got the Aussies over the line.
They've not been 2-0 up in an Ashes series in England since 2001. The last time they won here, there was a two-part mission for Pat Cummins' side: win the World Test Championship, tick, and get off to a good start in the Ashes and try and win the urn here outright after retaining it back in 2019. And it was their fast bowlers, you're spot on, Flem. Nathan Lyon not available. 3 for Stark, 3 for Cummins, 3 for Hazelwood, all playing their role at different times. Green, an unusual wicket we'll continue to talk about, but the big three, they've been the big three for such a long time, going back 5 or 6 years, 3 of the first names on the team sheet. They've been there, and they've found a way to make it work today.
Yeah, certainly. And also it was Ben Stokes that dictated the bowling changes for the Australians, because early on we were talking about head bowling overs, Marnus some leggies, Stephen Smith was practising off spinners. But when Stokes got into that form, there was no way they were going to bowl a part-time spinner to him. So the quicks had to bowl more overs. They had to bowl long overs. It really wasn't. And they tried that bounce-a-thon that they thought eventually Ben Stokes will miss-hit, and he didn't. He hit 9 crowd catches in an amazing 155, and it wasn't until they decided to make him reach for the ball, bowl a little bit fuller, that they actually just started to decrease the run rate and put a bit more pressure on Stuart Broad to score as well, who did a good job in his partnership with Ben Stokes. But it's the over count, Colo, isn't it? 20 into his 22nd over, Stark, 25 to Cummins, Hazelwood 18, even Cam Green, they don't even like him bowling 13 in one innings there. But they've got a young spinner in Todd Murphy. No doubt England are going to try and target him and put him under the pump, but we saw in India he's a highly skilled youngster, very, very composed. So put the feet up, celebrate, unique. And no one in this team's been in this position, have they, Colo? You just said they haven't been 2-0 up. The legends, Smith, Warner, Khawaja, Hazelwood, Cummins and Stark. Nathan Lyon, unfortunately, heroic yesterday. You can't seem part of the series. But if the Australians go on to win it, I think him walking out to bat, those 15 runs, probably not as significant as the unselfish act, the emotion and the passion after play. He'll hopefully stays around to sing the songs for the rest of the series and do his rehab here in England.
Yeah, psychologically, just being able to be ahead of the Test match most of the way. Jeremy, your thoughts on the way Australia were able to set it up in their first innings. They had a bad couple of sessions in on the second morning and the second afternoon, fought back after tea with 3 wickets that England effectively gifted them, and it started the bounce of barrage, and that became the narrative for a couple of days. But when it mattered most, Australia won the big moments.
They did. We saw, on day one, I think, the conditions have suited England right throughout this Test match. First day, bowling in leaden kind of skies with a pitch that was pretty green. They hung in there, didn't they? Khawaja again soaked up a lot of deliveries. And when England came to bat, suddenly the sun came out on that second day and batted beautifully, beautiful conditions for batting. And England got away a little bit, were they 180 odd for one, I think, and then they lost lots of wickets. They frittered away a chance in the match in that first innings. That's where they needed to get the big total in that first innings. They didn't.
And probably they dictated the bowling tactics for the rest of the Test match, getting out to the short ball. Yep. And then we were heavily critical of the England batting, and then the Australians went and did it themselves, taking on the short ball, and it continued into this second innings. What was it in the end? 17 dismissals with bounces.
I thought there was a recognition too by England that they were much more pragmatic with all those short pitched balls yesterday. I didn't like it, to be honest. It became rather tedious, but it worked and it was very effective. It slowed Australia down from pushing further ahead, and they kept on picking up wickets. And so they got about 7 for 100 with those bowling, those short deliveries, ball after over after over. So it was, to me, it was moving away from the whole concept of what baseball was into a more pragmatic approach to the game, and a realisation that you can't keep giving opportunities back to the opposition in a Test match.
Jeremy, Flem, stay there. We're going to take some ads now before we have the official presentation down at the side of the pitch in front of the pavilion, where Australia will celebrate a 2-0 series lead. They've won here by 43 runs.
For McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket. For McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Wow.
It's a few.
I think it's not Stokes' innings. Stokes' there was just it was 300 minutes of moments. Just once again, how many modern day bat can go through the gears? They all play long form, 50 over cricket and T20 cricket, and just like Headingley 2019, he just went through the gears. He's also takes his ego out. He's happy to play second fiddle if a Brook or a Bairstow gets going, but as soon as he's batting with a long tail that aren't going to score the runs, he just goes straight into T20 mode. And he changed the whole complexion of the day, and you just felt like there was a very good chance he was going to get us home. So that whole innings and where it changed is probably the moment he got out.
The 7-6 he hit either side of lunch. There is the Bairstow moment, which we'll come to in a sec, I'm sure. But that is the bit where that's the Headingley moment, isn't it?
But
that's when Leach joined him.
I also said the stats from Crickbits.
Yeah.
No one else everyone's getting out to it, not scoring. No one else hit any sixes. There were so many short balls. I can't even remember too many good pull shots for 4. And Stokes hits 8 of them, and I don't even know how many of those were actually pull shots for 4. He's a mega star. He willed himself into the game yesterday with the ball. I hope he's fit for the rest of the series. I want him to be able to bowl more. I want to see that the best that England's got, and I thought he was inspiring today.
He'll play whether he's fit or not, but the moment for me was the 3 sixes to take him to 100, because that was the moment when everybody sat up. Because when Bairstow was out, the game was over. I mean, in truth, the game was over when England lost their 4th wicket yesterday at 45 for 4. It was over again when Duckett was out, because Australia were 1 wicket away really from winning the match. And then when they got Bairstow, with England still needing 180 odd to win, England were toast. But when Stokes hit 3 consecutive sixes into the Tavern stand, then there was that frisson, there was that fear. I mean, it was said on commentary, uh-oh, he's coming for us again.
Here we go.
It was like the boogeyman was on the way. And that was when we were all just like lifted in our seats and thought, could it be possible? And it was one of the most extraordinary innings. What I loved about it, though, more than anything else, was the intelligence of it. It stood in such stark contrast to what his teammates had done in the first innings, where England lost the game in a mad, actually it was in a mad half hour, the moment that Nathan Lyon limped off. When Ben Stokes came out to bat, he showed them the way. He restarted his innings. He showed them that Bazball is not about recklessly hurling the bat at everything. And it looks like I'm talking against myself, because he seemed recklessly to be hurling the bat at everything, but he didn't. No. Today, he chose to hit all of his sixes downhill. Cummins bowled 4 overs for 5 runs, nearly every ball at him from the pavilion end. He didn't once try and hit it up into the grandstand. It was selective hitting. It was intelligent hitting. That's what Bazball is supposed to be about. Where his teammates let him down was a complete clueless lack of understanding of what it means to be positive, what it means to be aggressive. You have to be aggressive in a constructive fashion. And it was a truly exceptional innings. Had he got England home, I think that would have been the greatest innings I've ever seen in my life. The fact that he gets out at that point means that, you know, a lot of England fans won't be able to watch that game again. You know, a lot like how Australians can't watch Headingley, and it shouldn't be forgotten, because for that sort of half an hour either side of lunch, it was basically genius at work. It was absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, and even though I think it got up to 100 balls, the partnership, you know, Broad had only faced, say, 26, 27, but there was only 2 balls each over. So the Australians, you know, you want a whole over at the tail ender. How am I going to actually construct this over to get him out? But when you've only got a ball here or a ball there, you're always trying to get him out. Yeah. So that partnership, and Broad played his part there.
But can I ask you about that? Because you see, I genuinely think that had Carey not stumped Bairstow, then Broad would not have had the mongrel in him. I mean, today he batted like I haven't seen him bat for a long time. He
Stokes, to a degree, looked like he wasn't happy.
It looked like he'd flipped.
But I don't think Stokes would have went that hard if Bairstow was still in, because he tends to go, well, I've got Johnny, and let Johnny will go, and I'll look to bat through and wait for the tail.
My question really is more, you know, if Bairstow had got out in conventional fashion 30, 40 runs later, you know, at 240 odd for 6, I'm not sure, you know, had he been out, caught behind, but I'm not sure that Broad would have had that mongrel. I'm not sure that Stokes would have had the eyes flipped.
Yeah, I'm disappointed if he doesn't, because it's a test match. I thought Robinson was
pitiful.
Just
you
can't talk like that off the field. You can't sledge even when you dismiss a player if you're not going to back it up. People want consistency of hardness, and if you're not like that, you know, don't talk. Thought Tongue was great. And for the Australians, there wasn't really too many highlights there. In the end, it was hard work without line, and they got the job done.
So we're not far away from the presentation starting, so thank you for your favourite moments. Craving your favourites, order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app. We'll just play that game we played last week at Birmingham. We'll wait for hear the boos. I've got a fairly good idea that there might be some unhappy England supporters in the crowd. It looks like Steve Smith's the player of the match. We won't be far away from grabbing that interview. I'll just turn the effects mic down a little bit so it doesn't bleed into our conversation. We're just hoping that we get this through from television in a moment. While I wait for that, our Macca's delivery of the day.
Ooh, that's tough.
Order via McDelivery on the. I think it's Josh Hazelwood, on the basis that he was taken down in the first couple of overs after lunch. Stokes, as you astutely say, Daniel, was hitting downhill, if you like. Then first ball uphill, angled across him, Flem, and that was the moment, because to that stage they kind of were letting Stokes play 4 balls out and waiting for Broads 2.
No, it has to be the ball because it was a very good effort ball anyway, but it just, the ball that gets Stokes out basically wins you the test match.
Phil Long's got a view as well.
Well, I've got a little note in my book here. Bairstow, stumped carry, bold green. That might be the delivery of the day. You wouldn't expect to find
Yeah,
that.
I had a vibe early today. I went, Phil Greeny's going to get a stumping.
Get a stumping, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, we were doing stumping stats. That puts Carey right up there, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
That's
I think he might be breaking records.
Yeah, level with Healy in 1993.
With 3 tests to go.
And Todd Murphy coming into the team.
Oh, here we go. Yes, woof indeed. That's our delivery of the day for Macca's. Order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app. This is our post-game show for Australian Made. Look for the green and gold logo. We're not far away, I'm sure, from getting the post-game interviews with Channel 9 as they get fed through back to Melbourne, the intern through to us. We're actually going now. Stand by. Here they come. Here's Steve Smith, player of the match.
Steve, congratulations. As Ben Stokes was going either side of lunch today, how many painful flashbacks were you getting?
Yeah, there's a bit of deja vu there for sure. He's an unbelievable player. Some of the things that he can pull off on this ground, in this country, in the game of cricket, he's a freak. The way he went about it, he was just pretty much targeting that one side. He was smacking them from down the hill and then batting the other end. I think that was probably the first shot he actually tried to hit from the far end when he got out. So, fortunately it went up the chimney. Obviously I dropped him, so I was feeling it for a while there, but he's a freak, unbelievable player.
I was going to ask about that catch. You've got an extremely safe pair of hands normally in the field. Were you fearful that you might not get an opportunity, given what has happened in the past with Ben?
Yeah, I didn't pick it up initially. It's quite difficult to square the wicket here when he's going hard, and I found it eventually and then got it and put it down. So it's difficult giving guys like that lives. The way he plays, and we've seen it numerous times in different formats of the game, chasing totals, the way he gets it done. So fortunately he hit one up the chimney, but again, it was just an incredible knock.
If we go back to the start of the game, Australia probably had the worst of the conditions. England won what seemed to be a good toss. How important, therefore, that first innings score of 416 and your 100 in the context of the game?
Yeah, I think it was important to put a decent total on the board. I think we were looking to bowl day one as well with the overheads and a bit of grass on the wicket. So for us to be able to navigate our way through there and get a total on the board really helped us out. And it was a great game of cricket in the end.
It was a strange game given all the short pitch bowling. Why did the batters of both sides find it so difficult to play on that surface?
I think because it was just a bit too paced, a bit variable in bounce slightly, particularly as the ball got older. So it wasn't easy, and there wasn't a great deal on offer when you were pitching the ball up. The ball seemed to just go away, and it was easy to get runs, I suppose. So it was one way to shut the scoreboard down, and people kept playing it from both sides. So it was presenting wicket opportunities. So that was pretty much it.
Were you surprised how England played it in the first innings?
We played it the same pretty much in the second innings. So, like I said, it wasn't easy in terms of the pace and bounce off the wicket as that ball got older in particular. So, we were still trying to keep the scoreboard ticking, and particularly in the second innings, trying to build as many runs as we could. So, that's how it turned out.
You said trying to build as many runs as you could, and you pushed Nathan Lyon out of the front door in the end. Was because you didn't feel you had quite enough and you were quite fearful of what England might do?
Yeah, I mean, they play a dangerous brand, don't they? And they like chasing, and there obviously wasn't a great deal in the surface for us either. So Nathan showed some great courage to go out there and help us get a few more runs. And, it got pretty close there at the end, so they were vital runs in the end.
Well played to you. You have a great record here. Well done.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
And now for your appreciation, England captain Ben Stokes.
Extraordinary test match, an extraordinary day. How far were you drawing on all those memories of 4 years ago in your innings today?
I guess, having experienced something similar like that before, you obviously are able to look back and things like that and sort of have some kind of game plan around how you want to do it, and I did take a lot of sort of the way that I went about that back at Headingley into this innings here. But yeah, unfortunately, just wasn't enough today.
But did you always feel while you were there that you had a good shout?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it sort of got to the point where you know, Australia changed the plans in which they were going with me, so I sort of had to change the way that I was going about it as well, trying to take my sort of risks towards that side of the ground. But yeah, it's a tough one to swallow, sort of getting so close, and you know, being involved in another fantastic game was awesome. You know, we're 2-0 down, but you know, we've got 3 games left, and you know, we've won series 3-0 against New Zealand, 3-0 against Pakistan, so we know we can do it.
It was the Johnny Bairstow dismissal that prompted your change of approach today. From you were sitting in and then you realised you had to play aggressively. Did you have any issues with the way that dismissal went?
Oh, look, I think there's quite a lot of factors you got to take into that. I mean, look, for me, I was asking the umpires if they had called over, and they're saying no. And then, but you know, the square leg umpire and the standing umpires made the movements towards it being over. But look, at the end of the day, it's out. You know. And I think if the shoe was on the other foot, I would probably just have to have a little think around the sort of whole spirit of the game and things like that. So, look, it's happened, it's out, but, you know, we're just going to move on and see what's in front of us.
If we look at the game as a whole, are there areas in the first half of the game that you look back on with a bit of regret? I mean, it seemed like a good toss to win. Were you disappointed at conceding 416?
Oh, look, I think when you win the toss and bowl, you obviously always want to restrict a team to below, you know, 300. But I think that first day, the first morning in which we bowled, you know, the lads got a bit of criticism from a few people. But, you know, the amount of times we went past the bat, you know, not only in the first innings but also in the third innings when we bowled was quite frustrating, I'm not going to lie. But, you know, the efforts and everything that got put into this week, you know, that spell that we had of all the bowlers bowling short for hours on end, you know, the efforts and energies that everyone has put into this week can't be faulted. But yeah, look, it's a tough one when you have lost a test match, but a lot of positives to take out of the week.
And can I ask about the first innings? I think at one point you're 188 for 1, 37th over, Nathan Lyon gone in the calf. Your side is always teetering either side of that fine line between aggression and a bit of recklessness. Did you get it quite right at that point, when the 3 wickets fell in that afternoon to short balls?
Oh, look, I think reckless is an easy word to use. What we've managed to do up in the dressing room between myself and Brendan and obviously all the other coaches is give everyone complete and utter clarity about what they want to go out and do. You know, we're not sitting up there saying go and play this way against a certain type of bowling. It's if you want to go out and play in a certain way, then you've got the complete and utter backing of the dressing room to be able to do that. So the message around that is just complete and utter clarity. You know, I might play it differently to how someone else is, but we're all walking out there with complete and utter clarity in our minds.
Josh Tong, second test match, had an excellent game for you.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Look, obviously, the first game against Ireland, I didn't know him too well. I knew he was a very, very exciting prospect, and I think the way in which he's bowled and taken responsibility on this week, you know, in a different sort of, again, in a different type of role, you know, bowling normally and then bowling the short stuff again, and you know, he's got a mighty fine engine on him to run in and bowl at the pace that he does consistently. You know, he's been a great find for us, and I'm sure he's going to have a great future in an England shirt.
It's been an amazing day today, but tomorrow you'll wake up and you're 2-0 down. You said you're still confident of being able to win this series. It's a quick turnaround now to Leeds, isn't it?
It is a quick turnaround, but yeah, as you said, you know, 2-0 down, we've got 3 games left, so all we're thinking about is 3-2.
Good, thank you, well done today.
Thank you, Alice. Cheers.
And now, Australia's captain, Pat Cummins.
Rather fitting you're standing here with a black eye. It's been that kind of a contest, a very bruising contest.
Yeah, another wonderful game, right down to the wire. Stokesy gave us a few heart-stopping moments. Yeah, crowd seemed to enjoy it, so it's been a good day.
I asked Steve about how many painful flashbacks he was having. You're in a slightly different position this time from 4 years ago as captain. How difficult did you find that either side of lunch?
Yeah, I mean, having a world-class player like Ben at the top of his game. You start thinking, geez, that boundary's pretty small. The wicket wasn't a lot in it. It's tough. You don't have too many options, but I thought the way everyone kind of navigated through it was good, and I was glad to have 200 on the board rather than 100 like we did in Headingley.
Had you learnt a bit from 4 years ago? I remember that Justin Langer made you sit through the replay of that game the day after. Was there anything there that you drew on to help you through?
A couple of things. I think just trying to stay patient. He had the fields out a little bit. He did well to keep getting himself on strike both ends, but I think we just stuck with it. We're happy to go at 2 and over if we had to. They were a fair way off.
The crowd are clearly riled here. You've not ignored the boos, I'm sure. So I'll ask you about the Bairstow dismissal. A, how you saw it, the rationale behind it, and was there at any stage you thought you might withdraw the appeal and bring him back?
I think Carey, saw it happen a few balls previous. I think 3 or 4 balls previous, and there was no pause. Catch it straight away, have a throw at the stump. So I thought it was totally fair play. That's how the rule is. I know some people might disagree or what. Just like the catch yesterday, the rule's there. That's how I saw it.
In the 5 days in the round, you probably admit that your team had the worst of the conditions. How proud, therefore, to get ahead of the game as you did at the end?
Yeah, exactly. And losing Nathan Lyon, those games are set up perfectly for him on day 5. So to miss him and still get away with the win was huge. I thought the way the batters batted under lights on day 1 and yesterday at certain times, or 2 days ago, was phenomenal, and huge win.
And pushing Nathan Lyon out the door, were you happy to do that? I mean, he was clearly in severe trouble out in the middle.
I wasn't particularly happy, but he was pretty keen to get out there. So, he did an amazing job. I think those 15, 20 runs looked pretty important there at the end.
And is there an update on him? I mean, will he be going home? Will you call anybody else into the squad? He looks done for the series, I must guess.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Like we got Toddy Murphy here, so he played in India, did a great job. So no doubt he'll be sticking around.
Many congratulations. 2-0 up, well played.
Great, thanks.
The winning captain there.
Well, there it is. Pat Cummins, who acknowledged that the crowd really enjoyed the stumping of Johnny Bairstow.
It wasn't quite a thank you, but he did acknowledge they were interested.
It was great comedic timing, I thought, from the Australian skipper. Points that he made on the way through. The boundary feels an awful lot smaller when Stokes gets going, but they had more runs to play with than they did 4 years ago at Headingley. And when it came to the stumping that dismissed Bairstow, they saw it a few balls earlier. It was one felt motion from Carey, and at no point did they consider calling him back or withdrawing the appeal. So I think largely as we expected he would say, Flem.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we didn't know that Alex Carey had picked up that Johnny was going for a bit of a walk in between balls. So the tactic was on. It was good execution from Carey. It did ignite Stokes. Definitely ignited Stuart Broad as well. And in some ways, the attack from there really put it back on the Australians, didn't it? It's funny, in hindsight, we were questioning the tactics. They identified he was hitting to one area with the slope, but it's funny, they kept feeding it though, wasn't it? They didn't go. It took until a big break to actually go wide and make him hit through the offside, and that's a tactic we see in T20 cricket all the time, is to bowl Yorkers and have 4 fielders out on either side. So I was surprised it took too long. They've got the job done. Plenty of positives for both teams, I think, but for Australia, Murphy straight in for Lyon, maybe a rotation or a quick, depending how they pull up. And for England, it sounds like Mo and Ali definitely in, but they need ball speed. They need Mark Wood fit if they're going to win up there and come back from 2-0 down to win the series.
Daniel, before we move on to a couple of broader topics before we wrap up and say goodbye here from Lords, Ben Stokes cited the spirit of cricket as we knew he would. I know you share a similar view to me when that comes up. Usually when anyone isn't happy with something, they throw that card on the table, but that'll be where the conversation moves.
It will, and it'll be unbelievably boring, and I urge people to avoid engaging with it because Every team does it. It doesn't matter, and every team set of supporters do. And just read the law book. It's as simple as that. Over wasn't called. You're within your rights. This is an Ashes contest. You want to win it. And Bairstow's out of his ground. You're the keeper. You got the ball in your hand. Of course, you're going to try and get him out. It sometimes can backfire on you, though, because I was asking Flem earlier, I mean, do you honestly think that if Bairstow had got out in conventional fashion 30, 40, 50 runs later, that Broad would have had the same ticker, the same determination? It's not about bravery, it's about motivation in the moment. And we've all played enough cricket to know that it shouldn't be like this, but if you take against something that your opponent does, somehow that provides you with extraordinary motivation. You look at that ball that much harder. And Stuart Broad does not have a good defence, and he hasn't had a good defence for about 5 years. Today, he wore a whole bunch of balls on his body. He got right in behind balls that he never normally would. He didn't try and flap at the ball and hit it into the wrong direction into someone's hands. He actually was really disciplined while his skipper went berserk at the other end. And that's really my observation on the event, is that you've got to be careful when you do it, because you might actually make your opponents a bit better. And that's the calculation I'd make. It has nothing to do with the spirit of cricket. What I really want to reflect on, though, in this match is ultimately the intelligence displayed by both sides, because the raw facts are that Australia won by 43 runs, but they did have the worst of conditions. They did lose their spinner, and they reacted to those problems with real on-field cricketing intelligence. Their opening batters, especially Khawaja and Warner, in two crucial moments in this test match, firstly when they came out to bat in the first innings and when they came out to bat in the second innings, had some really awkward conditions, and we knew those conditions were going to get better. And if they get rolled in that second innings for 150, or if they lose their wickets early in on that first day, then England win this test match. Simple as that. The time they took out of the game was crucial. The way they wore down the bowlers and wore down the ball, and it reminded me of the Indian pairing here in 2021 who did exactly the same thing in very similar conditions. I thought that was smart, and England weren't. When England had the opportunity to put their foot on their opponent's throats, they threw it away in an act of recklessness. What this means for the rest of the series is that England are highly motivated because of what they perceive as an injustice, and that's where the spirit of cricket is coming in. Stokes isn't saying that to us. He's saying that to his dressing room. So that when they pitch up at Headingley, just like, I don't know which club you particularly hated, we used to hate old Wall Countians because of something they did to us once. And every time you play old Wall Countians, everybody's up for it.
Flemo and I just like the same club. We won't mention them, though. It is a football station after all.
Right, but
we'll keep our counsel.
But you know what I mean. And that's
we know what you mean.
That's what he's doing. He's winding.
I can't watch the 1984 last quarter grand final. I cannot. Colo, don't make me go there.
We're not going to do it. We're not going to talk about
I tell you what we're doing. We're doing the third test match.
We are indeed. That's going to be a lovely thing, because we're all going to be up at Leeds next week.
I am looking forward to it.
And we are, but only a few days away. Before we leave, I should ask Phil Long for any final observations. Your stellar work, Longy, this week has been...
It's been well fed.
Most appreciated.
He's fed us with good stats.
Oh, Longy, so I'll turn you back up. Sorry, brother.
Very well fed. No, I think my favourite stat from today and from this test is Ben Stokes. As we've mentioned, nobody has hit 8 or more sixes in an Ashes test innings, and Ben Stokes has done it twice.
English or Australian?
English or Australian.
Lovely. Any final thoughts, Flem, before we pull the ripcord here and go and have a rest or a beer or something?
Thanks, Lords.
Thanks, Lords. It is a great place to call Test cricket. It's been a privilege to be here across the last 5 days. Flam, Daniel Norcross, on behalf of the rest of our commentary team, including Phil Walker, Bharat Sundaresan, Adam White, Peter Lalor, of course Phil Long here, Jeremy Vernon Coney, and myself, I'm Adam Collins. Thank you for being part of our team. Back in Melbourne, we've had Pato, we've had Lincoln Dono here this week as well, which has been absolutely fantastic. Pato in Melbourne with Mitch and with Paulie. We are grateful to all of their support. To the big boss Hutchie, who's been here all week as well. It's been just an absolute highlight for us as a commentary team to be here at headquarters. We're going to be back at Leeds next week as well, and we're going to do so with Australia in a fabulous position to wrap up the Ashes in straight sets. They're leading 2-0. They haven't won here since 2001. They'll never get a better chance than this after being victorious at Lords by 43 runs.